Good morning. For those of you who are joining us for the first time in these 2 days, I want to welcome you, and for those of you who may not know who I am, I'm Janine Geske. I am the Director of the Restorative Justice Initiative here at Marquette University Law School. We began this conference yesterday with Professor Marilyn Armour describing for us her outstanding research on the issue of the ultimate penal sanction, namely either death or life without parole. And you have all received, if you were not here, even if you were here, you've all received a copy of her really marvelous law review article that's groundbreaking. And it will take you some time to get through it because it is very substantial. But I think that everybody that was here had an opportunity to appreciate the depth and breadth of the research. I'm going to say a little more about that later. I don't think Bishop Doss is here now, is he? Okay. Bishop Doss is an Episcopal bishop who actually had this idea to start the research many years ago and helped garner some funds along with Marquette University Law School for the study to be done. We started planning this conference almost a year ago when we knew that Marilyn's article was going to be finished and published by the end of this past year. And we had a very vibrant conference team. You will see that in your materials, a group of people that have worked and met monthly or more often trying to give shape to this conference, in particular not only yesterday but today, and what this conference would look like. We've had a number of restorative justice annual conferences, and each time we tried to look at an important issue through a restorative justice lens, which is a different way of looking at harm and the ripple effect of harm. And as I said last night, we've looked at the clergy sex abuse issue, we've looked at gang violence, we've looked at bullying in the schools, we've looked at political dialogue, and a number of other topics. But we chose this year to feature Marilyn's research and for all of us to reflect a little bit about the ripple effect and the impact of the ultimate sentence, that is execution or life without parole. There are a couple of things I want to say at the beginning before we go into our panels this morning. Marilyn described at length last night her research. And there are two people that really are responsible for her being able to do her project and her research, and we want to make sure we recognize those people. I'm going to have them both stand. One is Margaret Maccabee. She's from the Minnesota Survivor Resource Center, and the other is Karen Martin, who is a Victim Assistance Coordinator at the Texas Attorney General's Office. Will you both please stand? For those who are not here, Marilyn pointed out that there was absolutely no way for a researcher to be able to have access to family members of homicide victims over that length of period of time without having these two wonderful women who are willing to assist her, to make the contacts, to make the random selections, to help her set up the meetings. And they have been a key part of the research and the reason we're here today. So we're very pleased that we're able to recognize the good work you did behind the scenes, and hopefully you feel the fruits of your efforts by being able to see what unfolds in the next day. The other thing I think is really important is, when we look at the impact of particularly homicides and crimes, one of the things that if you are in a courtroom, and I noticed that when I sat as a homicide judge, there's always this vacant hole in the courtroom that is the victim of the crime. It's usually the only crime that happens, that, it's almost this unreal person who was the victim. And it's so very different if you have an attempted homicide or you have a sexual assault, because the victim comes in, the jury gets to see the person, the judge gets to interact with the person, defendant watches the victim describe how he or she observed the crime. But of course in a homicide you don't have any of that. We have that also true at our conference here. The victims of these homicides are not with us. And I think that it's important that we hold all those victims in our hearts, those victims and the victims of so many violent crimes all over this country, because in part, this conference is to reflect on how we handle those kinds of offenses. And looking at, obviously, we understand the impact on the people who are killed in a homicide. We're going to back up a little bit and also look at the ripple effect, that is the effect on family members and others that interact with those survivors. Again, to give us a better sense of, for our own thinking about how can we best address these issues in our criminal justice system and our culture. In restorative justice, we ask 3 questions when there's been harm. The first question is, who's been harmed? The second question is, what is the nature of that harm? And the third is, how do we, meaning we, our community, offender, others, work to help work at repairing the harm? And we talked yesterday a little bit that closure is not something that exists. You know, when you talk about forgiveness, when you talk about all those terms, even when they're used, victims and survivors will tell you they're ING words. That some days one is in a forgiving mood and other days something happens and you're back with your anger. And I think we all learn from that. I was thinking as I was getting up this morning and coming over here, there's a particular survivor of a homicide that I worked with. And I remember when I met with him, and he wanted to meet with the offender, and I said to him, you know, why do you want to do this? Why do you want to sit down with the offender? And I was so moved and touched by his words, and I'll never forget them. And what he said is, I want to give meaning to my daughter's death. And I think in a lot of ways, you'll find the survivors that speak here, in part, they would have never chosen the path that they have traveled, but they're now being given an opportunity to give meaning to that. And we will take that meaning with us as we leave this conference and as we have discussions with others about these important issues. Marilyn talked about this yesterday, and I want to repeat this. This has not been billed as a conference to be pro-death penalty or anti-death penalty. It's a conference to look at what the impact is on the family members, the survivors, and then also others in the system. And I do have to share, we have a number of professionals of different kinds, as you've probably seen on the program, who are going to talk, from victim advocates to prosecutors to defense counsel to a judge to others who are going to talk about handling these cases. But a couple of people, both defense lawyers and prosecutors, said to me last night after the lecture that even the lecture opened up so many memories for them of particular cases and how having to deal with certain survivors and having to deal with offenders and their families. And I think we often think that professionals just are sort of immune to all those feelings, and obviously they aren't. No one is here to say that a judge, a prosecutor, a defense lawyer, a warden, a victim advocate is as deeply impacted as a family member. And that's why we're starting with family members. We're going to concentrate this morning on the surviving family members of homicide victims from 3 different states. And we've asked them to do almost the impossible, is to share their stories with us in a short period of time. And, you know, we had this tension between just having 1 or 2 speakers and having them have a little longer period of time, and for us to listen to a number of speakers, because we're hopeful that you will see the strands of similarity. One of the things that is important, and it's always important when we look at the system, and I've not heard many of these survivors, so I don't know what exactly they're going to say, but often survivors will talk about disappointments in the system. That is, people have let them down, whether it's in the judicial system, whether it's in the, lawyers, whether it's police, whether it's community. And that secondary victimization sometimes has as deep wounds as the first one. Because when something terrible happens to somebody, they understand that there's that risk in life, but you hope that the other systems are going to be there to support you. And we're not always very good at that. So this is going to give us a chance to sort of analyze that. How can we, as a system, respond more effectively, more compassionately, with more understanding to survivors and those around them. And so it's going to be a little tough this morning. We're going to hear some very tough experiences. And as I said, we've had them sort of try to condense their experiences for us, years and years of experience into about 15 minutes. That being said, as I was thinking about this, I just want to tell you that even though they're only speaking with us for 15 minutes, for some of them, that is longer than they ever got to speak in the criminal court about what happened. That, when they were witnesses, they got asked a bunch of questions that were relevant to whether the crime happened or not, but not about their loved one. And at sentencing, it's the most intimidating moment because you've got a judge, you've got the defendant there, you've got the bailiff, sometimes you've got television cameras, you've got all this going on, and it is a very vulnerable moment for family members, and they're expected to somehow share this story with people. And so even though it's only 15 minutes this morning, we are hopefully giving them a voice and again empowering them in a way that helps their healing journey. I know that it will help ours. And I do see that Bishop Doss has come in, so I just want to introduce him before we begin. The twinkle in the eye of this project came from Bishop Doss, who many years ago talked to Mark Umbright, Professor Umbright here, who's here from the University of Minnesota, about the possibility of doing a study of survivors of homicides, family members of homicide victims, and was able to gather money and support through a group that he was associated with, including the Episcopal bishops, to help support the research. Dean Kearney, Joe Kearney, who's also been extremely supportive of all our work in restorative justice and who's present in the back, agreed also to have Marquette Law School support the research. And so jointly those funds were able to give rise to the study that Marilyn has created that has led to this. So I do want to stand up, Bishop Doss. I want to publicly thank you. And we're really glad to have you here as our guest. So again, you too hopefully will be able to experience the fruits of that idea you had so long ago and what it has brought us. At this point, I'm going to introduce to you Mike Goucher. Those of you who are part of our Marquette community know that Mike Goucher is our distinguished journalist in residence. He does frequent interviews both on television and at Marquette Law School. He runs a number of the debates. We are very, very fortunate to have Mike with us at the law school, and he has consented to the tough task, I think, of introducing and spending a few minutes with our survivors this morning. We have divided them into death penalty states and cases where death penalty was given, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll have the life without parole survivors speak, and then after that we will have Marilyn do a little bit contextualizing, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll go into the afternoon. So I do want to welcome Mike Goucher here and thank him. He's been very supportive of all our programming, and ask that Mike come up and introduce the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. It's good to be with all of you this morning. I hope you all made it in safely and had a wonderful time in our winter wonderland this morning. So thanks very much for being with us. I did want to thank Janine for inviting me to be a part of this conference. I've had the good fortune to join Janine for a number of the events in recent years. Each one has been excellent and at times provocative, and I'm again delighted to take part today. Thanks so much, Janine. I'd like to invite our first round of panelists to come up here, and we're going to have you all sit up here at the same time. So if you just want to begin to make your way up here to the desk, that would be great. Ken, if you want to join us too. And I'll wait for them to make their way over here and then provide a very brief introduction for each of them. Anywhere you want to sit is absolutely fine. As they get seated, let me tell you a little bit about how this will work. For the next couple of hours, we're going to hear the stories of survivors of homicide victims, people whose lives were changed forever by the violent acts of others. The individuals who are joining us today come from states which have different punishments for society's harshest crimes. Our first panel is comprised of survivors from Texas, where, as we all know, there is a death penalty. They will talk about what happened to their loved ones. They'll talk about their lives since. And they will talk about what, if any, impact the death penalty has had on their healing process. Joining us today are Aji Verghese, whose mother and father were killed during a convenience store holdup in Houston back in 2000. Seated next to Aji is Paula Curlin, whose daughter was killed by a man who broke into her Austin home back in 1986. And seated next to Paula is Kent Whitaker, whose wife and son were killed by a man who was hired by the Whitakers' other son. That happened back in Houston, in a Houston suburb, in 2003. Each of our participants will take, as Janine said, about 15 minutes or so to share their story with us. And then if we have some time at the end, we'd like to take questions from you, because I'm sure you will be moved and touched by what you hear from these individuals. So we'll begin our presentations, and we will begin today with Paula Curlin. Paula, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. I feel very privileged and honored to be a part of this process. Marilyn and Mark have really done a remarkable job in representing the victims. So I thank you. Hold it closer. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Mike and Mark. This is really, for me, a wonderful, wonderful experience, because for the first time, the victims really have a voice, and they have credible people behind them. And the interviews that they've conducted with all of the victims has finally represented the other side of the coin. My daughter, Mitzi, was murdered on her 21st birthday in her home in Austin, Texas, and her roommate was also murdered. The offender was a serial rapist, a drug dealer, drug user, and a number of other crimes that I don't have time to go into. And he had been stalking Kelly, which was Mitzi's roommate. And he came into the house and had been there so many times that he made friends with Kelly's dog. And so the dog didn't even bark when he came in. And he went to Kelly's room with the intent of raping her. And she fought him, and it cost her her life. He stabbed Kelly 14 times and slit her throat 3 times as she was reaching for the phone to get some help. Mitzi was awakened by her screams, and she went to see what was going on, and she met him in the hallway. He was going out as Mitzi came out of her bedroom. And he attacked Mitzi, stabbed her 28 times, and she fought him, and they fought all the way into her bedroom closet, and she died. She bled to death in a fetal position in her closet. It's a hard thing to sit in a courtroom and just be nothing, which is exactly what I felt, because it's the state versus the offender. My daughter was just happenstance, she and her roommate. A third person was almost killed. Mitzi's boyfriend was there, and he pulled Jonathan. Jonathan Wayne Nobles is the offender. He pulled Jonathan off of Mitzi, and Jonathan started stabbing Ronnie. Ronnie fought him all the way down the hallway into the living room, and he was stabbed 19 times and lost an eye, his spleen, and contracted hepatitis C in the hospital. He's only alive through the grace of God. This one act, one night, affected 5 different families, hundreds of people, changed lives forever. My two surviving children were 15 and 13 at the time of Mitzi's murder. And I died, literally I died. And I was a walking dead person for 12 years. For 12 years I tried to see Jonathan on death row, but was not allowed to do so until 1998. And I had a mediation with him 2 weeks before he was executed. The experience for my children, to say horrific is an understatement. They lost their mother and their sister one night by a stranger who invaded my daughter's home. The changes in our lives are so numerous that I can't even go into it because we have such a short period of time. But the changes were so drastic and so awful because I wasn't there. Mentally, I wasn't there. My total focus was Jonathan Wayne Nobles. I fought for 12 years to see him. I fought for 12 years to keep him on death row. I finally got to see him 2 weeks before he was executed, and the mediation was life-saving for me. It gave me back my life, and I was able to put Jonathan where he needed to be, and that was away from my family because he had controlled my total existence for 12 years, and that's a terrible place to be when you're a mother. It was so important that I keep him on death row. My daughter, Kara, ran away from home because she couldn't stand her pain and mine. I sent my son back to live with his father, which is a mistake that I will forever live with, a great, great mistake. But as I said, I wasn't capable of taking care of myself, much less my children. The mediation for me was life-saving. I had friends at Victim Services for TDCJ and friends at the AG's office that I couldn't have made it without them for those 12 horrible years. I can't say how thankful and grateful I am for their love and their support. And some of them are here, and they both know, they all know how I feel. I walked out of the mediation. Let me back up. I walked into the mediation, and I was determined that it was going to take me 30 seconds to say what I had to say, because I really didn't care to hear anything he had to say. I didn't want to ask him why, because I still don't care why he did it. There was no way that that could be justified. I don't care why he did it. All I know is that he did it. And he changed so many people's lives, and not for the better. My mediation lasted for over 5 hours. It was amazing. It was a very difficult thing to do, but it was a life-saving experience for me. I walked out of there a new person and a free person, and I left Jonathan on death row where he needed to be, and I was able to get back with my family. And today, I do this. I come and share my experience, because to me it's not a story. None of these people have stories. These are their life experiences, and I never use the word story. But without this experience to be shared with people who can make the changes, there is no place for us to go if we can't get with people that can make changes, and the law is the place to go. And anyone who has ever worked with a victim, they can tell you if you just listen to what they have to say, that you will understand just even a small, small portion of what they've lived with and what they still live with. You know, this year will be 26 years since my daughter was murdered. And yet sometimes it's still like it was 5 minutes ago. She was murdered on her birthday, so that's not a real happy day for us. And some years it's easier than others, and some years we can just barely make it through. My daughter, Kira, is now 42, and she has 3 children. My son, Joey, is 40. He has 3 children, and if anything happened to one of my grandchildren, I don't know what my children would do. I don't know how they would handle it. Sometimes I would think that they would be stronger than I was, and I thought I was a strong person. But that really knocked the wind out of me for a long, long time. But I do appreciate so much being able to share my experience with people who can make a difference. And Marilyn and Mark have made a huge difference. Now we just need to get it to all of the law students and let them understand that this is a part of the law. Victims are not nothing. We're the reason there are courts, because it's always the court against the offender, not the victim being defended. And I think that needs to change in some way, because the only thing that we can do is a victim impact statement. And what does that mean to a bunch of strangers? Absolutely nothing. You know, so I thank you for your time. I thank you for your kindness in listening to me. And again, I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to be a part of this.
Paula, thanks for sharing your experiences. Appreciate it.
Thank you for catching that.
I did, yes. Ajit.
Okay, this is the first time I've talked about this in public, so pardon as I go through this. I just want to give you a little background on how close-knit the family was. My parents came here from Kerala, India in 1980 to Texas, USA, to seek better opportunities for their 4 children. The parents' names were Thangachan and Achama Mathai. My papa worked as a mechanic in the local hospital and did house repair work to make ends meet, while Mommy stayed at home and raised us. In the late 1980s, Mommy actually passed the GED and started working as a central supply technician in the same hospital. After my papa's retirement, he bought a gas station as his golden egg for his retirement years. All 4 of the children studied well in public school system, graduated from colleges, married, and 3 of us had children by 2000. February 12, 2000, Saturday morning, I actually stopped by because my parents' house were like in 5 minutes in Sugar Land, Texas, within all of the children. So I stopped by there as usual with my kids, and Mommy was off. Mommy was off from her usual job at the hospital, and she was cooking. That's usual what she does. She cooks because she never knows which one of the kids or the grandkids or the spouses will come with, the in-laws will come with the kids, so she always cooked. And she was actually making chapatis. For chapatis are like tortillas, so, and those were my favorite. So I had one, and then I said, oh, and she said, oh, have some more. I said, no, I have to run. I had actually guests coming that evening, so I said, okay, I'm going to run, and took some of her curries and went away. And we have a ritual in the past few years where when she cooks, and I go hugging her from behind. And then she'll always say in my native language, say, oh, let go, I can't cook while you're holding me like that. And we did that, and I left. Papa had already gone to the store in the morning. So I left. And in the afternoon, she called me and said, oh, I have to take food for Papa at the store. And I said, okay. She never really did that, but since he was staying there the whole day, she was going to go do that. And I said, okay. In the evening, after my guest left, one of my friends called and said, did Uncle and Auntie come back from the store? And I said, well, I don't know if they came back. And I kept asking what's going on. She said, nothing. Did Auntie go to the store? And I said, well, I know Mommy went to the store to drop off food, so I would assume she would have been back by then. So I called the house. My little sister and her husband were living at the house at that time. So I asked him what's going on. And he said, I didn't know. Another aunt is calling me and telling me there was a robbery at the store. I don't know the details. And they're at the hospital. I said, okay, come pick me up. So all three of us, my little sister and I and my brother-in-law, went to hospital. And while he was parking, my little sister and I walked in. And I remember holding her hand. And the resident surgeon and the counselor, I believe, walked in and took us to a room. And I asked, where's Papa? And they said, Papa died at the hospital. And next instant I asked where's Mommy? Because we had no clue where she was. And she said she never even made it to the hospital. She died on the spot. And I remember both of us screamed. And that's when the nightmare started. We actually saw Papa at the hospital that day. He was lifeless, just with some tubes on him. And later that night, I actually went to the house, and I slept on their bed, hoping to feel them, I guess, I don't know. And then it was just crazy, because just fields of people and, relatives and rituals that we had to do and everything, and trying to find a grave site. Suddenly, for two of the people trying to find the best spot for them, we picked under this tree because we thought they might like it, and just going through all that. And then I remember we went to the store to see where it took place. And I remember seeing the pool of blood, and we left it like that on the carpet for some time until eventually we cut it out. And then just getting my mom's purse and my papa's sweater, everything out of the store. One of the hardest things we had to do was actually dress my mommy. It's kind of expected that she'll be buried in the sari. Sari is like 5 yards of material, if anybody has ever seen one. It's complex just enough to put it on a live person by yourself or with anybody. But to put it on her, who was just lying down cold, and I remember seeing her curly hair just because they had just showered her, and it was one of the hardest things, because you can't put a sari blouse and wrap and do all that, and we wanted to make it perfect, so just putting all that we did, it took us a long time, $3 for us to do that. And next week we were busy with the burial services and just dealing with the media, because what happened was the local station had the office right next to the store. So they intercepted the police scanner, and they were on at the store before even the paramedics got there. So there was actually a live shot of my papa being wheeled out of the store. So they kept replaying it for several days, and they came, and then we had multiple shootings that week within convenience store. So just the idea of 5 deaths in 1 week, convenience store related, and so the public got into it, the communities got into it, the mayor got involved, we had rallies, and I'm actually happy that the media got involved, because giving it that publicity helped capture him within 1 week. And what happened at that store that night is is from the trial, from what the prosecutors have told us and from the eyewitness have told us. It's a 19-year-old African-American male named Robert Woodard walked in. And people say he was actually a usual customer. So he came in with his blue hood on, and came in shooting. And Mommy apparently was at the register, and Mommy doesn't work at the register because her normal job is at the hospital. And apparently she just stayed on to help Papa out. And he demanded money. He came from back to the store, and he actually started shooting Papa already. So when Papa actually went down, he accidentally pulled Mommy down with him. So both of them were down. And then Woodard actually asked Mommy to get up. And there was actually a customer already at the store, an African-American lady. And he said, my beef isn't with you, so just put your head down. So she did. She saw him, but she put her head down. And then he demanded Mommy to get up, and she did. And Mommy was screaming to spare their lives. And she couldn't open the register fast enough. And then he heard the sirens outside. He thought the sirens were for him, but it's not. It was just in an area that police went through. And so he went to the door, and he thought it was locked. And anyway, he demanded it to be opened, and then it was open, and then he came back. And Mommy was standing at the register, and he called her the B word. And then he shot her execution style. So that's why Mommy never even made it to the hospital. And then he left. When he was leaving, there was actually another male outside on the payphone, demanded his keys, and went away with the getaway car. He went that night to his half-brother's apartment. He confessed to his half-brother. He confessed to his girlfriend. And very next morning, he didn't get any money. He actually just ripped the lottery tickets when he was leaving. So all he got out of that was scratch-off tickets. And he actually tried to redeem it the next morning, the lottery tickets. I feel bad for those two eyewitnesses who saw him. The lady in the store actually had to go through months of therapy before she actually even spoke at the trial. The guy whose car was stolen was eventually sold the car. He actually got rid of the gun in the bayou with the help of a friend. He was actually captured 1 week later with somebody calling the cops with the tip. I mean, if given a chance, I would like to ask him a lot of questions, but why come back to the register to shoot my mommy execution style after you were exiting the store? Why call her the B word? I literally cannot believe that was the last word she heard. See, she's the epitome of love and grace and faith and spirituality. I have seen her on her knees praying, not for herself, but for others, for the friends, for the family who's going through trials. So for me, that's extremely hard. That was the last word. In January of 2001, the jury selection process started. That lasted 3 weeks. I sat in the court every day to watch him daily as the defense and prosecutors fielded from 220 potential candidates to just 12. I stared at him often, especially his hands, because it was those hands that took my papa and mommy away. The defense team never came and said hello to me, except one of the defense attorney did. One time she said hello, because they all knew who I was sitting in the court, and there was nobody else pretty much in the court. The prosecution team was good, of course, because we won. It was two wonderful ladies who did a marvelous job. And I met with them a couple of times before the trial because they wanted me to speak, so they had asked me to come in, and I saw the photographs and all that. And I spoke twice during the trial. The first time during the first phase, the second time during the punishment phase, whether it's death penalty or not. I stared at him as I read my statement. He never showed any remorse. I actually expressed sympathy to his family, his half-brother and girlfriend who were sitting there, but I never saw any remorse. He actually would look at me right back, but he never showed any remorse. It has been 13 years of waiting, delayed by automatic and defendant-driven appeals. He has been denied appeals on every level. When I emailed the office a couple of months ago, they replied that he'll probably execute it soon, probably this year. I could just write chapters on how it has affected us, the family, how I feel about the judicial system, the media, the spirituality, so many topics, but this is just a 15-minute, so I won't go into it. What do I feel about death penalty and execution? I really never sat there and analyzed it, but I guess this week, since I had to do this, I was kind of forced to think about it more and more. I've never met the assailant since the trial, and I've not gone to jail to meet him. Yesterday, I was thinking, I think I would like to meet with him, especially after hearing Paula. I think I would like to meet with him. Not to ask why or anything, just to see how he has changed, what he would like to say to me. I have not gone to the level of forgiveness as others in this panel have. I know several of you have, but I'm glad he was caught. I'm glad he was given a fair trial. A part of me is pleased that he will have an end date, even if it's chosen by humans. I don't know if 23 hours in a cell have rehabilitated him. His internet writings claim to be from him. Actually, doesn't reflect that. I know taking the father of a child from this world via lethal injection will not ever bring my parents back. I know that injection will not ever let him feel the terror and pain that my parents felt with gunshots. I know I'll be there for the execution. I don't think the process will bring me any joy or happiness or closure, as everybody says it. It's never closed. It's just there. Another day. It'll be another day. But how have I coped with it? I stopped working as an information technology consultant in February of 2000. I helped plan out the cemetery ledgers. We had to do what they call ledgers on top of the burial. So it's like our marble. It's inscribed with things that we wanted on it. I helped with the cleaning up and sale of their home, helped my brother with the store, and went to India in May to take care of the wedding that my parents had said they would conduct. A year later, I actually went back to India to take care of my maternal grandfather who was dealing with cancer treatment. Since my mom wasn't there, I kind of felt obligated I should go and do that. So I was there with him for a month for that. I tried to help my brother who was battling with depression. He was trying to run the gas station. See, and in addition, he had an overwhelming sense of guilt. That Saturday morning, February 12th, my mom had called him and asked him to take the food to Papa. And he said no. Since he was so extremely close to Mommy and felt that she died instead of him. And I often told him, Mommy would never have wanted it any other way. Mommy would rather have you alive here so that you can take care of the two children of his own. But guilt and sadness overwhelmed him. Professional therapy didn't help him. I dealt with my brother's suicide in 2003. We sold the gas station. I dealt with my grandparents' death. And they lived in misery the last few years of their life because to them, outliving a daughter was hard enough, but just having her experience that was traumatic for them. What that guy did in a few seconds didn't just impact my parents, but had such a domino effect on so many. I plunged into taking care of my own two children. I actually wanted to be strong. I didn't want the kids to experience depression and sadness every day of their lives witnessing it. So I actually I decided not to go through that same path as my brother. I just became the suburban mom, typical suburban mom, volunteering to be the room mom, the Girl Scout leader, the chauffeur, the Sunday school teacher. Now I'm actually enrolled in nursing school to enter the world of healing. I know it still overwhelms me at times when I hear a Mother's Day poem at church or when I see my extended family at weddings. And I remember how much my papa loves to hit the pots and pans and just sing with his siblings. I still have that earring that my mom wore. So when I look at it, it has blood in it, and I never washed it off. Or when I feel my papa's sweater that I gave him that I was in the store, it's hard. I can't imagine how scared my parents must have been seeing each other being shot, feeling helpless, and my mommy begging him to spare their lives. I know I'd still sense a shiver down my spine when I see a tall male with a navy blue sweatshirt with his hood on in public. And that's because during the court trial, they made him wear that and stand in front of us so the eyewitness could identify him. Honestly, for the past 13 years, I don't really think about Woodard too much. I know he grew up in poverty. As I stated in the victim statement, that is never an excuse to take others' life. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, nor did my parents. We learned that hard work and perseverance helped you to be a better future. We also learned that education was the key to success. So instead of skipping classes, trespassing, doing drugs, trying to find guns, we chose to finish school. After all, in this land, every kid has an opportunity to free school system. That's not common in every other country. We are blessed to have that. For every kid who chooses to take up a gun, there is another child who decides to take up a book. What has helped me? When I pray to God, it helps me to find his guidance. Yes, it's the same God that took my parents. I don't know how the powers of God work, nor will I ever understand his mysteries. I still believe he is the highest form of love and healing. I do surround myself with good friends who helped me and encourages me. And a lot of them don't even know about my parents' death. I don't publicly sit there and talk about it. Or when I exercise, walk, or do yoga, I feel that sense of calmness. Actually, what I do in my 30-minute commute to nursing school now is either I'm deep breathing or praying loud to God, unless, of course, it's exam time, then I'm listening to lectures. But I often say to my friends and family, life is short. I think they're sick and tired of hearing me say that. So I dance whenever I can, and I really don't need alcohol to dance. It's just I choose to dance instead of sitting. I think that was actually part of a song, but I enjoy traveling. I still have to travel so much more to see the world. But most of all, I try to do my best in raising my 2 children who are now teenagers. They are the future of this land. They are aware of the grandparents' death, especially this week. They know that my parents died at a very young age. My papa was just 57. My mama was just 50. I often tell them, no matter what happens in life, you still have to move on. There is a reason why God placed you here in this family with us. We've actually started a charity in my parents' foundation, and the kids actually work through that also. And then all of us, we try to meet often. Like I try to schedule either small trips or we'll have Christmas traditions, things that my parents did. We tried to continue most of that. But Mama was the glue, so it's actually harder to keep that going, but we still try. But we still meet. And when I look at the 8 grandchildren, I still see my parents smile. Thanks for listening to my experience.
Thank you so much, Najee. Ken Whitaker.
So much pain, so many people. I think that's one of the things that everybody should bring with them as they leave here. That these ripple effects go into lives in ways that you cannot imagine. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank Dean Kearney and the whole Marquette Law School family for hosting this event. As a victim survivor, I can tell you that something like this has been needed for a long time. And Dr. Armour, thank you so much for doing this study. And Dean Wiksinski-Vogel and Justice Geske, thank you so much for including me and allowing me to speak too. But I'm a unique case because I live on both sides. And it gets complicated. Because on the one hand, I'm a murder victim survivor. I was within 5 feet of my wife and my 19-year-old son when they were shot and killed. And I should have been the 3rd person who died that night. So I understand the pain and the anguish and the sense of horrible violation that comes when a loved one is robbed from you through murder. But I'm also the father of the one who arranged for those murders. So I also live in that unique loss that comes to a family whose loved one commits a crime like that, and it's different. I'm a law and order guy who believes that society must protect itself from people who go so far outside the bounds of society that they would take someone's life. But I'm also a Christian who believes in forgiveness and that every one of us needs God's forgiveness and grace, and that no one, not even murderers, can step beyond the reach of that grace. So like I said, it's complicated. Here's a little bit about my story. On the night of December 10th, 2003, my wife Tricia and I, my 19-year-old son Kevin, and our older son Bart left to go out and celebrate Bart's upcoming college graduation. When we got home, Kevin walked into the house, followed by Tricia, and there were two loud noises. I stepped forward, and I saw a man just inside the dark home, maybe 8 feet away, wearing a ski mask. The next moment, I was hit hard in the right chest, and I fell back onto the porch. And that's when I realized that those sounds had been gunshots. And there had been 3 of them, one for each of us. Before I could call out and warn Bart, there was a 4th blast from deep inside the house. And I thought, my God, he shot all of us. Why? Well, I lay there unable to get up, bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to my chest. And I prayed that if it was my time to die, I was ready, Lord, but protect my family. And although I called out to each one of them, I got no replies, except for some quiet, wet coughs coming from Tricia. Now, I'd never heard those kind of coughs before, but instinctively I knew they were the sound of someone trying to clear their lungs from filling with blood. Well, the police arrived and the paramedics tried to keep us alive. And Trish and I were both life-flighted to Houston's Medical Center, and Bart joined us there by ambulance a few minutes later. And that's where I learned that Tricia had died halfway through the flight, and that Kevin had died almost instantly, right inside my front door. Now that night, as I lay in my hospital bed alone, trying to get a grip on how my life had just changed, my emotions were all over the place. There was a crushing sadness. There was an emotional numbness that made me feel like I was witnessing some sort of a movie. But my strongest emotion was hatred and a deep desire for revenge, because I just wanted to hurt this person who had stolen my entire life. Now, as a Christian, I wrestled with my faith too. And I asked God why he'd allowed this, and why some of the promises in the Bible just seemed to didn't make sense, be untrue. Foremost in those was Romans 8:28, which says that God will take all things and work them for good for those who love him and are called to his service. And I wondered, there wasn't any way that could be true in this case. But you know, I needed God now more than I ever had. And through a series of decisions, I made the decision that night to trust him, telling him that I believed that he would somehow work the murders for good for somebody, somewhere. And as soon as I had settled that in my mind, God placed a question there. And it was, good, what about the shooter? Which is a strange question. But reading between the lines, I realized that he was encouraging me for trusting him in the Romans 8:28 thing, but was asking, was I going to trust him in the other hard stuff? Things like, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And I realized he was wanting me to forgive that guy. Now, left to myself, I'd probably choose revenge over forgiveness every time, because it seems like that would be the more satisfying. Now, I know what the Bible says about forgiveness, and I try to walk out my faith. But he wanted me to forgive the killer. And I knew I couldn't do it. But I told God that I truly believed that's what he wanted to do for some reason. And if he wanted me to forgive that guy, I would ask him to help me. But he was going to have to do the hard work, because I wasn't going to do it. I couldn't do it. Well, long story short, he did meet me there that night. and through some miraculous events that still amaze me to this day, I found myself forgiving that complete stranger for everything. And believe me, I was more surprised by that than you probably are listening to me. Why God chose to work that way, I had no clue. But the next day, I began to see what might be happening here, because the police told me that they'd found out that Bart wasn't about to graduate from college after all. In fact, he wasn't even in school that semester. And he had actually become their number one suspect for having arranged the murders to hide what they thought was failures in school. He even had, they claimed that he even had his friend, the killer, shoot him in the arm to deflect suspicion. My nightmare had just gotten infinitely worse. Now, back then, I didn't believe any of it, because I didn't know about Bart's mental illness then, or all of the things that I know now today. Later, I would learn that it was Bart's plan. And after running away to Mexico for 15 months, he was arrested and brought back for trial in Texas. He tried to confess to 2 counts of capital murder if the DA would stop pursuing the death penalty. In other words, he would agree to receive at least 80 years in prison without chance of parole, which would place him 106 years old when he finally would come up for parole. But even though I and all of my family and all of Tricia's family pleaded with the district attorney's office for 18 months to accept that bargain, they would not back off. And in 2007, Bart was convicted under the law of parties in Texas for having arranged the murders and was sentenced to death, even though he hadn't actually taken anyone's life. So I'd like to speak to the part of the study that deals with closure and the perceived control of our lives that Dr. Armour showed. Like the study, I found that there was no closure for murder survivor victims. I sure didn't have any. We go to Texas death row nearly every week to visit my son. And I'm in limbo just like all the other respondents from Texas. I don't know what's going to happen to him. But I can tell you that killing Bart isn't going to bring me any closure. In fact, it's only going to bring more pain and loss to me and my family, and especially to his grandparents, who are both in their 90s and who would visit him, too, until their health prevented them from making the 8-hour round trip that visits take. But just because I will never have closure, that doesn't mean that I haven't regained control of my life after it had spun so far out of control that you can't imagine. And that control came through the door of forgiveness. And yeah, God granted me that instant forgiveness. And even today, I shake my head in wonder at that. But still, I had to walk out the recovery. And it was hard through counseling and grief groups. Because there's a lot of hard work, because I had to accept the fact that my life would never be the same. I was never going to wake up one morning and find that my old life was back. I was always going to live with the collateral damage that Bart had brought. But I was still alive. And I knew that I wanted to live again. I realized that I had a chance to live a new but different life. Yeah, it was one that no longer had Tricia in it, the girl that I'd fallen in love with back in 1969. And I wasn't going to have Kevin in it, with all of his funny ways and his tender heart. And for all practical purposes, I wasn't going to have Bart in it either. But that old life was gone, and it wasn't coming back. And thanks to the freedom that forgiveness has given me, I was able to try to begin a new one. And here's what I learned about forgiveness from all that counseling, which has enabled me to make that new beginning. First of all, forgiveness is not forgetting. You know, a lot of people don't want to forgive because they think it means they have to forget what the person did. And some things are huge. In fact, they're so big that if you could forget them, I think it would really be a case of denial and not forgiveness. Sometimes we need to remember so that we can erect boundaries, healthy boundaries, to keep us from getting hurt again. Secondly, forgiveness doesn't let the person off the hook or justify what they did. It isn't overlooking the consequences for their actions. It just means that you don't take revenge yourself. Thirdly, when someone hurts you, it leaves a deep and painful wound, and forgiveness is necessary for our healing because that's what cleans that wound out. Without forgiveness, the wound becomes infected, and although you will continue to live, what you're going to do is cover all that poison, trapping it inside with scar tissue. Finally, sometimes people don't want to forgive because they don't know how. I didn't know how. There are many techniques that I've learned that will help you forgive. And one really great one is to write a letter to the person listing everything that they've taken from you, and then say, I choose to forgive you for all of this, and sign it. Just writing it out is an important part of your recovery, whether you ever deliver it or not. And here's why it's so important. See, most of the time, we cannot completely forgive because it's too difficult to take in all of the loss. And yet we can't forgive something if we don't recognize it first. Writing it out forces us to face up to the true extent of everything that that person has stolen from us. And choosing to forgive them is an act of empowerment for us, because it says that I've chosen to no longer be the victim, but I've chosen to be the victim who decided to recover. And signing it is important because that makes it a promise to yourself. Now, I've done this with Bart and with the young man who actually pulled the trigger. And I can't tell you the amazing peace that it has brought. Bottom line here, psychologists warn us that whatever controls our mind controls us and our lives, because our mind is like a magnifying glass. Whatever we focus on gets bigger and bigger. And if you're consumed with bitterness and the desire for revenge, even if you're in the right, that's become the biggest thing in your life, and it will effectively control you. And the worst part of it is it blocks you from your eventual healing that you want. See, forgiveness doesn't give somebody power over you. It does just the opposite. It takes their power away and sets you free to find a new life. Now, I sit before you today just about as wounded as a human can be and still live. We all do. I had a loving wife and a beautiful son murdered before my eyes. I nearly died from my own wounds, and I still suffer from damage to my shoulder and arm today left from the gunshot. And my loss is infinitely compounded because my other son, whom I love, arranged those murders and now awaits execution for them. But you know, I also sit here just about as healed as it is possible to be. I'm at peace with life. I have reconciled with my son. I'm very, very happily remarried. I'm enjoying a challenging new career that allows me to speak to thousands of people, bringing healing and hope. I've taken back control of my life to a degree that actually has placed me ahead of where it was before the shootings. I can tell you my healing is real. I may embody the best possible recovery scenario for a victim survivor, and I find that very strange. But you know, my growth and the healing to my son both sprang from my forgiveness, which proves that Romans 8:28 is true after all. Dr. Armour's study concluded that restoring a sense of control over their lives has a strong, direct, and positive effect on people's lives. The study also showed how damaging it was to focus on and to pursue revenge for victim survivors. Forgiveness has released me from those chains and restored a sense of control over my life that has allowed me to move into a life of peace and joy that I wouldn't have believed possible 8 years ago. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Thanks to each of you. I have one question, and then we'll take your questions. and it's based on two things I heard in the presentations. I heard Ajit say that after listening to Paula, she's thinking maybe it would be a good idea to meet the person who took her parents' lives. Paul, I heard you say for 12 years you were among the walking dead. Mm-hmm. But you got your life back when you met with Mitzi's killer. Why? Why did you get your life back? What did it do for you?
The mediation allowed me the freedom to say the things that I felt at the time that Mitzi was murdered, and to show him that he had really destroyed more than just 2 lives that night. Not only his, but he had 2 children as well. And he didn't have the support of a mother. I found out after the execution that he had been sexually molested by his mother for years. And his mother's only remark was that she was not surprised that he had done something like this. She had expected it to happen sooner. The hardest part for me was the forgiveness. God nearly beat me to death with it. And it took me a long time to get to the point of forgiveness. My mediation allowed me to tell him that he was forgiven for not what he had done, but as a person. The hardest part for me was seeing him as a human being, because all I had seen before was a monster. The person that I met on death row was not the same person that I met in the courtroom 12 years before. The man that I met in the courtroom was pure evil, and it was very disturbing just to look at him, because his eyes were so black. And the most amazing thing to me was that when I met with him, he had eyes, and he was human. And whether he accepted my forgiveness or not, that's why my mediation was only going to take 30 minutes. I was going to go in and say, I've forgiven you, not what you did, but you as a person, I have forgiven you. And that's all I intended to say. But then the humanity part came in, and it literally saved my life. I think that if Ajit goes in and speaks with him, forgiveness to me is a very private issue. That's between me and God. It isn't between me and the clergy and me and the whole civilization. It's a very private, personal thing. If she reaches the point of forgiveness by doing the mediation, the only thing it can do is help her, because it's what saved me. Yeah, the mediation was awesome. I would recommend it to everyone that feels they need it.
Let me take a couple of questions from our audience. Those of you in the seating bowl, we ask that you press down on the rim, not the little ball, but the rim. If you keep your finger down on that, we'll all be able to hear you. Ryan will also try to make sure that we can hear you to the best of our capabilities. Please raise your hand and ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to ask why it took 12 years to arrange the mediation.
Well, at that time, because he was on death row, Texas wasn't doing the death row mediations. And they had just really started the victim offender mediation dialogue a couple of years before that. And when I was trying on my own to see Jonathan, I was blocked at every avenue because, of course, I was the mother of one of his victims. And it took 12 years before I was able to get with Victim Services, and they asked me would I want to participate, because it's always with Victim Service, it's what the victim needs. In '98, in April, I was contacted and asked if I would like to participate. Well, that was just an answer to a prayer. I was already advanced in the process of getting to the point that I could sit down and speak with him. And then the mediation was scheduled for September the 22nd. The mediation took place. The execution was scheduled for October the 7th. And when we had the mediation, every bit of weight that I'd been carrying from myself and my family, I was able to release in that mediation. But the reason it took so long is because it was non-existent until just a couple of years before. And it's no longer on death row. There are no more on death row.
I believe Mark said last night, I think there was on death. I mean, we can
Are they
still
still
go
doing
through,
death row?
Yeah. But I
Okay.
think it's also when they're on death row, they get automatic appeals. When they're going through the appeal process, we don't get to meet with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for my case, the appeal process just ended. So it's just a matter of time whether he agrees after I put in the request. So whenever they're going through that appeal process, we don't get to meet with them.
Let me take a question here, and then we'll go down there. Yes, sir.
If there is a mediation, is there some way of protecting the victim? Because at times when we see these inmate letters, even 10 years later, they're just as evil, they're just as vile. So is there a protection so the defendant cannot verbally re-victimize the victim?
There is a preparation that the victims go through, and it's very intense and very extensive. And it's all about the victim. They prepare both the victim and the offender. And it is not to be a screaming match, not to be an insulting thing, not to go in and just cuss them out, you know. It's for you to be able to express what you've been experiencing for all of those years. And the offender has to agree to that. And if they don't, then there is no mediation. Because the ultimate part of this is to protect the victims.
Let me go over here real quickly. We'll come back up to Mike. Yes.
A question as to the mediation. You said that you used much of this 12 years trying to keep him on death row. A lot of your emotional energy went to keeping him there. How do you view the concept of death row? Because of the appeals, this was always, you know,
Do you really want to know?
Would it have been easier if it had been life without parole versus death row? Would that have relieved some of your emotional stress?
No, it wouldn't have. And I've had a lot of people ask me about that. Things happen the way that they're supposed to happen. I truly believe that. Some crimes are so heinous they don't deserve anything other than the death penalty. But at that time, we didn't have life without parole. That's only been a recent thing in Texas. And I thank God that we have both, because I support both. I would never want the death penalty to be abolished, because there are just some evil people out there, whether we like it or not. And that they've broken the law, not only the law of God, but the law of man. And I didn't initiate the death penalty, you know, and I don't even debate it. But yes, I support the death penalty, and no, if he had gotten life without parole, I would not have been satisfied, because in Texas there was no such thing. He would have gotten life, which doesn't mean life. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Let me take your question, and then we'll go up here to Mike, and we'll...
Thank you. My question is for Kent. I'm wondering what the penalty was for the individual who actually shot your family.
He was allowed to plead to a single count of first-degree murder. So first-degree or capital murder, I don't remember, but I think it was first-degree murder. He was given a 30-year sentence. That's correct, right? Yeah. So a single count of first-degree murder. So he will be up for parole in 30 years. And
Obscene.
huh?
That's obscene. I'm sorry.
Let me take Mike's question.
Paula, could you describe for us what effect it had, the execution itself had? Did that bring some solace, or what was the effect of the execution itself?
It isn't something that I would want to do again. It was not an easy thing. I even grieved for Jonathan, and it was a release. Closure. There's no such animal. You know, that's a media thing. That isn't a victim thing. But as far as solace, no, it was a release of all of the bondage that I had carried for all of those years. The mediation gave me a voice. The execution gave me a life. And Jonathan understood. I mean, once we got through the mediation, Jonathan understood, and he was very gracious about it. And his last words were Corinthians 13, the whole chapter. He recited it on death row, on the gurney, and died singing Silent Night. So he was, he had already accepted what he had done and what was going to have to happen, and he gave me a lot of relief, even on death, even in the execution chamber. It was life-giving more than life-taking.
I'd like to thank.
Did you understand that? Okay.
I think so.
I'd like to thank all three of our panelists for making the trip north and being with us today. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are going to take about a 15-minute break. When we come back, we'll hear more of the victim survivors, and we'll resume again at 10 after 10. Thank you. Again, welcome back to the conference. I first wanted to say thank you to our last panel. It was very powerful, very moving, and we're very fortunate to have them with us today. We're also fortunate to have our next panelists with us. Our second panel is comprised of survivors of homicide victims from Minnesota and Wisconsin, states where the harshest punishment is life in prison without parole or with the possibility of parole in some cases. Like those on the panel before them, our participants will talk about what happened to their loved ones. They'll talk about what life has been like since that time. And they will talk about how they have been affected by the life sentences given to the people who killed their family members. With us today, and I'll start down at my far left, Patty Drew. Patty's father was killed 15 years ago while performing his duties as a health inspector in the city of St. Paul. Seated next to Patty is Susie Carlson. She was 15 years old when her mother was killed in their home by Susie's stepdad. Both Susie and Patty are from Minnesota. We appreciate you being with us. Our final panelist is Mary Kay Balchunas. She's from the Milwaukee area. Her son Jay was a special agent with the Department of Justice. He was killed during a botched holdup in 2004. Thanks again for being with us, Mary Kay. Again, each of our participants will take about 15 minutes or so to tell us about their experiences, and then if we have some time at the end, and we anticipate we will, we'll take a few of your questions, and they've been good enough to be willing to do that, as were our last panelists. So let's begin today with Patty Drew. Patty?
Good morning. I'm going to stand. I'm a teacher, and sitting is just anathema, so I'm going to stand. And you have a picture of my dad there. His name is Don Juneman, and he was a building inspector for the health department of the city of St. Paul. And his job was to go out and visit homes where people were breaking code violations regarding health. For example, the man that shot him was a hoarder, and I know you're familiar with that. And my dad's job was to go out and make sure that he was making progress in cleaning up his yard, cleaning up his house. Just to paint the picture, this was a guy who kept deer carcasses in his yard to feed the neighborhood cats and dogs. And while that might have been okay out in rural Minnesota, it wasn't okay in the city of St. Paul. And my dad's way of dealing with things was to talk to people and say, hey, if you can get this done by next month, then we'll set another goal. And that was his way of handling things. The man who shot him on that particular day, and I'll get more into the particulars in a moment, decided that he didn't like government interference in his life, and he wanted to send a message that they should keep their nose out of their business. He had also intended to kill another man, a parking enforcement officer, who would enforce parking tickets on the cars the man was collecting in the neighborhood. So, to give my story, it was Christmas Eve, 1997. I was home with my kids. As I said, I'm a teacher, and I had the great good fortune of having a 2.5-year-old child with chickenpox. And my husband came home that day, and he was going to stay home with my son that night. My daughter and I were going to the family Christmas Eve party. And about 5:15, my mom called, and I was in the shower getting ready to go. My husband answered the phone, and my husband is the soul of calm. You know, he just handles whatever life hands him. And my mom said, you know what? I was supposed to meet Don at 12 for lunch today. He was going to take a half a day off, and we were going to meet for lunch. And he hasn't come home. And my husband didn't even miss a beat. He just said, call the police. And the reason he said that, and this becomes a theme throughout our story, was that our family is predictable. We're one of those families, if you're not home when you say you're coming home, you make a phone call. And if you don't, oh my gosh, hell broke loose. So when he didn't come home or he didn't connect with Mom, we knew something was wrong. So Mom called the police. She called the St. Paul police because that's where Dad worked. My mom lived in a suburb of the city. It's called Woodbury, which was out of their jurisdiction, but of course Dad worked in St. Paul. So she called them, and they gave her the standard line that people become familiar with. Oh yeah, you know, maybe he's out having a drink with his friends. Maybe he stopped to Christmas shop. You know, we can't really do anything about it. We're a little short-staffed. It's Christmas Eve. And we just knew something was wrong. So instead of going to a Christmas party, I went to my mom. I took my daughter. We still thought, you know, maybe we'll go to this Christmas party. We ended up mobilizing the Christmas party, and they went out combing the streets of St. Paul looking for my dad's little red truck. A few hours later, after making phone calls to bosses, making phone calls to more people, we decided to call in the Woodbury Police Department, and they took us very, very seriously. And the reason they took us seriously is because my dad was also a volunteer firefighter, and they knew him very, very well. And they knew the kind of man that he was. Yes, they checked the fire department, and then they sent out a call through the fire signal to let everybody know, have you seen Don Ginneman? We're going to need some help looking for him. And through all this, you know, I'm trying to calm down a 4.5-year-old who's wondering where her Bumpa Don is. And about 10 o'clock, we were getting ready to leave. We had gotten a babysitter for my daughter. We were getting ready to meet my dad's boss to see if we could figure out where he had gone that day. Unfortunately, the city of St. Paul had a very lousy way, in my opinion, of giving out assignments. At the beginning of the week, they'd say, here's your paperwork, hit these houses this week. And there really was no, as long as you did your job, there was no accountability in terms of, I'm going here today, I'm in, I'm safe, I'm out. And we weren't really sure where he had gone. So about 10 o'clock, we were getting ready to leave, and a call came in from my uncle who had found my dad's truck. And the police basically said, leave it alone, don't go near it, tell us the address. And my mom and I got a ride in the back of a squad car. If you've never done it, I don't recommend it. It's not a very nice place to be. But we got a ride in the back of the squad car into St. Paul, about a 15-minute drive, sirens blazing. And we got there and we saw this truck. The police, the St. Paul police, had already arrived, and they saw on the front seat of the truck, we weren't allowed to leave our squad car, they saw on the front seat of the truck a picture and his work orders. And found out later, they just looked at it and went, oh, that house. So they walked to the street, knocked on the door, and it wasn't very long before there were a lot of police there knocking on doors, and a lot of action happened. As it was, my mom and I ended up going home a couple hours later because we're family members, and you know we couldn't really do anything to help. Tried to create some Christmas for my children the next day. About 5:30 the next morning, I got a call from my sister saying that we were requested to be at my mom's house by 9 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock on Christmas morning, after doing a little Santa for a 2- and 4-year-old, we went to my mom's house, pulled up behind the chaplain's car, which is never a good thing, and went in to meet the mayor of St. Paul, the police chief, captain, and the chaplain, and be told that my father was dead, and then the man who had killed him was in custody. By 4 o'clock that day, they had retrieved my dad's body. The man who had killed him had taken him up to Wisconsin, buried him in a hunting area, and had come home, had been caught the next day coming back to kind of snoop around the crime scene. And they took him in, and he eventually confessed. As far as things went, some of the issues for you to think about, the day after Christmas, I should say the day of Christmas, I became acquainted with Margaret. Thank you, Margaret, who helped walk us through a lot of this process. But she counseled us that, we had to talk to my kids who were trying to figure out, where's Grandpa? And the day after Christmas, after we had been to the morgue, seen my dad's body, which had been identified by his friends on the police force, we didn't have to do that, thank you. My daughter's like, where's Grandpa? And we made a great choice then. We told our kids the truth. We didn't sugarcoat it. We just said what needed to be said. And I've always subscribed to the belief that kids are ready for what information you give them. Just don't give them more unless they ask for it. And I said, that Grandpa Don was with Jesus. And that delightful little child of mine just looked at us and said, oh, well, Grandpa Don's in my heart then. What a great kid. And what a great way to set her up for the rest of her life. The end result, and I'll say that our process went very, very quickly. 8 months later, everything was set to go to trial. And the night of jury selection, we got a call and said, be at the courtroom tomorrow morning. He's going to plead guilty. What a wonderful gift. We did not have to go through the trial. We didn't have to go through appeals process. James Jerome Jackson pled guilty to first-degree homicide and was sentenced to life. Now, it wasn't life without parole, but he was 69. For all intents and purposes, he was never coming out. And I'll tell you what, my response was, hallelujah, he can't do it again. And that's all I ever cared about. I didn't care what happened to him. I just wanted him removed from my life, and I wanted to made so that nobody ever had to go through that kind of trouble from this man again. So that was kind of my take on it. That's where I came from. So yesterday, I'm sitting at the airport because with 2 kids and being a teacher and all that, I don't have a lot of time at home, and I took some time at the airport to sit down and read through my journal of that year. And it wasn't a very pretty sight, I have to say. I was crying at the airport. Not a good thing. But I was reading about things that I hadn't read in 15 years. I wrote it down knowing that someday I'd want it, and then I read it. And I discovered a few things. Things that I kind of knew but reinforced for me. One, my journey after Dad died was all about control. Okay, here I am standing. Yes, I'm all about control. I'm a teacher. That's what we do. It was about having, because it feels like it had been ripped away from us. Somebody made a choice to kill my dad. I couldn't protect my dad. I couldn't change that man's mind. I couldn't do anything about that. And I felt like I needed to take control of my own life. And so some of those things were little things, like I'm going to get up this morning instead of burying my head under this pillow. And that was hard. It was hard. And some of them were things like, I'm going to eat today. We all lose weight after our loved one dies, or we go the other direction and gain weight. Either way, we lose control of that. So we have to make some decisions about that. Some of them were bigger kinds of decisions, like I'm going to love my kids. I'm going to take care of them. I'm going to make sure that they grow up okay. They're not untouched, but I'm going to make sure that this doesn't become the thing that defines their life. So there were all kinds of decisions. Probably the biggest decision and learning that I made early on, and largely because of the people that I was surrounded with, was this whole idea of forgiveness. And I'll have to tell you, the chaplain told us the day that we were informed that my dad had been killed, that we needed to get working on forgiveness that morning. Don't do that, please. The last thing somebody needs to be thinking about at that time is forgiveness. They need to be thinking about how am I going to make it through the next 5 minutes. But I learned somewhere along the line that forgiveness wasn't about the perpetrator. Forgiveness was about me not letting the perpetrator mess up the rest of my life. It wasn't about forgetting. He did what he did. He did something terribly evil. But I had a life to live, and I was going to get on with it. It was going to be impacted. It was going to be affected, but in ways that I chose. Back to the control again. So And it's very empowering, as Kent was saying before. Yesterday, when I was reading my journal, I came across a line. About a year into this, we had done the grief group thing. And I was very frustrated with my mother and my sister and my brother because they just thought that was the way to go, and it wasn't for me. It drove me crazy. There was a quote on Marilyn's slides last night, and that was me. I hated grief group. It made me crazy. We'd go on Monday night, and then I'd feel bad the rest of the week because we had to relive that all over again. Not my thing. It worked for my mom, my sister, and my brother, but not for me. And I wrote in my journal, I found this, and I thought it was great. It said, yes, I miss my dad terribly, but I simply have 2 children who need my love, my affection, my caretaking, my parenting, and I can't afford to take the time or energy that gets placed in a missing dad and feeling wronged. And that's where I made my choices from. So I made choices to deal with my grief on my own schedule, on my own time. And sometimes that meant tucking it away and dealing with it later because I had 2 kids who needed me. Some of those things, the first one was I'm done with grief group. Drove my mom nuts. This is the way you got to take care of it. No, it's not. I'm on a different timeline, different schedule. It's okay. And ultimately, it works out. And she has learned to understand that people move in different ways and have different needs, and that's okay. I don't do very many memorial services. That's not my thing either. But I do visit the cemetery when I need to. Or I go up to Lake Superior because that was a real special place for my family with my dad. And make those choices. Do I go to church? Yeah, but I got to tell you, I walked out of it an awful lot back at that time because it was just too much sitting, too much other people controlling my time and my thoughts, and I needed to get up. A lot of times I would just walk in the back of the church and listen to what was going on. Probably why I still stand when I talk to people. It's just a way of getting out some of that energy and some of that anxiety. My faith was important, don't get me wrong. My faith was my rock, but the church itself was not. I make music. I'm in an Irish band. That happened after Dad died. It was another way of taking care of myself. I teach. And yes, a few years ago, about 8 years ago, I got recruited to teach forensic science to high school kids. I love it. I couldn't have done that 15 years ago. I had been looking into getting into forensics prior to my dad's death, and after that went, too close. Now I teach it, and I try to teach kids the lessons that I'm sharing with you here. We talk about everything from constitutional law, rules of evidence, to blood spatter. We have the opportunity to talk about ethics. We have the opportunity to talk about how you treat people, and I take that. We have an open door policy in our home. That's part of the choice. We had a 16-year-old drug addict moved in with us shortly after Dad died. It was a choice to help somebody else out. My brother moved in after that. We help other people out because we're trying to make the difference that somebody didn't make with the guy who killed my dad. So, if I'm going to break this down, I'm going to do my Letterman list here. I got 4 big lessons that I got out of this as I was thinking about it yesterday. Before I say that, I'm going to say this. It was a very public case. My dad it was Christmas Eve. He was a well-known guy. Media was tough. Minimize the media. That's a great thing. My Letterman list. Number 4, going backwards here. Reading those journals yesterday was enlightening. I would look back and went, wow, I said that 15 years ago. I was smart. And I found that the core things, the core values I had then are still the core values I have now. People are important. Our relationships are important. Faith in God is important. A little quote that I had in there was, I'm just trying to improve my own little corner of the world. I'm still trying to do that. Okay? And that's how I focused my life and my energy. Those were where my choices were. Truth matters. I remember calling a local news station when they botched the facts of the case and said, hey, this is his daughter. He screwed it up. Pull it off. And they did. Truth mattered. It hurt. It might have been a small deal, but it hurt to hear misstatements. Dad always left the lesson, leave things better than you found them. I live by that. So that's that core values, the core that helps drive me. Number 3, forgiveness is not about the other person. It's about the choices that we make as we move forward. An example of this. Christmas could have been ruined. It was ruined for a while. It was really tough. And I didn't want that to be the case for my 2 kids. And so lessons that we taught and traditions that we put together just before Christmas this year, they're so excited about it. One's 17, one's 19. I mean, Mom, I love Christmas. It's great to be home. It's great to be with the family. And their traditions and their home and their hope all go around that. And that's about forgiveness. They didn't let Jackson, I didn't let Jackson, my husband didn't let Jackson determine what our life was going to be like. Yeah, we're affected. Yeah, we make our choices. Yeah, there's a ripple effect. But it didn't have to ruin our life. Second on the list, control is an illusion. That comes hard to a teacher. We think we are in control. We're not. But I did learn that we can only control our own choices. We can control how we react to things, how we respond to things, how we deal with people, how we choose to live our life, and that we need to trust ourselves when we make those choices. We tell ourselves, our minds, our hearts, our souls know what we need, and we need to trust that and make our choices accordingly and live every moment with that. And probably the number one lesson that I discovered, I'm far more resilient than I ever thought I was. And most of the people that I've met, and you're seeing that here today with the other survivors, we have so much more strength and so much more resilience. But part of that comes from trusting ourselves, believing in our own needs, giving ourselves permission to go through our grief journey at our own pace. And maybe that's dealing with lawyers, maybe that's not dealing with lawyers, but making those choices and respecting that. Surrounding yourself with good people, can't overestimate that. And you guys are some of the good people. Okay, you're the ones who can make a difference. I was so terrified when the defense lawyer, was hired for Jackson, because that particular lawyer had been known to kind of be, but he was a bit of a grandstander. He liked media. He liked to put everything out there, and we thought the trial would be a circus. And as I said, it ended up being a plea. And when the trial was over, or when the bargain session was over, he came up to the family, and he was so gracious and so kind and expressed his condolences and was just very, very good to us. And to reiterate what some people said, that made a difference. It does. You make a difference. It's not a situation anybody wants to live with, whether you're on the prosecution side or on the defense side. It's just a horrible situation. So you do make a difference. Those kind words help. I wouldn't have chosen what happened to my dad, but dang, I'm a much better person because of it. And I'm a better person because of it, because I made the choices that I made once he died. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. Susie?
Thank you for this. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to both Mark and Marilyn. My mother was murdered when I was 15 years old. I have a younger sister who was 10 at the time. It did happen in our home by our stepdad. It was the first Saturday of our spring break, March 26, 1994. And everything happened early in the morning. My stepdad was a bit of a prankster. If we were in the bathroom taking a shower, he would not hesitate to light some little firecrackers and slide them underneath the door. So random stuff like that happened often in our house. So that morning when we heard noises that were very similar to firecrackers, nobody really flinched at all. It wasn't until there were firefighters and police officers standing on our front door wanting to get in the house. I was like, oh my God, somebody heard the firecrackers. I ran upstairs to get my mom because my stepdad had come downstairs. The rest of us kids were in the living room, and I ran upstairs to get my mom to tell her, I'm sitting there thinking I got to tell her to get dressed, and I'm yelling at her as I run through the door of her bedroom, and she was barely alive in her bed. Sorry. She looked at me, and I couldn't believe what had happened. Everything kind of stopped. My sister came up after listening to me scream, and I had to shove her out because I didn't want her to see it. The cops took me out, and they took her. I went and got out of my pajamas and got dressed because I was going to go with her, because I didn't know that she was gone. So, my sister had friends over. They put us in an unmarked car. I was in the front seat. My sister and her friends were in the back. And I still had no idea what had happened. It didn't dawn on me that it was my stepdad that did it. And then I was talking out loud to myself in the car, trying to rationalize what had happened. And my sister says, you know who did it. And she had overheard that it was my stepdad. And I got very, very angry. And I ripped the seatbelt off me, and I didn't have shoes on, and there was a lot of snow on the ground. And I ran across a driveway and a pile of snow in my socks, and I tried to put my fist through the window of the squad car where my stepdad was sitting, which ended me in the back of a squad car, which you don't want to be there. But that was the only way that they could contain me and my anger at the moment. And we still didn't know that my mom was gone. I took her to the police station, and I sat there holding my sister. You know, she's like, is Mom going to be okay? I, in my head, in my heart, I thought there's no way that God would take my mom away when we had just lost my dad a month and a half earlier. And that it was just, you die inside when they tell you that they're gone. And I didn't know what we were going to do. I had to talk with the parents of the other kids that were at my house when all this happened, that had to come to the police station to pick up their children. I called and had to tell my grandparents, which was the worst thing in the world. I had to find somebody to come get us and take us until my grandparents could get there. This was all in Woodbury, Minnesota, and my grandparents and my mom are actually from Milwaukee, so they drove up they got there very quickly. But that's when everything just started, and anger sets in. But being a stubborn 15-year-old kid, I just decided that I didn't like my stepdad anyways, but as stubborn as I was, which is probably a family trait and a teenager trait at that point, as stubborn as I was, that was the last time he was going to make a decision for my life, the last time. So we moved forward. There was a trial. I wasn't allowed to go to the trial except for when I testified. I was hell-bent on torturing him. I would send him nasty cards. I would send him just anything that I felt would torture him. I showed up to the trial wearing my mother's clothing. I did my hair the way she did. I carried her picture. And before I left that day, that picture had gone. I threw it at him. It was a framed picture, and he had not looked at me one time since everything had happened. And I yelled at him to look at me. And when he did, I just was so overcome with anger, I chucked the picture right at him. And then that was the end of my time in the courtroom. So I don't, and I never did, and I still don't ever want that to be something that defines who I am. It is something that happened in my past. Forgiveness, like I said earlier today, is kind of like it's another 4-letter F word to me because I can't forgive him, but I've accepted what has happened. There is no way I can change anything that happened. I can't take it back. He can't take it back. I just can choose to live my life. I have a wonderful husband. I have a beautiful child. I have stepson. I have nieces, nephews. I have family that is blood, family that isn't blood. And my life, I can tell you right now, I have a good life. And it would not be the same without having gone through what I had to go through. So I'm okay because I wouldn't give up my son for anything. And he wouldn't, I wouldn't have, I don't think I would be in the same place that I am. I participated in a victim offender dialogue. I did that. My sister went to live with my grandparents after everything happened. I lived with friends and stayed in Minnesota. She came here, and she still lives here, which that was that was a huge, well, her and I don't have the best relationship, and it's because of the separation. There was really there's no help in that aspect to make sure that her and I maintained something together. But what I did have, my victim witness coordinator, her name is Mary, and she still works, she still does her job, and it's been almost 20 years, and she's my friend. She is, I love her to death. She's amazing. She never stops taking my calls, and she emails me at work. You know, she's just, she's a good person, and she has helped me to be a good person, and she's just great. And I didn't understand, and I don't think I understood until I came here that not everybody has that. Because this is my first time going through the system like that. I just thought that's what happened. I thought that's what they did, but it's not. So, but she was amazing, and you know, I ended up living with a family, and the mother worked for the Wilder Foundation in St. Paul. And so she helped coordinate some opportunities where I've gotten to speak at the women's prison in Shakopee, Minnesota. I've spoken to people that work, a group of employees at the Wilder Foundation, to kind of go over my story. And through that, and being out there and talking to the people I do, I was able to do the victim offender dialogue. I thought it was a great idea. It was a great opportunity. Enough time had passed where I don't think anybody was as angry. And for my sister, who lived with my grandparents, they never sought any kind of psychiatric treatment or any. She didn't talk to anybody. So I really thought that this would be a great opportunity for her to help kind of, to give her, not closure, but just to have her accept it and move on and not let it drag her down so much. And so we did. And Mary actually came with me, and a girlfriend of mine, and my sister brought a friend with, and we went and sat there, and we talked to him, and everything he said I already knew, but my sister sat there with her mouth open pretty much the whole entire time, not believing what she had heard. And but after everything was over, the best moment, well, two good moments came out of it. At the end of it, my sister just said, you know what? You know, we asked her, are you okay? And she's like, I'm good. I don't want to hate him anymore. I'm done. Because hate can really take over your life if you let it. And she was done, which for me, I felt like everything worked exactly the way it was supposed to if it gave her that opportunity to move forward. You know, and we actually, before we left, he asked if he could hug us, and he did. I haven't spoken to him in years, probably 4-5 years maybe, which for a while I did. I felt sorry for him. His kids pretty much abandoned him. They're also, you know, they're angry. Their lives were ruined too. So I felt sorry for him, because he had such a great relationship with his children. You know, his 17, 19-year-old sons, they hugged and kissed every night before they went to bed. I mean, my 2-year-old does it now, but, you know, at 17 and 19, I don't know of a lot of people that went through that, and they had a very good bond, and he shattered it in just a second. So, but yeah, he is, I'm glad that we don't have the death penalty for this case. There are other cases I see in the news where I really wish we did. But for this instance, I'm glad that we don't. Because for him to be able to die would be such an easy way out, and he wouldn't have to live with the decisions and the choices that he made. He'd be out, and the rest of us would still be left with everything, all the grief, all the hate, all the questions. We'd be left with it. But Now he sits in Stillwater Prison, complaining because he doesn't get a lot of air conditioning, and his biggest achievement is fixing a washing machine so that it cycles through, saves 2 seconds of water pressure, which saves the prison X amount of dollars. That's his life, and he can have it. My life is much better than that. I can go outside whenever I want to. I can take my child for a walk. I can go on vacation. I can visit with my family, and I don't have to be monitored. He can think about everything that he did, all the choices that he made. He says that he's sorry, and really, I do believe he's sorry. I think that he is sorry that he killed my mother, but I really think that he's mostly sorry that it ruined his own life. I think he's more selfish than most people. But after went through the whole victim offender dialogue, it was just nice to be done with him. Just done. And I don't think about him. The only time I ever think about the situation is like when I had my son and my mom wasn't there, or when I got married. Those things, that's when I think about it. But I've chosen to teach my son, who my parents are, who his family is, and I don't know if someday I'll tell him what happened. I don't know, but those are the things that are hard. But, like I said, my victim witness coordinator, Mary, she's been involved in everything. She was at my wedding. She knows my son. And she's a good person. And she's so accessible. She doesn't tell me no. She just tries to help or talks or listens, really. And that kind of support, especially when you were in a situation like I didn't have family with me. I felt very isolated, very by myself. What this did to my family, it turned everybody it was a competition of who was hurting more. And it's not about who's hurting more. Everyone's hurting in a different way. People lost a daughter, a sister, a mother, a friend. Nobody hurts any more than anybody else. It's just you're hurting for different reasons. And nobody in my family really understood that. My grandparents are now passed. My sister and I we don't discuss much. I mean, I think we talk if somebody dies, basically. My aunt and uncle are here in the area, and we've had our issues, but they've been like I've had a lot of second parents in my life. So they're great. They're a huge, huge support system, and they're probably the closest thing that my son has to grandparents. I have my other uncles on my dad's side. They try to step in and they take care of me and they treat me like I'm their own. And we just lost one of my uncles this past summer. And that, I have to say that it's worse now than it was when I was 15. Your world is so small when you're 15, but once you have grown up and had a family and participated in a real life, it's so much harder to lose somebody. Family is everything to me, and it is not defined by blood. It is defined by something else, a whole lot. It is compassion and relationships. But like I said, I sit here and I cry today, but I'm okay. I really am okay. And I feel like my life is better. If I can help somebody, I will. I want to. I want to help other people, if I can, understand how to get through this process better. Whatever it is. I mean, I want to help people. I just want to help people, because it doesn't, knowing that somebody wants to help you is, it makes a huge difference. Thank you.
Susie, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Mary Kay?
My husband Don and I have 3 children, Jay, Linda, and Dan. This is our firstborn son, John Patrick. He was named after his grandfathers. We call him Jay. By profession, Jay was a law enforcement officer. As Mike said, he worked for the state of Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation. By avocation, he was a paid on-call firefighter in our community, New Berlin, starting at the age of 18. In 2004, Jay was assigned to the Milwaukee HIDTA, high-intensity drug trafficking area. In his final assignment, Jay was doing terrorism surveillance prior to the presidential election. On October 29th, shortly before midnight, Jay was beginning his second shift of the day, relieving another officer whose mother was ill out of state. En route to his surveillance, he stopped at a gas station in Milwaukee for a cup of coffee, leaving his bulletproof vest and his radio on the seat of his car. While returning to his car, he was confronted by 2 young men, one of whom was armed. In the seconds that followed, they discovered Jay's gun. He identified himself as a police officer, and one of them shot him in the abdomen, seriously injuring his liver. Jay was able to radio his coworker and give his location, a description of the perpetrators, and the direction in which they ran. We are told that his coworker was at his side within a minute or two and held him in his arms until the paramedics came. Jay was taken to Frederick Hospital, a level 1 trauma center, and received excellent care. During the first 24 hours, he had surgery 3 times to stop profuse bleeding. He was given over 50 units of blood products, and in the following 2 days, he had 2 more surgeries. For 7 days, we kept vigil with many police officers and firefighters and family and friends. We prayed, we hoped, we laughed and cried, but in the end, Jay's liver could not recover from this devastating injury. He was declared brain dead and went home to God on Friday, November 5th at 10:50 in the morning at the age of 34. Jay's funeral was held on November 10th at St. Mary's Church in Hales Corners, where his wedding was scheduled to take place 10 months later. The pallbearers were those he had asked to stand up in his wedding. Sorry, I have a vocal cord issue that's bothering me this morning, so I apologize. Since Jay was a firefighter for New Berlin for 17 years, his casket carried him from the church to Holy Apostle Cemetery on a fire engine. There, Jay was laid to rest in the cemetery next to the grade school where he graduated. 3 days after Jay's funeral, Deani Reynolds and Anthony Bolden made their initial appearance in court and were held over for trial for the murder of my son. Thus began our journey from their initial appearance to their sentencing 15 months and 10 days later. This journey included our attendance at every court appearance and every day of 3 murder trials. The first trial for Deani Reynolds, the person who shot Jay, began on a warm summer day in July. After a day of jury selection, we listened to 5 days of testimony, giving detailed descriptions of events leading up to and including the senseless murder of my son. 8 days later, Deani Reynolds was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Sentencing was scheduled for September 22nd. However, on August 30th, the court ordered this finding of defendant guilty withdrawn and order set aside. A mistrial had been declared because during the deliberations, one of the jurors contacted her daughter, a law school student, to discuss her feelings that the other jurors were pressuring her. This juror was excused and a new trial was ordered, and pre-trial conference was scheduled for November 17th, a little over 1 year after their initial appearance. It is still unclear to us why this juror was not held in contempt, while my family was held in the legal abyss of uncertainty that compounded our grief. The second trial began on December 5th and replayed the same painful facts by the same list of witnesses. 8 days later, the jury returned a verdict of guilty to 1 count of first-degree reckless homicide, 1 count of attempted robbery while armed with use of force, and 1 count of prohibited possession of a firearm. 6 weeks later, the trial of Reynolds' accomplice, Anthony Bolden, began. After a week of testimony, the jury returned a verdict of guilty of felony murder and 3 counts of armed robbery, use of force. My family and I were relieved in knowing that this part of this unbelievable ordeal was reaching an end. The sentencing of both men was scheduled, postponed, and rescheduled. On February 23, 2006, we walked into the courtroom, which seemed like the 100th time in the most painful 15 months of our lives. During many long days of sitting behind these 2 men, we listened to the judge, to the lawyers, and to those who were called to testify. This day was different, as evidenced by the television cameras, the reporters, and the gallery which overflowed to standing room only. This was the day that we were allowed to speak to the court on behalf of Jay. Prior to the sentencing of these men, excuse me, we spoke in turn. My son's fiance, my younger son, my daughter, my husband, and finally myself. My feelings about these 2 men who are responsible for my son's unjust, unprovoked, horribly painful death ranged from horror at their heinous, senseless crime to sadness for the lives they lived. The shooter never knew his father. His mother never came to court to support him. And his only sibling is serving a life sentence for murder. The accomplice and his siblings were removed from their mother's care when they were young, for a time. When his mother was scheduled to testify on his behalf, she was not in the courtroom. The court proceedings went on without her testimony. Later that day, when she did arrive, she was allowed to testify, but her testimony did not help his case. I could have denigrated these men in my statement, and I would have been understood as a bereaved mother whose son did not deserve to die at the hands of criminals. As a mother, I felt indescribable, painful sadness and tremendous grief at the violent death that my son had undergone. But I had to speak from my heart. And there was more in my heart than retribution and judgment. There was also faith, not naive faith, not everything will be all right faith, not even comfortable faith. There was a faith that told me that these men too were of God. Somewhere, somehow, that which is of God was lost. The terrible choices these men made are truly the product of evil. I stated these feelings and beliefs to the court, but I couldn't stop there because I knew in taking my son's life, these men had also destroyed their own lives. They faced a lifetime of imprisonment with little to no support. I couldn't imagine living the rest of life like that. If they choose to do so, they might find some support in a relationship with God. I offered them copies of the Bible as my gift to them. Attached to each copy was a reference, Luke chapter 15, verses 11 to 32. This citation tells of the parable of the prodigal son who wasted his inheritance and a portion of his life. It ends with the prodigal's father talking to his older son who is indignant at what he perceives as injustice. The father says to him, "Celebrate and rejoice, because your brother here was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is found." Perhaps in the loneliness of prison, they could find the forgiveness and goodness of God, which they had lost. The judge continued with sentencing. For all 3 counts, Deani Reynolds was sentenced to 62.5 years confinement and 32.5 years extended supervision, consecutive to a sentence he was already serving of 45 years confinement for the murder of another man. Anthony Bolden was sentenced to 26 years, 3 months confinement and 8 years, 9 months extended supervision for felony murder, consecutive to 37.5 years confinement for 3 counts of armed robbery with use of force. He is also serving 11 years confinement and 9 years supervision for second-degree sexual assault of a minor. He was part of a group who gang raped a young woman. It's puzzling to me that he received a harsher sentence for 3 armed robberies than for felony murder of a police officer. We walked out of the courthouse that day to a small gathering of news media and law enforcement officials who presented a reward check for $10,000 to the man who alerted authorities that Deani Reynolds had shot Jay. The man had met Deani Reynolds when they were both inmates in the county jail. Deani was bragging that he had killed the cop that they were talking about on television. And for the grace of God, this man had a conscience and went to one of the guards. Thus ended our participation in the legal quagmire to hold these men accountable for crimes against the state. We left with a huge sense of relief that this process ensured that the 2 men who made terribly poor choices, would never again have the freedom to take an innocent life. Since that day, Deani Reynolds has filed 7 separate appeals, and Anthony Bolden has filed 3 appeals from the judgment of convictions and sentences entered against them in Jay's case. Reynolds has also appealed from a circuit court order denying motion for post-conviction relief in Jay's case. Neither man has filed any new appeals since Reynolds' last appeal was dismissed in the court in August of 2011. Jay's violent, senseless murder by the hands of a felon with an illegal gun turned our worlds upside down. We don't expect to bury our children, nor should we have to. Jay died in November, and less than 2 months later, we began a new year, 2005, a year that Jay would never see, and the first of the new years that we would start without him. When our daughter Linda, who is 2 years younger than Jay, turned 34, the age that Jay was when he was shot, she didn't want to acknowledge her birthday, and she definitely didn't want to celebrate it because she said it wasn't right that she should be as old as Jay would ever be. When our son Dan, who was 11 years younger than Jay, and who looked up to Jay as his hero, got married 2 years ago, rather than having Jay standing next to him at the altar as his best man, he honored and remembered him by making a contribution to the scholarship in Jay's memory. The acute pain of surviving a child leaves a wound that never fully heals. Time teaches that the pain will always be there, particularly at birthdays and holidays, Mother's Day and Father's Day, and the beginning of each new year without them in it. Grief is inevitable. Misery, however, is optional. Clearly, when Deani Reynolds pulled the trigger of an illegally obtained gun, it was a watershed moment for our family, after which nothing will ever be the same. Since Jay's death, we have been surprised and hurt by some people that we thought would walk this journey with us, but have not. Yet we were gratified by those who supported us in many ways and continue to be people we can count on. They include close friends, our victim advocate, and Jay's supervisor, and other law enforcement officials who during the court process explained the processes, answered questions, kept us abreast of developments in the case, and accompanied us to court every day. The law enforcement community also provides us with a community of support through concerns of police survivors. And every May at National Police Week in Washington, D.C., as well as celebrations in Milwaukee and in Madison. The Drug Enforcement Agency, the agency under which Jay was sworn in as a federal officer, holds an annual memorial service at which Jay is named and remembered each year. And they assign an agent support person for us throughout the time that we're in Washington. That person has become kind of one of our family now, and we watch his little ones as they grow up each year. Life has new time frames now. It's the time frame before Jay was shot and the time after Jay died. The latter time frame has taken on a different meaning. We now lead our lives with a different focus than before in Jay's honor. Jay is never coming back to this world. But as a family, we work to continue his legacy through endowed scholarships in his memory to carry on the work that he did. These scholarships provide support to students studying criminology here at Marquette University, because Jay got his degree here, and fire science at Waukesha County Technical College, Jay's other love. We continue to raise funds for these scholarships through an annual golf outing and dinner and silent auction. But in addition, rather than going to therapy, my therapy was to really delve into what can be done. And my husband calls me a professional student, so that kind of fit. I have researched and written on violent crime reduction initiatives and met with legislators in Washington, D.C. to put a human face, Jay's face, to the horror of gun violence. I've also participated in a 3-day restorative justice process with Janine at the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where Anthony Bolden is incarcerated. I have not met him, however. As a hospital chaplain, I minister to parents whose children walk the same journey that none of us ever wanted. And one mom stands out for me. Her son was shot, and while he was in our intensive care unit, she was told that her other son, who closely resembled him, was really the target. She sat in our waiting room with me, sobbing and literally pulling shocks of hair out of her scalp. And she looked at me and she said, "Mary Kay, how do I go on?" I told her perhaps the same way I do. Sometimes a day at a time, sometimes an hour at a time, and sometimes literally a minute at a time. And rely on your friends and your family and your faith to give you the strength. These have been emotionally difficult steps, but it's my hope that they will make a difference. If I and my family can do anything to prevent this from happening to another family, we will do whatever it takes. We owe that to Jay and to every Jay that has ever been and every Jay that we have yet to learn about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Do you want to take one or two real quick questions? And is that okay? All right, we'll take just a couple of quick questions. If you have one, please raise your hand. Hold down the button. Yes, please.
Jay loved you.
I love Jay, and there isn't a day that I don't think about him. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for being here. You want me to read it out? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Perhaps one other question from the audience? Yes, please speak up. We'll try and hear you.
Like a victim offender dialogue or any of those types of restorative justice things with the people who murdered your son?
I have thought about it. I gave a talk on restorative justice at a conference last year, and as I was researching it, one of the things that stuck out for me was some survivors choose not to do that because of the long time, of the passage of time. It's been too long. I was talking about that with my husband, and he kind of agreed. It's been a long time. It's been 8.5 years. I'm still open to it. One thing that happened when we were in Green Bay that was very impactful for me, we were sitting in a room with 25 men who were incarcerated there. And we had time to, it was like every other person was a man who was incarcerated there, and we sat down between them. One of the people I was sitting next to and I started talking, and I mentioned to him that my son had been murdered, and I left it at that. On the last day, each of the men who had been incarcerated had to share a poem, a reading, music, something that was impactful for them and spoke to that whole process. The man next to me got up, walked all the way across the room, turned around and said he was going to do a rap, so he had his pencil and he was going to tap it out on the desk. And he said, before I do this, and he looked at me across the room, he said, I want to say to you, I am sorry for your loss, because I'm one of those people who murdered somebody. It brought tears to my eyes, and it wasn't Deani Reynolds, and it wasn't Anthony Bolden. But for me to hear that from somebody who was in the same position they were was a very healing moment for me. So maybe somewhere down the road, I'm not sure.
I'd like to thank Patty and Susie and Mary Kay for being with us today. Thanks so much. And now what we'd like to do is bring Professor Armour back up. And Janine, you can...
I just want to say a couple things before I turn over to Marilyn. For those of you who've never had the privilege of even slightly journeying with survivors as we've had this morning, you can understand why those of us that do this work are so passionate and so privileged to be able to spend time with them, because there's no way that anybody walks out of this room after this morning the same person they walked in this morning. They've all touched our hearts in so many wonderful ways, and the many ripples that you've all sent through this group that will be sent forth. I just, on behalf of this community and everyone here, want to again thank all the survivors for sharing your very intimate and personal experiences and stories. We've all learned a great deal, and will continue to find good ways to use that information. Some of you were not here yesterday when Marilyn had an opportunity to explain and go through her summary and research, and we decided that to give her just a few minutes here to do a combination of maybe peel some themes out of what the survivors have said and contextualize them a bit in terms of her studies. And so we're going to have Marilyn do that, and at the conclusion of that, we're going to break, and there's lunch, and you can grab a sandwich and eat lunch. And then this afternoon, we're going to have some very interesting panels with people reflecting about their own personal experiences of being involved with either survivors or the justice system and the impact it's had on them and any observations they might have. So I'm just going to turn it over to Marilyn.
It's really hard to talk to you after what we heard this morning. I have so much regard for survivors because they are taken to places that most of us never have to go to. And because they have to go to those places, They have things to teach us that nobody else can teach us. And part of why I do the research that I do is because of the fact that when I'm with them and when they're telling me their stories, as they did to you this morning, it is a constant journey of being taken to the deepest depths that I know that life can take me, and allowing them to fill those places with their wisdom. And I am deeply, deeply grateful, and I always feel a reverence for life after I've been with them. And I feel that again this morning. And I thank you so very much for how much you have given to this group this morning. There's some current research that's coming out that shows that it's not about post-traumatic stress and it's not about post-traumatic growth, but that in fact they occur simultaneously. And I think that's part of what you heard this morning. You heard where murder had taken people on both levels. So I'm going to try to say a little bit to you from the things they said to you this morning in terms of just giving you pieces that I have heard from them and from other survivors to kind of highlight what I know about the journey. And I'm going to start by giving you the findings from an earlier study that I did that I think capture some of the essence of the journey. The findings in that study were as follows. This is a nightmare you don't wake up from. I feel betrayed by those I thought cared. What rights don't I have anymore? Belonging relieves my loneliness and alienation. I'm different. I'm not who I was before. And the intense pursuit of what matters is the meaning in my life. I think you heard all of that in their comments to you this morning, but I particularly want to highlight the last one. The intense pursuit of what matters is the meaning in my life. I talked to you yesterday a little bit about the idea that homicide survivors need some sort of an instrument that helps them make sense out of what happened and out of what still comes from the ripple effect. I believe that homicide survivors do not make sense in terms of it all coming together, but they do make sense by pursuing what matters to them. And as they pursue that, they create meaning off of which they build a new foundation for their lives. And again, I think you heard that in most of the comments that were said. I want to talk about some of the things that to me stand out. One of the things that a number of them talked about was the negative fallout from murder. It's not just the murder. It only begins a cascade of events. You heard about that in terms of what Audrey talked about in terms of her brother and suicide. You heard about that in terms of some of what Paula has lived with, in terms of what has happened subsequently to her children and her relationship with her own children. I could go on and on. I remember one of the persons that I interviewed for the study that I did, and I will tell you this story because for me it is etched in my memory as to what has a ripple effect. But she talked about the fact that her stepfather, her husband's stepfather, had killed his mother. He was the closest to her. He was her only child. They literally worshipped each other. And the stepfather tried to pin the murder on him. The stepfather did receive the harshest punishment, but because of his continued insistence that the son had in fact killed his own mother, this man began to drink. He got heavy duty into drugs and eventually was the victim of a drug overdose. But the horror of this story is what happened next, which was that she had 2 sons. One of the sons was very close not only to his father, but to his grandfather, who was the man who had killed his grandmother. And after his father died, this child developed leukemia. So this mother now sits not only with the death of her mother-in-law that she was close to, the death of her husband, but now faces the whole issue of whether or not her son will continue to survive, and tells the story of his saying to her, "Will I die too, Mom?" That's 3 generations. It's really important that we understand how long these things play out for, how many lives they touch, how much negative fallout there is that we never know about unless somebody decides to write about it or talk about it. I also want you to note, and it was one of the main findings in my research, how strong the relationship is, positive or negative, with the murderer. It's an involuntary relationship. It's a forced relationship. It's situationally induced. But it is deep inside of survivors. And you heard that over and over and over again in almost all of the stories. I think it's very, very important that instead of banning that and saying, in effect, how could you be thinking about him? Or can't you get over it? Or you should have put it away long ago. That we recognize that relationship. And I'm not telling you what we should do with that relationship, but it needs attention because there are pieces about that relationship that have a lot to do with healing. The only place we've gotten to so far is to do some sort of a restorative justice dialogue. And while I think that can be important, it's not appropriate in every case. It doesn't work for every victim. Murderers are not necessarily ready for the kind of dialogue that we want to have happen. So it's a very important piece, but I don't think it's the whole answer. I want to emphasize to you another piece that sometimes is so normed that we don't pull it out and look at it, but I think it's very important for survivors, and that's the issue of dates. Every single one of the people you heard from talked very precisely about certain dates, when they happened, what came next, what day of the year it was. It was Christmas. It was his birthday. Those kinds of things. Once somebody has been killed, dates become critical in terms of there being marker events by which people direct their lives. And they don't disappear. They keep on going. It's a way of memorializing a loved one. But I want to note it because those dates are terribly, terribly important. They figure into when you have court dates set. They figure into when a parole hearing is held. Okay? All of those dates are very, very critical. I also want to point out to you that there's a very big piece that we don't pay a lot of attention to in the literature in terms of what happens for survivors in the courtroom. If you look at information on therapeutic jurisprudence, which is sort of the arm, if you will, of law that deals with the impact on survivors of law and legal proceedings, what you'll see is that almost the entire literature is focused on victim impact statements. And while victim impact statements are critical and have certainly gone a long ways in terms of giving survivors some place to be able to speak, that's only a tiny fraction of what goes on for survivors in the courtroom. You heard stories of watching the defendants closely. You heard stories of the look in the defendant's eye. You heard stories of what mattered in terms of what a defense attorney said or did, including acknowledging that victim's suffering. All I can say to you is that those days and weeks, the pre-hearings, the length of time a trial takes, that there are countless events going on in that courtroom verbally and non-verbally, that the victim survivor is witnessing, is a part of, is making narrative out of in terms of what has happened for them. I think we're long past the time when we just look at victim impact statements. We need to look at much more in terms of understanding that experience. For many of them, it is their total story about the murderer because it's the only time they've had a chance to see the murderer in person and never see him again. So all of this relationship and conversation they have is built off of the events that take place in that courtroom or the media or whatever they know the details were about the murder. One of the biggest things I want to say to you, and again you heard it over and over again in their comments, is I think that when murder happens, part of what it does is it pushes us to start living life very intentionally. Life no longer just happens. Rather, it is important we make out of life what we can make out of it. And that intentionality is where the resilience comes from. That intentionality is where meaning comes from. And I just want to comment on some of that. You heard that with Paula in terms of what she did in terms of tracking Jonathan Nobles for 12 years to be sure that he ended up where he was supposed to end up in terms of the death penalty. You heard about how important it was for her to meet with him in terms of the things that she needed to have said to him. And you heard about it in terms of what she does now to be sure that the victim survivor's voice gets heard. You heard about intentionality in terms of Kent, not only what happened to him the night of his family's murders, but what he decided to pick up on and make as the base for the rest of his life. All of what he's done with what happened for him with God in terms of his own ministry. One of the things he did not tell you is that he has written a book which became a bestseller in terms of what happened for him. And he does countless talks and missionary work related to forgiveness. That, again, is about intentionality. You also heard about intentionality in terms of AG, in terms of what she does, in terms of her children, and deciding that life is too short, and by gum, she's going to live it in ways in which she has full experiences, and she's going to make sure that her children are all right. That may sound small, but the kind of dedication and devotion that happens once a murder's been committed in terms of no more tragedy, no more death, becomes a beacon that guides your entire life as it does hers. Patty talked to you about core values and how what happened with her father and part of what he represented in terms of the values by which he lived became even more deeply embedded in her. And that she fundamentally was very clear from the beginning that, like her father, she would be an independent decision maker. She would decide what she would put into her life and not. It's a beautiful example of controlling thoughts, controlling sense of agency in terms of what you'll commit to and what you won't. And she also talked about what she's done with her world in terms of teaching forensics to high school students as a way to get them into this whole field. And she talked about things like Irish dancing. I also know that she and her brother do Irish singing. All of that became so much stronger after the death of her father as part of what life now must be about. You also heard, in terms of intentionality, what Susie talked to you about. And what I want to emphasize with Susie is two things. I want to emphasize what she said to you about the importance of the victim assistance advocate who accompanied her on her way. Survivors need a sense of belonging. It helps take care of the loneliness. It allows them to feel less alienated from the rest of us because now they've had an experience most of us don't have. And she was very fortunate to be accompanied on that journey. But she also didn't tell you about what all she has done in terms of making that a very bonded relationship that'll probably accompany her for the rest of her life. She also has made family, the family that's left, and the health of her family a huge priority for her, not only in what she did to basically watch over her little sister all the way through so that her sister could have the pieces to help put it together that she had, but also what she continues to do to keep family and build family, whether blood or not. Who have I left out? Mary Kay. Okay. Mary Kay, in terms of her intentionality, you not only heard about scholarship pieces, but you heard about her ongoing work in terms of violent crime and what she's doing today, even in terms of gun control, to be sure that what happened in terms of her son has the opportunity to be stopped in terms of what comes in the future. The connections that she has made to people all over your community here in Milwaukee is massive, so that in a sense she becomes the fulcrum, the center of the, in some ways, the spirit off of which that kind of movement can happen. It's very different to have a survivor talk to you about guns and gun violence than to have a politician talk to you about it. Those are all examples of intentionality, and I think that they have so much to teach us as a result of what they have done. I want to see if there's anything else I want to give you before we take a break. Yes, there is one thing I want to give you. This is a little side note, but for me it's an important side note. One of the areas that I'm becoming more interested in that there is no research about is the area of what happens to remaining family members when there is a domestic fatality. Both Susie and Kent are examples of domestic fatalities. They set a whole different situation in front of us because we can't neatly divide people into victims and offenders. They have in their families people who are both victims and offenders, and they themselves are both members of families of victims and members of families of offenders. We know next to nothing in the criminal justice system about how to respond to that dilemma. And so what we end up with are scores of young children who are the result, in terms of their orphanage, of domestic fatalities. We know nothing about what happens to those children. There are no records kept on those children. All I can tell you is many of those children end up in countless foster homes or in the homes of relatives who themselves are struggling, as the survivors you heard this morning, to digest the horror of what has just happened in their lives and at the same time to raise these children. It is a sheer nightmare. We know nothing about it. People do not talk about it. It's too complicated, and so we don't touch it. It's very, very important that this be an area that we begin to look at, because the little research that we have shows that these children tend to repeat the patterns in terms of domestic abuse. Okay. I think that's all I'm going to give you this morning. I just again want to thank the panelists so much and thank all of you for being here to witness their stories.
Welcome to the afternoon, and a warm thank you to all who have participated thus far. My name is Greg O'Meara. I'm an associate professor here at Marquette Law School. I'm a Jesuit priest. I am formerly a prosecutor who worked a bit in homicide, and I've also worked with defense teams as an expert witness for the defense on issues of prosecutorial misconduct in high-profile cases. I've asked to moderate and provide a very short context for this panel. As legal professionals, we encounter violent crime as part of our job. Untying the strands of what happened at a particular time, particular date, is the reason we get paid. And to deal with these matters, sometimes we have to channel or submerge some of our emotions and maintain strong professional boundaries that enable us to focus and make the arguments and distinctions we need to represent our clients, to represent the interest of victims and the government, and perhaps to survive. One of the recognitions that's emerging here is something my boss, E. Michael McCann, would always say to us as his assistant district attorneys. When people come into the criminal justice system, they are in the most important moments of their lives. Their most important moments of their lives. And for psychologically important reasons, we who work in the system can only do so much physically, mentally, emotionally. And what you're going to find is people who encounter the system project a great deal onto us as prosecutors, as defense attorneys, as judges. And yet, Paula's statement from this morning echoes in my mind. Victims are not nothing. We are the reason there are courts. And so what we're going to talk today are about some of the people in the trenches and people who work with or help make these decisions. I would ask each member of the panel to introduce themselves briefly and explain precisely how and where you interact with victims of crime as part of your profession, if you do. Catherine, if we could just start with you and go down the line.
My name is Catherine Case. I'm the executive director of the Texas Defender Service, which is a private nonprofit organization in Houston that seeks to improve the indigent defense system in Texas, which needs a lot of help. And we do so through the lens of the death penalty. So we train and consult with lawyers who are representing clients who are charged with death penalty offenses or who are representing people on death row. And then we represent a select number of people on death row because we're a very small organization and we're a nonprofit. We come into contact with survivors in our work at all stages of the case. And among the places that we come in contact with them includes in our work on behalf of the Mexico government. We represent the Foreign Ministry of Mexico when a Mexico national is charged with a capital crime in Texas to ensure that treaties are followed. But oftentimes we will work with protection departments and consulates, particularly when the victim are also Mexico nationals, to make sure that they are getting services from the system in a way that is culturally appropriate. Because as some of you might have heard me explain, in Mexico there are 200 indigenous languages, and so sometimes people come to the States and their native language really isn't Spanish, it's an Indian language that someone here might not speak. So we come into contact with survivors in a variety of circumstances.
Bonnie?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Bonnie Hannon, and I am a federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice. I am presently assigned to what's called the Capital Case Unit. We exclusively deal with capital cases that occur across the country. Several of you have asked me today, well, what kinds of federal capital cases are there? And they are cases that either violate federal law or occur on federal territory. So you can think, probably Tim McVeigh comes to mind, and most recently Jared Lee Loughner. I've been with the Department of Justice for 4 years. I've been with the Capital Case Unit for 2 years. I've been a prosecutor for 21 years. So I would say that for 21 years, I've had experience interacting on a daily basis with victims. For those 21 years, I focus primarily on child abuse cases and homicide cases. In our unit in the Department of Justice, we have two functions in the capital case unit. We do what's called protocol review, and that's reviewing all of the federal death eligible cases from around the country. And we also have undertaken litigation. We've become more active in litigating these cases. In terms of protocol review, in a nutshell, what happens if there's a case that is federally death eligible from anywhere in the country, any one of the United States Attorney's offices, the United States Attorney for that district makes a recommendation, sends the case to our office. There is a committee that's assembled. The committee reviews, confers, and makes a recommendation, which the attorneys in the unit kind of shepherd the case and prepare a memorandum memorializing everybody's votes and views, which we send to the Attorney General, who ultimately decides whether or not we will seek the death penalty in a particular case. I should also mention, having listened to all the victims speak this morning, that it's DOJ policy that we always confer with victims, and we must include the victim's input in any recommendation that's made to the Attorney General. Once it's decided if a case is going to be prosecuted seeking the death penalty, we litigate the cases with the local U.S. Attorney's Office. So we are on the road across the country in trial litigating these cases.
Paul. Well, good afternoon, and thank you. Father O'Meara asked me to keep this to 2 minutes, and I told Father O'Meara he'd get a Nobel Prize if he could keep a lawyer to 2 minutes of talking about anything. But I'll use the first 30 seconds of my 2 minutes to first thank Justice Geske for this invitation. It's a privilege to be here, to thank Bishop Doss for initiating, as I understand it, this dialogue, and a special congratulations to Dr. Armour for an outstanding article and presentation yesterday. It's a thoughtful piece, and I'm still reflecting over all that you talked about and wrote about. I was a career prosecutor. I started in 1989 at the Arizona Attorney General's office, then became an assistant U.S. attorney in Arizona, then became the U.S. attorney in Arizona, about 16 years as a prosecutor. Tried a number of homicide cases. In Arizona, unique to many federal jurisdictions, the U.S. Attorney's Office has jurisdiction over the 21 Indian tribes that are found within the boundary of the state of Arizona. That means you are essentially the district attorney for those tribes. I prosecuted a number of first-degree murder cases. Many of those cases resulted in life sentences. As you probably know, in the federal system, life is life. You do not leave the prison alive. And as the U.S. attorney, I dealt with a number of death penalty cases, crossed swords with Bonnie's colleagues back in the Department of Justice a number of times as well about whether we should or should not seek the death penalty. But in terms of what Father O'Meara was looking for this first part in dealing with victims, what I found with victim survivors in homicide cases was that you become extraordinarily close with those individuals, that you deal with them day in and day out. If you've ever been in a long car ride with somebody and you begin to share stories about your family and their family, and you can exponentially magnify that experience in a trial, then you begin to understand what my experience as a prosecutor was with surviving family members. It was an honor and a privilege, and if you have any wonder about why it was an honor and a privilege to be a prosecutor in prosecuting homicide cases, you have only to listen to what happened this morning to know why it would be a privilege to work with people such as the extraordinary human beings that spoke this morning. I remember a couple of events specifically that seemed to repeat themselves throughout when you were doing homicide trials with surviving family members. One was when the medical examiner testified. They don't teach you this in law school. There's no way to prepare a family to hear what the medical examiner is going to talk about. They don't teach you, for example, how to talk with the family about when it's going to be necessary for you to introduce photographs of the crime scene and what that's going to mean for the family. Those are extraordinarily difficult moments, both before the court hearing and then during the court hearing and then after the court hearing when you're talking to the surviving family members. And I remember a number of times, especially the first time that stays with me, when the first sentence of life without possibility of parole was imposed. I was the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor on that case in 1991. And it is a moment of extraordinary gravity and weight if you are that prosecutor. And you cannot help but feel that something important has happened, for good or bad, important, that has affected a number of lives, just as the surviving family members talked about today. So thank you, Father, for the opportunity.
Ed.
Thank you. My name is Ed Borda. I'm a defense attorney here in Milwaukee with a small firm. Defense attorneys aren't born. I think that it's something that you learn through experiences. I started off as a victim advocate in what was called Project Turnaround in the Milwaukee District Attorney's Office many years ago, before victim witness services across the country started sprouting up. After that, I was an investigator with the State Department of Justice, and when I concluded my experiences there, I was working with the District Attorney's Office here in Milwaukee, along with Greg Mira and Mike McCann. I recall, as a prosecutor, having prosecuted homicide cases, some cases that haunt me to this moment. I recall having to prosecute a young gal that gave birth to her child in her family toilet, and then stabbed the child, placed it in a plastic bag, and threw it in a garbage can. That's a case where I had a great deal of trouble dealing with the witnesses in the case, because some of the witnesses, the important witnesses, happened to be the defendant's parents. So the survivors in that particular case viewed me in a completely different light as a prosecutor, because I was not really part of the team. The team really was the defense team in that particular case. I also represented for the state a case where a youngster decided to kill his dad. He laid in wait, used slugs, shot his dad twice. And again, I was on the other side, apparently, because I wasn't part of the team, because the team really became the defense team, because the grandparents in that case, the parents of the murder victim, were the primary witnesses for the defense. In both of those cases, as prosecutors, I felt somewhat alienated because I wasn't part of the team. We view ourselves as prosecutors, I think, many times as the good guys, and then there's the other side. And in this case, really, as a defense lawyer now, there really isn't another side. I understand that I have a responsibility to a client. I have a responsibility to the law. And I guess the best way to describe it is we're given the charge of zealous advocacy as a defense lawyer. As a defense lawyer, the best definition is we try to raise doubt about the offender's role. We try to mitigate the offender's culpability. We counter in any way the aggravating circumstances, certainly legally. And as a general rule, the harm done to the victim and survivors, that is not addressed until the sentencing, because that is the way the adversary process really has conditioned us to work. There have been occasions where I have tried to reach out to victims, families, survivors as a defense lawyer, and at times I've been rejected outright, at times with as much diplomacy and with as much finesse and kindness that I've been able to muster up to talk to people that have lost a loved one. I believe that they think my words ring hollow. I think that based on the way they look at me, look in my eyes, or maybe that emotional numbness that Kent was talking about, that probably is an overriding factor. So it's difficult at these sentencing hearings or shortly thereafter really to develop any kind of a relationship with these folks. I can tell you that from my perspective, in listening to Kent this morning when he mentioned so much pain, so many people, and this emotional numbness, or when Susie Carlson stated that lives are ruined and that there's hurting for different reasons, or when Marilyn stated about an hour ago about the betrayal and the nightmare that these folks live. All these words and concepts also relate to the survivors of the offender's family, because these people now have to live with this catastrophe that's occurred. One of their loved ones has committed maybe a triple homicide, like a case that I had handled as a defense attorney, or a variety of other cases where I don't understand. He was an altar boy a couple years ago, and now he's been convicted of first-degree murder. He will be spending the rest of his life in prison because somebody in another car was wearing the wrong colors on that day. These are the things that really affect defense lawyers, and that's the humane part, I guess. I know that this is what we're dealing with. It was very difficult trying to figure out what to say to you folks, because as a general rule, I find that many people, including people that are in our system, view defense lawyers as co-defendants, and that is not true.
Susanna is not an attorney, but she works with attorneys and gives us kind of a bird's eye view to a certain extent of the dynamics happening in their lives. Could you help us, quick description of what you do? How you do it?
Hi, I'm Susanna Scheffer. I'm project director and staff writer of an organization called Murder Victims Families for Human Rights. The members are family members of homicide victims and family members of people who have been executed. Years of immersion in and deep listening to the experiences of both of those groups of survivors has taught me many, many things. One is that pain is not zero-sum, that it's not a matter of who is hurting the most, that if I choose to listen as attentively as I can to one person's suffering, that doesn't mean I have to ignore the suffering of another. So, in the course of this work, I became curious about and interested in what the emotional experience of capital defense attorneys whose clients have been executed might be. I had an inkling from some informal conversations with a couple of colleagues that there might be some unexplored suffering there. I set out to talk to, I say interview, they were really intimate conversations more than formal interviews, capital defense attorneys who had lost clients to execution. That was my criterion. I wanted to know about that impact, that loss. Most of the attorneys I spoke with had lost 5 or 10 or even 20 or more clients to execution. And their conversations with me, which ended up in the book Fighting for Their Lives, that is actually just about to be officially released next month, and there are a few copies outside, those conversations were for most of these attorneys the first time they had talked in this way. I would be asking them questions about what it was like to have a last visit with a client, what it was before execution, what it was like to, or to what extent did they feel responsible for trying to prevent this death, things like that. We would get to a very raw, intimate place in the interview, and the attorneys are presented with fictional names. It's, their privacy is protected, which gets a certain kind of emotional intimacy that I think they wouldn't have given truly if that were not the case. We would get to a certain point in the conversation, sometimes, tough, hardened defense attorneys crying with me, and I would say, who else do you speak with at this level? And mostly they would say no one. So it just gives you a sense of the kind of conversations that we were able to have and what I was able to learn.
Thank you. As professionals, we develop a way of being, a series of assumptions we make and strategies we adopt that make us able to do our job. Some of these matters are ways we consciously adopt them. Others are assumed unconsciously, either because it seems to have worked in the past or it's part of the ethos of the office to which we belong. You're all dealing with really difficult matters, professionally and personally. Can you give us a quick glimpse of some of the difficult decisions you've had to make and the best way you have of resolving it? It may not be what you actually did, but the best way now as you sit here, you think, this is how we should have done. Can we start with you, Kath?
I think that when you're a capital defense lawyer, you always have in mind that someone's life is in your hands. And lawyers who come to work with me say that they spend the first 6 months worrying that they're going to do the wrong thing that will cause someone to die. In the time that I've been at TDS since 2002, the state of Texas has executed 270 237 people. The last one was last night. We've sentenced to death in Texas in that time 163 people. We've been involved in the majority of those cases, consulting with lawyers, some of those people we've represented. And I think that when you're in that environment, what I liken it to is, and this may be because my father died 2 years ago of stage 4 lung cancer that was diagnosed way too late. And the last 18 months of his life reminded me of my job, because every question was, does he live longer? Does he die sooner? Every question is freighted with, what's the effect on the outcome? And the other, but unlike the oncologist, who's a hero, I know acutely that the majority of people in the world don't care how I feel. Because I represent the person that's been described today as the monster, who I meet as a human being. And so that does not make me blind or deaf to the chaos and harm that my clients have caused. And I think the most important thing I bring here today is my ears to hear, and my effort to try to put aside my fear that I will be condemned for what I have chosen to do in the criminal justice system, which I describe as representing human beings.
Thank you. As I explained before, the decision as to whether or not our office is going to seek the death penalty is ultimately made by the Attorney General, but collectively we make recommendations. We take a lot of things into consideration. These cases are deliberated, thought about long and hard before that decision is made. And then ultimately, it's a jury that decides whether or not to recommend a sentence of death. It's difficult. It's a difficult job. It's an emotional job. We obviously enjoy dealing with surviving victims' families. It's probably what draws us to this kind of job. When we hear about victims' experiences, it can be very emotional. It can also give you strength. I should mention that before I came here today, I had a roundtable discussion with my colleagues, and we all sat around and talked about what it's like and how we feel about doing these types of cases, because I wanted to bring our collective experiences to you. And a lot of us said it's emotionally draining, it's physically exhausting. These cases are very long cases, longer than any other kinds of cases that we prosecute, very long days in court. It's difficult. We sit in victims, survivors' homes, and we learn about your loved ones. We look at photos of your loved ones, and we try to understand what your loss has meant to you. So that is a very difficult and emotional thing. One of my colleagues, however, said that she draws strength from this, and I'd like to share with you some of the things that she said, that while some find it emotionally difficult to deal with surviving victims' families, again, knowing the horrendous events that occurred that led us to this place, she finds it to be a source of strength. She says, every time I meet with victims, I get a second wind, a reminder of why I am involved in the process and why it is so very important to do my best at every step. And I think that's really how we all feel as prosecutors, that we know how important these cases are, and we just want to do our very best.
Paul. I had a chance to talk to Bonnie yesterday, and the Department of Justice has changed since I was the U.S. Attorney. Bonnie is now actually personally prosecuting a death penalty case, which I think gives prosecutors a great deal of perspective. When I was the U.S. Attorney in Arizona, that wasn't the case. The individuals who were back in the Department of Justice and who were giving guidance on when to seek and when not to seek the death penalty weren't experienced trial lawyers. And they were, I thought, at the end of the day, rather politically motivated on when it is they should or should not seek the death penalty, as opposed to weighing the evidence and making an accurate determination. So, Father, to your question, one of the most difficult issues I had to deal with as the U.S. Attorney was when to recommend that we seek or when to recommend that we not seek. In one case in particular, we had a methamphetamine dealer who had killed his methamphetamine supplier. There was sufficient circumstantial evidence to allow me to come in good faith to that conclusion, but there was no forensic evidence which linked the defendant directly to the victim. In fact, we don't know where the victim's body is to this day. I've stood in front of a number of juries. I've tried first-degree murder cases. This one isn't a first-degree murder case deserving of the death penalty. There is not sufficient evidence to do so. I made that recommendation. The Attorney General then, Alberto Gonzales, disagreed with that recommendation. I objected to his insistence that it go forward as a death penalty case, and then on December 6th of 2006, I was fired as the U.S. Attorney in Arizona. There followed a series of congressional hearings, an Inspector General's report. The Inspector General said that I was fired because I had objected to the imposition of the death penalty. As a bit of a prologue, Michael Mukasey succeeded Alberto Gonzales as the Attorney General of the United States, and he reversed Alberto Gonzales and said that this was not the appropriate time or case in which you should seek the ultimate penalty. It is the ultimate penalty. It is one in which you need to have experience before you make that decision. It pays to have gray hair. It pays to be the person in front of that jury who knows what it means to obtain a first-degree murder conviction. And then it pays to have a little bit of life's experience. And it's a decision that has to be made in complete absence of any political considerations. That was, I think, the most trying time of my professional career.
Ed.
The most difficult part with dealing with, I don't know if you can hear me. But the most difficult part is dealing with my clients and their families happens to be dealing with the family. I can sit there and review discovery materials. I can go through discs of the autopsy, photographs, the crime scene, all those things that are factually based. We can discuss what might be potential legal technical arguments that we could bring, maybe to mitigate or to throw out some evidence, because that's part of what we do as lawyers, not just defense lawyers, but also prosecutors. You try to keep certain things out because it may not be beneficial to the other side. That to the side, the most difficult part is dealing with the family members, because these are the survivors, just like you have survivors of the murder victims. These are survivors that this is their son, their daughter, their husband, their wife that's now been accused of some major event that may cause them to spend the rest of their life in prison. And I guess fortunately for me, I have at least had some experience in a past life as a victim advocate, but that certainly doesn't help much, because in great measure, in fact, I was discussing with a defense attorney earlier, there is no such thing as an advocate for the family of the defendant. These are people that are going through extremely trying times. They probably need some psychiatric or psychological evaluation just to see if they have firm footing sometimes on this planet, because things are so out of whack in their lives. They lose their jobs, or, for example, I explained about the altar boy situation. It was a gang-related shooting. He sees some colors in a different car. Wrong colors, wrong day. And in fact, the person that was killed is a perfectly innocent individual that has nothing to do with any gang membership. And as a result of the case and the prison sentence, the family completely fell apart. The father had complete and total disdain for his son, for what he had done. The mother who supported the son was thrown out of the home. Ultimately, they divorced, and it was a catastrophe. And it's not just that particular instance, but so many other cases. And if only there could be more therapeutic jurisprudence that would address some of these issues that visit the families of these particular offenders, that would be important. I realize that the survivors that stated their experiences, I completely empathize, because on the other hand, I see that with my clients' family members. They don't know sometimes how to cope. They many times will find their way to the bottle, or worse, sometimes suicidal ideations, and sometimes they just simply give up on life and they become the walking dead. So it occurs on the other side as well.
Suzanne, if you could talk about some of your experiences dealing with attorneys dealing with these matters.
Yes, 3 points very quickly. Before I began having these conversations with the attorneys, I thought that perhaps they might feel less helpless than some other people who are affected by the death penalty. I thought, well, these are the folks who have the tools to intervene, to act. So perhaps they will feel a greater sense of agency and control over the whole thing. What I kept hearing was story after story of helplessness. The image that came up several times, and not with these attorneys having consulted with one another, was it's like seeing someone tied to the train tracks while the train is approaching. That image would infect their dreams sometimes. Story after story of that kind of helplessness. 2 hard things. I could give many examples of hard dilemmas, but I'm choosing 2 slightly unusual ones. One is the choice to whether or not to get emotionally invested, to be attached. I was interviewing, frankly, not a cross-section of attorneys, but what I consider to be among the best of the best in many ways, those who had all kinds of standards for how they practiced, and one of them was to do it with attachment, to do it with emotional investment. And so when I would say at some point, does it make it harder? You know, they would say, well, yeah, but there's no other way to do it. It leads to a lot of suffering. The third example, I guess, that I'll give, the less obvious one perhaps, is the choice, the dilemma about whether to acknowledge their own suffering. It's very important to me in representing my interviewees to you to make it clear that they were not whining, they were not full of their own pain. You know, if anything, they were diffident. They were, well, I'm not the center of the story here. You know, why would anyone be interested in our suffering? That was the tone, you know, and there would be, for example, I'll tell you one extremely moving interview in which the attorney began by saying, you know, I don't experience it as failure. I don't see it as my fault, the execution. And a few minutes later, through a bunch of steps that I won't recount to you now, he was in tears acknowledging the extent to which he did hold it as his fault in a kind of gut, you know, not intellectual way. Acknowledging that their numbness, panic reactions, all dreams, all the kind of classic trauma symptoms that I was hearing about, acknowledging that was so, was in some sense, I want to say, one of the hardest choices.
Final question by me, and then we'll take questions from the audience. In your opinion, is there a way that the criminal justice system could support the attorneys better? Be them defense attorneys or be they prosecutors? And more specifically, do you have a specific recommendation for something that would be helpful, that would help move us along so that we could do the work that is our profession, more easily, more happily, perhaps with less of the feeling of danger that it can be sometimes for us personally and professionally? Catherine, can we start with you, please?
In Texas, thanks to the work of Marilyn Armour and Stephanie Froge, we started, 4 years ago? a program called Defense Initiated Victim Outreach, and we now train every capital defense lawyer in the state on Defense Initiated Victim Outreach, which is a program to put a neutral victim outreach person to contact the victim survivor and to find out how the defense might be able to meet their needs. This has been important, I think, for the defense community and certainly for me in feeling the tide of emotion that surrounds these needs and thinking, how do I get to shore? What's the boat? I hear the cries, but I don't know how to meet those needs. And Devo has helped me personally, and I think our community, to understand that that can be the boat. It can be the mode of transport. Now, many of the capital defense lawyers in Texas are male. And so now I'm going to say something really sexist, which is that a Y chromosome is not always the best vehicle for hearing emotion. And we have had a lot of fear and suspicion in the part of our, initially with our capital defense lawyers who are very afraid. And for you survivors there, we are afraid of you. Like you might be afraid of us, we're afraid of you. And so to have someone there who's neutral to help mediate and bring understanding as a bridge, I actually think is healing. And now in my office, when we can get the funding for it, we can't imagine going forward without trying to get a Devo involved, because it's a way for a bridge and to try to be respectful and to hear. We may not always have the answers that you want, but first we have to open our ears. So that's part of the solution I see.
Thank you. Bonnie.
Thank you. I certainly think that legislation addressing victims' rights is certainly is very helpful. Legislation that allows victims to have a right to be heard and be present in the courtroom is certainly extremely important. And I also feel that the victims' advocates that we have through DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office provide immense support to the surviving victims. As we heard this morning, many of the surviving victims talked about the victim advocates that helped them through the process. And likewise, we have that process as well. So I find those two things, legislation and victims advocates, to be two very important pieces in this puzzle.
Paul. Father, I think if I understand your question, you were looking for what would make the lawyer's job easier. And I'm not sure that, I guess, that we should worry too much about making prosecutors' jobs easier. But I will say this. I've had this idea for some time, and in fact, I'm trying to put together some paper on it. If you're a patent lawyer and you want to practice patent law because we want to protect ideas, you have to take a patent bar exam. If you want to be a prosecutor that prosecutes death penalty cases, there's no such thing. It's anecdotal evidence. When I prosecuted my first homicide case, it was good. Charlton did pretty well on that last assault case. What did the judge say? What did the defense attorney say? Let's throw him in. Kind of the old medical maxim of see one, do one, teach one. And that really isn't how it ought to be done. If we're going to seek the ultimate penalty, we ought to at least require of prosecutors what we require of patent lawyers, a special bar exam, people who understand what discovery processes are, people who understand what the rules of ethics are, people who have the kind of background that the bench and the defense bar will respect enough to say, when I've decided that we need to go and seek the ultimate penalty, it's coming from somebody who actually understands what that means. So if there's a way to improve the system and perhaps give prosecutors more comfort and society more comfort, I think that's one that we ought to be talking about. What is it that we require of prosecutors before we give them the vehicle to seek to take another person's life?
Ed? To make the system better, that's a difficult thing to discuss. But one thing, and again, it was in discussing it with a defense lawyer that's handled a number of homicide cases, as I have. If you want to bridge the gap between the survivors of the the murder victim and the offender's family, there has to be an understanding between the prosecution and the court and the defense bar that no contact orders then would have to be changed. As a general rule, there's a no contact order that's direct or indirect. That means it could be a family member that would like to go up to the victim's family and maybe apologize. That can't happen in all likelihood if you have a very astute prosecutor that would like to charge that as intimidation of a witness in the case. That could be possible. So I think that there has to be an understanding, a relaxation in that regard. And that goes back to the defense-initiated victim outreach. I believe that that would be of a great importance, but it really doesn't exist, at least not here. It's something that would have to be coupled with the advocates in the district attorney's office. Presently, the way the advocacy works out of the district attorney's office is that the advocate will not necessarily assist the defense attorney to have any contact with family members. In the event that you would like, I can understand if you want to interview a family member because the family member is a witness, the advocate will inform the DA. The DA will say to the witness, if you'd like to talk to the defense attorney, by all means you can. But would you like somebody from our office to be there while that occurs? I understand that, but we're not talking about a witness that's required for testimony. We're talking about trying to heal wounds. And unless you have a project like DEVO that's already established, or unless you have the prosecutor's office actually doing any type of outreach with the defense, the system is not going to change. And we're still going to have that adversary view of the entire system. It's us against them. Don't talk to them. They're just going to try to burn you. They're going to try to figure out something. And many times that's just not true. So I think that there's a great need by both, I believe, the courts and the district attorney's office, because they're really in the driver's seat here, to maybe alleviate some of that so that there can be greater contact between the families of both sides.
Susanna.
Over and over again, my interviewees would say things to me like, and I'm just about direct quoting, I don't have this well of strength and serenity that my colleagues have, one would say. Or another would say, you know, she didn't seem as affected by that execution as I was. And I, Susanna, would have been in a funny, strange position of having done confidential interviews with exactly the attorneys that were being referred to there, and I would be holding confidentially the very raw, very affected, not strong or serene kind of experience. So I feel that Fighting for Their Lives, the book is an initial beginning of a conversation about how executions and fighting to prevent executions affect defense attorneys. I think the what to do about it is not simple or straightforward. I talk with some attorneys about how in some professions, for example, in law enforcement, if you witness violence, it's mandated that you receive some kind of debriefing. We discussed, mandating pros and cons. There's a way in which I can see that there's a pride-saving, a sort of face-saving quality to it being mandated. At the same time, I'm not sure I'm a firm advocate of that, but there wasn't a clear solution. I think that the sort of support group model may not be appropriate. Some attorneys talked with me about, there's some initial attempts to have groups for capital defense attorneys to talk about loss. The ones I spoke with were I didn't find that to be helpful for a bunch of reasons I don't have time to get into here, but I think it will need to be, like we've heard today, a variety of options. I think there were some reasons that the attorneys were able to speak with me that may be useful, generalizable, not that it should be me in every case, but what was it about my positioning that helped the attorneys to feel comfortable talking? Could we replicate that? At the moment, we're at very, very early first step with this, I think.
Father, may I come back to that question for a moment? It's just in response to something that my colleague Paul said. I don't disagree that training is always good, It's always a good thing whether you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney. And I want to say that in the department and in our section, we certainly receive training on capital issues. We have very experienced prosecutors that are collectively making decisions and prosecuting these cases with many, many years of litigation, both litigation experience and appellate experience. And in terms of the ethical obligations, I just want to say, in terms of having anything special or different for prosecutors dealing with these issues, our ethical obligations as prosecutors are very, very different than some of my colleagues on this panel. As my colleague Ed stated, he has an obligation to be a zealous advocate. We have an obligation which is very different, and that is to seek justice. We are what is known as the ministers of justice. And that ethical obligation extends beyond capital cases. It guides us in every case that we handle.
If any of you have questions, please just press the button. Speak up.
In a case where there's a murder, the family survivors of the victim of the homicide will tend to get support and sympathy and encouragement from family and the community. And I'm wondering, the families of the perpetrators, are they burdened, in addition to the horror of what happened, with shame and community chastisement or isolation? You know, blaming, well, it's the parents' fault because they did whatever. Is that a trend or anything?
That, for example, I handle a lot of cases with Latinos. And so as a result, that community may turn its back on that family as a result of the particular event, especially if it's something horrific that lands up in the newspaper. They, unlike the district attorney's office, that maybe they could refer someone for counseling or treatment, they can get through the Crime Victim Compensation Fund maybe monies so that they can receive that type of treatment. That doesn't exist with the offender's family. If they have no money, they will not receive any treatment. They will not be supported in any way.
Go ahead. Just speak up.
I mean, on its face, I certainly would want to hear more about that. I wouldn't have any objection to that. It certainly sounds, and I think anybody that needs help or therapy in dealing with these issues ought to have services available to them. And I've seen firsthand as well, you know, what it does to a defendant's family. We have a kind of it's very different than a homicide case where the death penalty is not in play. We speak as well, believe it or not, to defendants' families. Some of them want to talk to us in a penalty phase and tell us about the defendant and things that they think that we should know about them and their family. And of course, we're willing to listen, and we want to hear all sides of everybody's story. And I have, of course, seen firsthand the damage that it does to the defendants' families as well, no doubt. So I would be, of course, not be opposed to anybody receiving services that's in need of services.
Anything, Paul?
No, I think Bonnie's exactly right. I'm a former prosecutor, so I think it's best to hear from a current prosecutor on what that is, and I think Bonnie said it exactly right.
Anybody else have questions? Yes, please speak up.
I think what would help is some recognition that there are many doors to having a relationship with survivors. And in some places like Texas, there's an effort to close those doors on different routes and to route them only through a prosecutor's office who is a partisan person in the system. I mean, sometimes I think it would be better if the victim services coordinator were outside the prosecutor's office. And I think Maryland's research suggests that might be helpful in some ways. So that's the kind of public support. My concern is that survivors get the services they need without reference to, are you a member of my team? Are you not? Because the other part I haven't spoken about here is, particularly in family homicides, people do approach us and say, I don't want the death penalty. And that's the moment where they stop getting talked to by the prosecution's victim coordinator because they're no longer on the prosecution team, which is seeking the death penalty or an execution date. And what I hear today, and correct me, I may be wrong, is that you need to be heard first without reference to what the ultimate sanction is. And I think the law being the blunt instrument that it is, sometimes we aren't good at hearing you first. I think sometimes we say, what side are you on? And we need to hear you. So that's what I see. And again, I'm interested in hearing what other people have to say about that.
Anyone else on the panel want to respond?
I guess from my perspective, again, I feel like we have open lines of communication with the victims, both personally as prosecutors and through our victim advocates. I don't know. I mean, I think that we have pretty open communication with the public on these issues. I don't know what else would help us in that area. In terms of being heard, though, I mean, I disagree with my colleague in that, again, our job is not to seek a conviction. That's not my job. It's to seek justice. And so we listen to everything our victims have to tell us. And even if a victim's family is in disagreement, we had a case just recently that was tried in the District of Puerto Rico where the victim's family was not in favor of capital punishment. The decision was made to seek capital punishment. That victim's family had a very close relationship with the prosecutor. They were not shut out. They were led every step of the way through the process and had a very positive experience.
I just add that was my experience as well. It's a big country with lots of prosecutors, and I don't doubt when Catherine says that she's had that experience where if the surviving family member doesn't agree with the prosecutor on the death penalty, that they get shut out. But that's not been my personal experience. It wasn't my experience in the whole District of Arizona. I suspect and believe that the majority of prosecutors would not attempt to shut out victim family members who disagree with the ultimate penalty.
There seems to be this notion that if you're a defense lawyer or if you're on a defense team that somehow you're not seeking justice. That's just not correct. Just because you're a prosecutor doesn't mean that you seek justice and only you. We're all in this together. There's judges are involved. There are appellate courts that are involved. There are prosecutors that are involved, investigators on both sides. We all seek justice. And when you say, well, how can we engage the community to understand maybe our particular roles, that is something that I believe has to be clarified with the community at large. We're all in it in the best system that we know, and we're all in it for justice.
I just add one other thing. That's one other thing I guess I'd add consistent with what Eduardo just said, and that is that what I learned early on is that nobody, not the prosecutor, not the defense attorney, not the judge, not the jury, not the agents, not the cops, nobody had a monopoly on the truth. And that's one of the things that makes our system, for all of its many faults, the greatest system in the world. It's the search for the truth. And it takes two parties to find that truth, both the defense and the prosecution.
Susanna?
Yeah, again, speaking for the aggregate, the group, I think that the public, so to speak, is ambivalent about capital defense. There may be a general vague notion that perhaps that there's a role for the defense attorney, but again, there can be a lot of, as Catherine said earlier, why should we worry about how it affects you? You're defending the monsters kind of thing. So I guess in a general sense, what would help is an acknowledgement of that role, that it's something that sort of at least constitutionally has to be done, and that maybe it's worth looking at how it affects those who do it. If it depends on how you, I guess, draw the categories. If you think of capital defense attorneys in some sense as engaged in a life-saving profession, it's got something in common with other professions where there's a lot of adrenaline, very high stakes, very high stress. Other professions have more safeguards built in. A capital defense attorney can't say, or certainly can't easily say, I need some safeguards here. I need some limits on, how long I work without sleep, or, other kinds of protections. There's no mechanism for asking for that. I don't know if there ever could be, but you're asking about the public, and just, the amorphous greater understanding, greater awareness would probably help.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment. In part, it's a little bit to address the heart and soul of the conference, which is what we learn in restorative justice, and I talked about this earlier, is the ripple effect of what anyone does ripples through the community. And we see that listening to the survivors, and we see that listening to this group. And so when the survivors talk about, having been treated kindly by a defense lawyer, that was meaningful to them. And that defense lawyer obviously was in a place that he or she was able to do it, whatever the mechanism was to do it. We are all interacting in this justice system together. And I think what the heart and soul, and hopefully this conference of yesterday and today as we go forward, is the purpose is we always have to stop and listen to all the people involved and say, what's going on? How can we support people in their various roles, make sure that they're the best they can be vis-a-vis those others that we are trying to help. And, we're all guilty of that. And even in the law school, we all come to sort of these preconceived ideas of roles and responsibilities and obligations and who are breaching people's rights. And yet we're all humans in this experience together. And hopefully that's what we get out of today, is we've heard from all these different voices, and we'll hear for some more voices, and hopefully come to a deeper understanding of how we can better interact with each other to help support the system and to find healing for those that are hurting.
And that will be our coda. We have a 5-minute break. Thank you to the panel. Thank you.
All right, we're going to begin our next panel. On our continuing theme of the ripples through the system, we've decided for our next panel to have two individuals who often are not present at restorative justice conferences, that is a judge and a warden. And I am very, very pleased that we are fortunate enough to have Judge Maxine White. Many of you know Judge White. She's a graduate of Marquette University Law School. She's a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge, and she's deputy chief judge in Milwaukee County. And Maxine and I were on the court together for a long time. And I asked Maxine to join us today, in part because I know she did an assignment actually that I had during my past judicial career of sitting in homicide court and hearing homicides and sentencing, giving the ultimate punishment, at least in Wisconsin, in many cases, and sort of what that feels like and acts like from the judicial standpoint. I'm just going to tell a short story before I introduce the warden. When I started the Restorative Justice Initiative many years ago, and I was out talking to a variety of victims groups trying to explain to people what restorative justice was and what victim offender dialogue was, so that if they heard about it, they'd know about it. And one of the couples that I went to see were a couple that were the head of parents of murdered children. And I went to see them, and I said to them, you know, there's no reason, I'm not here to try to talk you into a victim-offender dialogue. I just want you to know this is what we're going to be doing and have you understand this. And so they were very nice, and we had a nice conversation. And so I explained this whole thing, and they said, well, we never have any interest whatsoever meeting with the four that murdered our son. And I said, that's perfectly understandable. And I said, well, what would be helpful? Because when we look at restorative justice, in part, we're saying what's going to help repair the harm for the victims. And they looked at me and they said, we would love to meet with the trial judge. And I said, really? And they said, yes. And it was Judge Pat McMahon. And Pat's a friend of both Maxine's and mine. And I said, well, are you angry with her? I didn't quite know what kind of meeting this was going to be. And they said, no. We sat through 4 trials because there were 4 co-defendants. And it's well past the trials. The appeals are run. We'd like to know what she was thinking and why she did this and why she did that and what her reactions were to the various offenders and so on. And so I said, would you like me to ask her? And they said yes, and I did. And I called Pat, and Pat said, are you going to be there? And I said, I'll be there. And we met them for lunch, and they met her with a bouquet of red roses. And we spent 4 hours talking about the murder case trials that happened. And Pat had gone back and read all the transcripts and answered their questions. And they said that was the best day since the day before their son was murdered 6 years earlier. And so it goes to show that sometimes you just got to ask the question of what's helpful. But it was funny because here was the interaction of the judge and the family members of the victims, and so you just never know. And so anyway, I'm very, very pleased that Maxine's here to talk to us. And then Jean Woodford has an interesting background. She is listed in the program. She was warden at San Quentin State Prison, which is still the site for executions in California. And so had that ultimate responsibility of overseeing, as warden, executions at San Quentin. She later went on to head up in different corrections offices, including in San Francisco and the Department of Corrections, and has refocused her career now to be working on death penalty focus and to be working on trying to have the law changed in the state of California to eliminate the death penalty. So she's kind of taken her own interesting journey. So I've asked both Judge White and Jean Woodford to tell you a little bit about their journeys through this question of ultimate penalty, sort of what it's like to be the judge that has to be sensing that what Maxine thinks about, what her experiences are, any reactions that you may have from the speakers this morning, and then have Jean do likewise in terms of her incredible experiences of having been at San Quentin and now fighting to try to get California to change its law. So, Maxine, would you mind beginning?
Thank you, Janine. And I want to thank the ones responsible for this dialogue here at Marquette on restorative justice. And the reason why I start with that rather than focusing on the specific directive that Janine has given me is to say that these are the places where this type of conversation should take place in the minds and hearts of the public and the people and the ones who have experience in the system who want to bring it out to the public. I watched with awe the control of Patty and Mary Kay and the other speaker this morning as they related the trauma that they experienced when someone violently and intentionally took away the life of a loved one. And I was pleased to hear that judges still okay. I think I heard one flaw as presented by one of the speakers that dealt with a poisonous pill on the jury that resulted in a mistrial and a retrial of the person with a different outcome from the earlier one. But it's a tough job. In Milwaukee County, we recognize the need for some of the core values in our system a long time ago when we created what we refer to as specialty courts. Specialty courts handle homicide and sexual assault. So when my assignment was in homicide as a presiding judge, I did 2 types of cases, homicide and sexual assault. Every day, in and out, every day, in and out. We have other specialty courts, domestic violence courts where there's family violence, and we have drug prosecution courts and drug therapeutic courts. And then we have the felony courts, the children's courts, the family courts, and the business courts, which handle civil litigation, including personal injury. I've been on the bench almost 21 years now, and I have handled hundreds and hundreds of cases. I'm going to talk specifically today about my personal reflections in presiding over homicide cases. And I did what one of the other speakers did. I talked to some of my colleagues who have recently been in the assignment, some of them not so recent, to talk about their experiences. And the similarities that I found with what they discussed with me as their own personal experiences and how they handle the difficulty of presiding over such cases, that there's a very deep similarity between it. But I was shocked at the similarity that I felt and heard when Susie and Mary Kay and Patty spoke this morning about what they do to get through the next phase of their lives. Even though they're dealing with something quite different than managing a huge docket of cases, managing every aspect of it. Everybody that sat up on the last panel, I'm sort of in charge of them. I am where the rubber meets the road. And the public entrusts me with great power, great responsibility that I don't take lightly. And I tell you why I don't take it so lightly. Our justice system cannot be what it needs to be at all times when you need it to be. I'm gonna unravel my Mississippi tongue. I grew up on a small farm in Indianola, Mississippi, a sharecropper's daughter, and the law had great disregard and disdain for African Americans in my world as a child. So my father was the law. He had a rule in the house, for example. He said, don't stop for the police. Keep driving if you can make it home, and I'll make it right. So I grew up in a world where he had to function that way, but he raised us to respect the American justice system. He knew I wanted to be a lawyer. He knew that he had imparted on all 11 of his children the core values of faith, family, and hard work. And he didn't want us to have to be the law. He wanted us to be what we wanted to be, but to act within the law. So I come to this job as a judge with strong values. My faith is grounded in Jesus Christ. I don't push my faith on the people in front of me, but I employ the values that I learned from my faith in handling the difficult workload. At sentencing and homicide cases, everybody feels a sense of loss. Victims' families express to me how the sudden, unexpected, and violent murder of a loved one creates a void, a hole in their hearts, a deep, irreversible loss, how it causes unspeakable suffering and rage and anger and sadness that extends beyond the victim and the victim's family. It goes to the offender's family. In our hallways, we don't look like the Oprah show. There are small spaces that all of these people involuntarily, like Dr. Armour talked about, involuntarily for months on and months off have to share the airspace with each other. Some of the courtrooms are not large enough to accommodate the press and the families of the victim and the families of the offender, and then all of the participant witness and players. In some of the cases, and I think it might be true of the speakers that spoke this morning, the survivors, that not all people who are victims of the homicide are witnesses in the case. So as a judge, I know when I leave and escape through the side door to get a cup of coffee or a donut in the morning that they want to talk to me. But just like that juror that violated her oath or his oath, that poisoned the jury requiring a retrial, that could happen if I violate the rules of law that govern my court. So sometimes we seem as if we are widgets or rockets walking along the hallway with no feelings. But believe me, my colleagues and I know that feelings must be put aside. This job is not for the faint of heart. And I tell people when they come to talk to me and say, I think I want to be a judge, I caution them, just don't want to be a judge because you saw Judge Judy. This is not a trial run. There's no makeup artist in the back. You know, this is real life, and you're dealing with real people, and you ought to be ready for the ride. So as you've heard during this conference, the impact of homicides extends to those who are also entrusted to carry out certain roles in the justice system: law enforcement officers, lawyers, witnesses, jurors, which we haven't talked about, those people on the jury that write me letters later who have night sweats, who can't sleep for months on end, who don't know where to go with their pain and anguish. We talked about resources for those affected vicariously by the violence of another. There are places for some of them, but not places for others. Court personnel, the clerk that sits in front of me for 20 years, case in and case out, whether it involves the death of a police officer, the death of a 2-year-old baby, whether it's involved the violent, brutal murder by a son of his mother, that clerk in front of me has to stand there stoically and swear in each witness. The court reporter has to make sure that the pictures, the photographs are logged in and that the exhibits are kept. So if a higher court tries to reverse whatever I've done at the lower level, they'll have all of the evidence that went into the record, and there'll be no question about the validity of the outcome. Yes, and even those sitting high, cloaked in long black robes, the judges, we are not immune to tears. Presiding over a homicide case is emotionally taxing, exhausting, physically draining. It requires personal strength, moral strength, control, discipline, preparation, the avoidance of bias, and a commitment to the rule of law and the ideals of justice. This is one of the toughest jobs that I can think of in America. One which should not be taken for granted, one which should not be given to someone without great thought. You have to resist any rush to judgment or outside influence in this job. Every day I must balance the rights of the one accused against the rights of the one who's been harmed. The stakes are at their very highest when we're talking about intentional homicide. So from the very introduction of the case, I do something to help me get into the right mode. I have to ensure that all of the parameters are met for a fair trial, that the place is safe. I have enough bailiffs to make sure that the families on each side have access to the public forum. I may have to throw out some of the news media to make sure that the victim's family can be seated. I get to make the call as to who sits in those chairs, and I do it with a procedure and a policy that's respectful and fair. I have to make sure that the defense and the prosecution is given adequate time to prepare for the trial, that there are safeguards in place to avoid unwarranted presentation of grisly details for show trial effect. So if the photos or the showing of the film or the playing of the tape the third time is just to make sure that the cameras are present and some lawyer's future is promoted, I will cut that role from the case. The bar on efficiency has to be set high to minimize unreasonable delay. I have to rule on a lot of motions that the families can't see. There's a lot going on in chambers. I'm not changing clothes. I'm not doing a dress rehearsal back there. The lawyers are really pounding on the law, presenting their summary of the facts, and the court reporter is typing just as rapidly in chambers as she is out in open court. A lot goes on back there. Sometimes people act up and act out. We had a trial recently where a person had to be brought in and out of the court like every 30 minutes. The jury has to get up, leave first. The defendant has to get up, be brought out next. The defendant has to be given an opportunity to confer with counsel. Witnesses are delayed or uncooperative. I may have to use the force of law to get them to take that stand. I may have to give them some opportunity to have things extracted from what they're going to say. So we don't get to role play And formerly as a prosecutor myself before, sometimes as prosecutor I was shocked at what my witness would say when they took the stand. No matter how many times you prep them, what they said on the stand is what's the evidence and how it gets weighed. Care must be taken, very, very strong care must be taken in seating an impartial jury of the defendant's peers and instructing them on the law and the rules. So, for example, the only way the judge knew that that one juror had violated the rules that the one speaker talked about is because somebody on that panel took their oath to heart, just like I take my oath. Somebody, if I can get to one member of the juror panel to convince them to let me know if anybody else violates these rules, we read those instructions to them. Let me know. If you're wrong about whether it was a violation, don't worry about it. I'll cover for you. I just want to know the conduct and who's perpetrating it. Because if it's poisonous to the trial today and I don't restart tomorrow or a few months from now, the witnesses may have expired, changed their mind about cooperating, evidence might have been lost or unintentionally destroyed, and that would be a travesty of justice. So I spent a lot of times with the selection of the jury process because that's where the rubber meets the road. Those people have to give up their time, come in and day out. Sometimes they're frightened to even come into the hallway. And all of these players, think about it, in a violent crime that happens and an unexpected taking of a life, the witnesses are involuntarily there. They're there because they saw something, might be a neighbor, a friend, or a stranger. They're pulled out of their normal lives. The juror selection process bring in sometimes involuntary actors. They're voluntarily there because they tell us they fit the fairness curve that we throw at them. So we have to go through a lot to seat a fair jury. But once I go through all of this, whether it's a trial for a week, 2 weeks, or a month, every aspect of what I do leading up to the ultimate guilty verdict in a case makes me feel solidly comfortable in my chair as the one who is to proclaim a sentence, so that I can sleep at night. I work very hard, leaving the building as the last person at night to make sure during the course of the truth-seeking process, everybody gets to put in what the rules say they should be allowed to put in the manner that the rules allow, and at the time and in the time frame prescribed. And once I'm satisfied that I've done everything that I can do, and I don't like the expression that I'm an umpire. I call balls and strikes. That kind of diminishes what I feel as a trial judge. Because what I do as a trial judge is more than balls and strikes. I need to talk to the lawyers and all of their attendant people all the time when I witness and I can see from where I'm sitting that something is going on. Who's the young lady in the audience? Is she likely to be a witness? Tell her there's a rule against her being in the courtroom. If you want me to speak to the family explaining the rule of sequestration to them, I can do that for you and take the heat off of you. Tell them it's the judge, not you. I want them to focus on their case and their client. Somehow in our nation, I think we've gotten a view that we're all in this together. That's not your justice system. The justice system, we're only under the same roof together. Everybody there has a mission. The prosecutor's mission, when I was a prosecutor and I worked for the U.S. Justice Department as an assistant U.S. attorney, my mission was entirely different than the judges I stood before. I am not on anybody's side except a fair and impartial proceeding to figure out what it is they want, what rules govern the procedure, what authority do I have to give it to them, and then when and how should it occur.
Judge, if I can turn to Jean a little bit and have her talk a little bit about her experience in California from the other end of the system after there's been a conviction and sentencing.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. And I really have learned a lot, and I'm really grateful for being here. I'm always mindful. I spent 30 years working inside prisons, and I'm always mindful. It's sort of like the allegory of the cave. You know, you think you understand things, but often you're just seeing the shadows, and coming to a conference like this gives you deeper understanding. And so one of the things I want to tell you is when you work in corrections, you really are trained not to be emotional about issues. And you really are trained to address the offender, we call them inmates in California, where they are today, not where they started. And so it's really important to keep that in mind when you hear my story. So I'll tell you how I started in the Department of Corrections. I started at San Quentin State Prison in 1978, 2 weeks after graduating from Sonoma State University with a degree in criminal justice. At that time, it was quite unusual for a woman to have a degree in criminal justice, and it was really quite unusual for anybody to have a degree in criminal justice. So here, 2 weeks after graduating, I'm at San Quentin State Prison. And at that point in time, there were 6 inmates on death row. I stayed at San Quentin for over 26 years and promoted through the ranks until I became the warden in 1999. And I remained the warden until 2004 when I was promoted to Sacramento as the Director of Corrections. During that time, I watched death row grow from those 6 inmates to when I left 650 inmates on death row, and to where it is today with 729 inmates on death row. Just 2 months ago, one of those inmates that was on death row when I started died of natural causes. So I feel like I've seen the system from the point of view of watching people change over time, which is one aspect of corrections. I've seen it from the point of view of staff who work with the inmates on death row. I've seen it from the point of view of the staff who help me carry out the execution process, because it really is the warden who carries out executions. I've seen it from the point of view of victims' family members, sometimes just the night of the execution. Often during my time there, I would have victim family members call me up before the trial and ask me questions which I tried to answer. They would be questions like, I believe in the death penalty, but my daughter who was murdered didn't. What should I do? And I would just really never tell anybody what to do. I would just talk them, try to listen to what they had to say and respond to their questions. I had victims' family members who wanted to know what life was like inside prison, so they would either come to my office and I would explain the hours of the day for an inmate to them. If they wanted to tour the prison, I would walk them around the prison and point out what inmates were doing, both positive and negative. And so that's really my experience with victims overall. But let me tell you what it's like from the point of view of a warden carrying out an execution. And keep in mind, death row inmates who are male are housed at San Quentin from the day they arrive, and their execution occurs at that prison. So we've known those inmates for a very long time. I carried out 4 executions. You get that execution warrant in California 30 to 60 days prior to the execution, and I describe it this way. You get up in the morning, you get dressed for work. I hug my husband goodbye. I wish my kids a great day at school. And then I get in my car, driving to work, knowing that it is my job, my duty, to plan the execution of a human being on behalf of the citizens of the state of California. You spend your entire time, that 30, 60 days, working with your staff to get them prepared for that execution. You serve the warrant on the person who's to be executed. You explain to that person the process. You ask them, how many times would you like me to meet with you? You abide by those rules. You ask them who they want to designate as their next of kin. You explain to them that they're allowed to have witnesses at the execution and that you'll come back at a later date to get those names. You make sure that they have access to their attorney and that the processes are in place for that access to occur. You also ask them which method of execution do they prefer, lethal injection or the gas chamber. If they don't answer, it is automatically lethal injection in the state of California. Then you begin setting up practice times with your team. So you meet regularly with your team to practice killing a human being. And you look at you try to address every scenario that could come up. Whether they're going to fight you getting into the chamber, they pass out on the way into the chamber, and you really talk about everything possible that could happen. And I describe that to you because it is important to know what we're asking civil servants to go through. Now, many people think members of the execution team want to be on that execution team to execute someone, and that just isn't the case. I mean, my staff, you volunteer to be a part of the team, and I found that the reasons they volunteer are multifaceted. Some volunteer because they respect the warden and want to be there to support the warden. Some are there because they believe in the law of the state of California and want to make sure that that's carried out in a very professional way. And, in choosing people for that team, we never chose anybody who wanted to be there to kill someone, because that isn't really the purpose. It's our purpose to make sure that it's done as dignified a manner as possible. And then when the night of the execution comes, the victim's family members, I have experienced many things. I've had family members who wanted to be there. I've had family members who were guilted into being there. So I've seen the best and the worst of our criminal justice system. I had family members who were told by the Attorney General's office that if they didn't come, the governor might grant clemency. And I felt so bad for those family members. There's a spiel that you give right before you go into the chamber, and that spiel went something like, I'm the warden, I'm here to tell you that here's how I expect you to behave while you're in that chamber. If you act out in any way, you'll be removed. And I do hope that this brings you closure in some way. The last execution I carried out, I couldn't say those words anymore. And after I talked to the victim's family members, quite honestly, I went into the bathroom and became physically ill before I went on to carry out that execution. In one of the executions I was involved with, an inmate by the name of Mr. Babbitt. He was a Vietnam War veteran, and his intent was to commit a rape, and the victim died of a heart attack. And his brother realized that he had committed the crime. His brother was a law enforcement officer and turned him in, and then came that night, 25 years later, to witness the execution. I've since met with him after leaving government work, and it was a very difficult conversation. That he forever will be traumatized, because when he turned his brother in, he believed that he had an agreement with the DA's office that his brother would not be executed. So here's another kind of victim, and he still today is not okay. We talked a little bit earlier about the impact on attorneys, and in Mr. Babbitt's case, his attorney had served time, was in Vietnam with him. They were in the same unit. And then he went on to become his attorney. He today is not okay. I can tell you that what I have experienced is that the death penalty, and I know others will disagree, and I'm not here to tell you how to think, but from my point of view, the death penalty serves no one. Particularly when in California, we have inmates. It's over 25 years before we ever have an execution. In that state, we've had 13 executions. We've had 88 inmates die by natural causes or suicide after spending years on death row, and we've had 100 other inmates whose sentences were overturned after years on death row, years of appeals to life in prison without possibility of parole. Also, from the point of view of a warden, inmates on death row get a single cell, an attorney, and a legal team for life, visiting 7 days a week, and in many cases they become celebrities. And I think that's very hard on everyone to watch. So I believe in appropriate punishment. I believe life in prison without possibility of parole is that kind of punishment. And I believe that it actually serves our criminal justice system in so many ways. And I know we have short time, so I'll stop there.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is that I suspect there's some questions. If not, I've got some questions of the panel, but I want to give the audience a pan. It's not very every day that you have a judge and a warden here with both the vast experience that both Maxine and Jean have. People have questions of them in terms of the impact of their work and yes, decision making. Yes.
Wrong thingy. Judges on the bench may influence people in ways that they may not even perceive. Lawyers can do whatever they do. Juries may dismiss what the lawyers do because that's what lawyers do. But the judge, in essence, stoically sitting on that bench, showing as little emotion as possible, creates an aura of stability for the jurors to understand what is occurring. So I've never been able to ask a judge this. How do you maintain the the demeanor that you need to when you're listening to someone act like a complete fool and all you want to do is go, oh my God, where did that person come from?
Well, I think that I recognize the risk that I raise when I act out my internal emotions, that I ruin it for everybody and the taxpayers have to start over again, because the jury is always trying to read me. You're right on. And after every trial, in almost 21 years, I talk to every jury panel. If I meet them at Kmart or the service station, I talk to them whenever I get a chance, and they are looking at me to see my response and my reaction. I can react later on, and it comes from the kind of training that some people talked about, that when I don't know any commonsensical way to describe it, except that when I leave work at night sometimes, people say, I saw your car on the parking lot. Did you go out for a drink with someone? Well, I'm in my car, sitting there waiting before I drive, and sometimes just boo-hooing, just absolutely loud like a kid with a tantrum for the biggest toy they ever thought they ever wanted, just screaming and pounding on the steering wheel. There are other times when I drive throughout this county from one end to the next, there's a certain playground that I always think about an 8-year-old boy when I pass it. There is sometimes when I see a police car parked and a cop is eating his donuts, reading the paper on a break and drinking a cup of coffee, I think about the officer who was doing just that and who was gunned down by a bank robber who thought that he had responded to the robbery and he didn't even know about it. If I park past the corner of a certain park, there's an apartment building, I think about the underground parking lot that the private investigator was accosted in. So there are markers in my life which pales to what the victims must have seen and experienced, like the one describing finding her mother this morning. Imagine me 10 years later can't pass that same parking lot or that same McDonald's where the murder occurred without thinking about not just, oh, something happened here, but I can almost recite the trial. So what I know is, and what I fear is, what Mary Kay explained to us this morning is that if it gets unraveled, these involuntary participants will be called back again if they're still around, if the witnesses are still cooperating, if you can find anybody, if they didn't pass on. Because remember, every time we redo a trial, you got to redo it totally. You don't get to because you got a different jury. They didn't go get the old jury and say, can you come back and serve again? It's a redo, totally. It's a new trial. And so I realize the association between that emotion of my own and having to keep the train in the road. And I think you have the parental, if you're parents, sometimes when things are happening all around you, you understand that you have to be sort of like the rock. I entered this job at a time, and I'll stop with this, is that I had other ways to deal with emotions. So maybe I was Ross maybe I was like Downton Abbey by the time I got to the bench, because I had lost 3 brothers, 1 year behind each other from illness and disease. I lost a brother-in-law from illness. I lost my mom and dad, who had been married 57 years. My mom was in an experimental program. So when I left the bench at night, I flew to Mississippi to be in the experimental cancer program. So I had other places to put some of that emotion. And then I lost a sister to a negligent act by someone else, not a criminal act. And all of those things had sort of like drained me. So by the time I got to the bench, I needed some place to put this methodical control, the need to be in control on the bench. Like my personal life was kind of out of control, the control mechanism that I could muster up, I could use on the bench. So I think that Patty this morning talked about every minute, every hour, every day as a teacher. Well, as a judge, when I go in, I'm in family court now. And by the way, as a note, some of the people that left untreated end up being lifers. The children of children that are left untreated, whether they're at the defense table or the victim table, start acting out in children's court, getting a criminal record, They graduate to big people's court, and they end up executing their friends, like I've had, and trying to use the fact of their depraved life to defeat first degree and make it second degree homicide, because they have had a rotten life. And so there's so much emotion. Somebody has to be in control. You have to have that kind of personality and that kind of training, though, I think, in order to do that.
Thank you. Yes, Dick. Yeah.
What do? He's against capital punishment. He's for life. We're in this institution. How would you handle that, Judge?
Well, the one thing you'll hear from all of the judges that are on the bench, that we do not make predictions about what we would do if there was a law. In Wisconsin, the most severe crime meets with life in prison without parole. So I don't predict. The legislative body of Wisconsin decides for each crime whether or not there's a minimum, whether it's probation as a minimum or a maximum of a number of years, or life means life. And if you serve the court, you serve the law. You don't make the law. So what I would suggest for anyone who's thinking about serving in a capacity, whether it's a warden or a judge, is once you run afoul of what the rules are where you are, maybe you need to be someplace else. That's what I do with my life. So I don't answer hypothetically.
Yeah, and I'll answer it because I'm not on the bench. I think the answer is if you truly cannot impose the life, an execution as a sentence, then you can't hear the case. I mean, that's the bottom line. And there are people that can, will say, that's my role and I'm going to do it. But there are judges, for example, in this county who have served out at children's court where a juvenile can come in and ask for a parental waiver for an abortion. And because they are pro-life, they will not hear those cases. And so I think the answer is, and then you have to bear the political consequences of that and whether or not you can serve as a judge. I mean, that's your own personal thing and it's a thing with the public. But I think that's generally the answer and that each judge has to decide. But if you truly cannot do what the law says you're supposed to do, then you shouldn't be hearing the case.
And I just want to make a point that there are a lot of consequences from the rule of law that I don't like.
Yeah.
And so here's what I do. I'm on a lot of committees, and every school I go to, I tell the kids the characteristics of the murderers that I see, of the parents who violently abuse their kids to near death. I tell them if they don't want to be those kind of people, these are the characteristics they don't want to have on their ticket. They do want to get an education. They don't want to be a bully. They don't want to do things to other people. They want to live by the golden rule. And so what I try and do is I take those lessons from the horrors I see in court to the pulpit of life around me, with my own family, with other people's families, and I tell them, these are what happens to kids that are not loved, supported, and nurtured. This is what happened to violent little boys who are violent on the playground. They become violent husbands, and they shoot people. So if I go out in the churches and the byways and highways, and I use those lessons someplace else. And I think that's what a lot of the restorative justice process is about, taking your pain. And some of the victims build mountains. They build scholarships. Yeah. They go to Congress. They do a lot of things to take that pain and make it positive, to remoralize their relatives in that way.
Jean, I want to ask you one last question we unfortunately don't have much time for this panel. Can you tell me, with the topic you talked about, was that a discussion among wardens, nationally, wardens that deal with death penalties? Is that something people talk about or you don't talk about? Or can you give me a sense of the warden community? Because there are others that have to address that as well, I'm sure.
So there's not really a warden community, but
okay, all right.
But
corrections community, how's that?
No, so I have talked to wardens across the country that I've met, and in fact, 6 of us signed a letter in the Troy Davis execution and sent it to the state of Georgia and asked that they stop that execution. And what we said in that letter was, we really don't know whether Troy Davis is guilty or innocent, and think of what you're asking of your public servants, and they'll have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And, you know, we've gotten to be tight, the 6 wardens, and so we've talked about this from our point of view, and how executions impacted us personally and how we know it has come to impact staff. And then more recently, you're starting to see more staff who've been involved in executions. They're on YouTube, and they've made videos talking about the impact of being involved in execution on their own personal lives. Some of it has been pretty tragic, as a matter of fact. So there's a lot more dialogue about this. Thank God that there is, really.
Since it was so hotly debated recently in California, and the proposition was unfortunately defeated, at least from my perspective, was unfortunately defeated, and from yours, I know, because you headed up that initiative. What's the level of dialogue occurring in terms of politics and in terms of corrections in California in light of that whole discussion about whether California ought to abolish the death penalty? Can you give us sort of a quick snapshot of what that discussion was?
So real quickly, for those of you who don't know, in November, we had an initiative on the ballot to replace the death penalty with life in prison without possibility of parole. The initiative would have done 3 things. It would have made life without possibility of parole the harshest punishment in California. It would have set aside $100 million over 3 years in total for the sole purpose of solving the 46% of homicides and the 56% of rapes that go unsolved each year in the state of California because our crime labs don't have enough money and we don't have enough police officers on the street. And then finally, it would have required that all inmates serving life in prison without possibility of parole work and pay restitution into the Victims' Compensation Fund. There's 13 million voters in California. We lost by 225,000 votes. We really think we won in many ways. So it has really changed the dialogue about executions in our state. We don't really know what will happen next because we still have to end the death penalty by voter initiative. So what we know from the election is when people had the facts, and here's the facts real quickly. In California since 1978, we've spent $4 billion on the death penalty above the cost of life in prison without possibility of parole. And what we also know in California is we have huge unsolved crimes, particularly in our poorest neighborhoods, Oakland, California as an example. And that if we took that money that we're spending and wasting on the death penalty and put it into police officers on the street, this is a fact. The best way to reduce crime is to solve it. So New York is a proof of that. So when we got that message out, which takes a lot of money, we won. And so we know we need to continue to educate the voters because we won huge in LA and we had a lot of radio and TV time there, and we won huge in the broader Bay Area, San Francisco and surrounding areas. And we also had a lot of TV and radio time there. We didn't have enough money to be on TV and radio in San Diego and Sacramento like we needed to be, and we didn't win in those areas. And so we hope to be back on the ballot in 4 years, but we need to raise quite a bit of money to do that.
All right, let's thank the panel of Judge White and Jean Woodard. Thank you very much. And if my next panel would come up, Jerry and Lydia and Mark, while they're coming up, I just want to make a couple remarks. And I want to remind, because we've had some people come in, and certainly we've had some discussion about people in favor of the death penalty and anti-death penalty. And I want to just re-loop back to my point that the purpose of this conference, of course, is not to take a position on the death penalty, but to be able to look at the different aspects of it and the humanity and how it gets affected, in hopes that you can come to your own views on this and have a deeper understanding of the impact. As we get to this last panel, before we have Professor Artson and Professor Umbright talking to us, we're going to return a little bit on focusing in terms of victim support and clergy. And we've got three wonderful participants on this panel. And we're looking at people who are working to support survivors and victims through this process. Reverend Hancock, who is to my left here, has been a friend of mine for a long time. Jerry is a lawyer. Jerry worked in the Attorney General's office. He was a Deputy Attorney General once upon a time, has done prosecution work historically, and then upon his retirement from the law, became an ordained United Church of Christ minister and has devoted his ministry primarily to working in the criminal justice field, particularly a lot of prison ministry. But Jerry and I have worked on joint restorative justice projects, and I know that he works with a number of survivors of violent crime. And in fact, I facilitated a program in Columbia Prison where he brought in individuals he knew that had been terribly victimized by homicides and other violent offenses. And so we're going to have Jerry talk a little bit about his sort of back experience, both having been a prosecutor and now being a clergy member and working in this field, and particularly addressing the issue of support of victims and survivors. And then seated to Jerry's left is Lydia Newland, who from the Victim Assistance and Restorative Justice Program in Minnesota, who's going from the Department of Corrections, who works in the area of restorative justice and corrections in Minnesota. And to her left is Mark Odom, who is the Deputy Director of Victim Services in Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and also works in restorative justice and victim offender dialogue. So I'm going to have each of you begin by talking a little bit about your experiences. And I think now that we're sort of at the end of the day, as you're reflecting a little bit about things you may have learned, even though you're all steeped in this field, or experiences that you think might be helpful for the audience to hear at this point. So Jerry, do you want to start?
Good. Thank you, Jean. First of all, let me say I'm not what I seem. As Jean said, I used to be a lawyer. I was actually I was a defense attorney, and then I was a prosecutor. And then in the Attorney General's office, I was Director of Law Enforcement Services, which included being head of the state crime labs. I've enjoyed my time here at Marquette today, dressed as I am. People keep referring to me as Father. I got a better parking spot this morning. I want to assure you, though, that I am Reverend Hancock. I have a lovely wife and two lovely children. I want to talk about two things that have come to my mind yesterday and today in regarding how spiritual caregivers relate to crime victims. And I want to talk about forgiveness, and I want to talk about pastoral care. Forgiveness, as one of the speakers mentioned today, and as Janine has taught me in our restorative justice work, forgiveness is the F word to a lot of crime victims. And it's a complicated thing for people to deal with in terms of pastoral care, because as a Christian and as a minister, I believe in forgiveness. Forgiveness from God is a gift of grace. And it can't be really, in my theology, it can't be earned. It's really not deserved. It's completely a gift of grace. Forgiveness between people is more complicated. And as a pastor, I have to try and help people understand that process. And I never start by saying you must forgive somebody, that God wants you to forgive somebody. Mostly I start by listening to where people are and try and set out the possibility of release through forgiveness. I don't call it forgiveness. I talk about release. As Patty said this morning, forgiveness was Forgiveness was about not letting him control my life. Forgiveness was not about letting him control my life. Forgiveness was about not letting him control my life. And I hear that repeatedly from victims who've worked through this process and gone from being victims to survivors to actually thriving in their lives. So I try and help victims understand the healing possibilities of getting this person out of your life and how you might go about doing that. And one way that's very helpful is to have them talk or hear stories from other victims. So forgiveness is not something that I can demand of someone or something I can say is required by God. It's something that's a process that I try and help people with, focusing on the possibility of release from their suffering. The second thing I want to talk about is pastoral care. I've been working in the criminal justice system one way or another for 40 years. I think the possibility of therapeutic jurisprudence is probably ultimately beyond us. As we've heard in story after story today, the criminal justice system doesn't recognize really a victim's point of view and certainly is not geared up to deal with the therapeutic needs of victims. They are very complex and very varied. And we've heard story after story today about how victims have been ignored, they've been recognized, they've been disappointed. The criminal justice system, unlike the medical care system where pastoral care also comes into play, the medical system is complex but more or less rational. And in a hospital situation, if you're doing pastoral care, you're dealing with a system that is more or less rational and, most importantly, recognizes a particular role for the family and formalizes that role. And it's taken very seriously. That doesn't happen in the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system is complex and, in a lot of ways, irrational. And we heard stories of that irrationality all day today. So the possibility of that ever being ultimately therapeutic, I think, is pretty remote. So I think we're left with the restorative justice question, which is how do we heal the harm? How do we heal the harm not only of the crime, but of the process? And that's a role where I think caregivers can play. And most importantly, what you have to do if you're dealing with crime victims, or frankly even the families of perpetrators, because they have many of the same issues. And that is, you have to understand the system. You don't want to try and provide spiritual care to a family if you don't know what they're doing. I mean, I cringed when, I think it was Patty this morning, told the story of the chaplain who told her right from the get-go that she had to start working on forgiveness. To me, that reflects a naivete about the criminal justice system. You need to know, if you're doing care for victims, how the system works and what they're going to be faced with and where the sources of pain may be and how you can help them deal with that. And good victim witness people do that. And those are the stories we heard today. I mean, they are the guides for people through that system, and the ones that do it well are the ones that are beloved by their victims. And if you're doing pastoral care, you have to know the system that well so that you can help people try and deal with the sources of pain they're going to be faced with. And then finally, in terms of pastoral care, I thought the insight today from Marilyn was really good, and that is that you have to try and help them find what has meaning in their life, what means something to them, and help them move towards that. Because by finding something they care about and something that can provide meaning, they can begin to regain some sense of control. And once they regain some sense of control, I think that is one of the key points in healing. And sometimes in the victims that I work with in restorative justice, it's going into prison and telling their stories. I mean, that's something that they find gives meaning to their lives. And in the responses they get from the men and women they meet in prison is part of the healing process. For some people, it's a faith journey. But whatever it is, and for some people, it's their kids. I mean, we heard that this morning too. So whatever it is that you can help them find that has meaning in their life and move towards that, I think that's how you can be hopeful in terms of pastoral care. So you have to know the system. You have to recognize that the system is a potential, almost a guaranteed source of pain for victims, and recognize that and help them anticipate that and deal with the consequences, and then ultimately to find some source of meaning in their life that they can hold on to and move towards.
Thanks, Terry. Lydia?
Well, the father who's not a father just took everything I was going to say, so Mark, you're up.
I didn't say any of that. So it's good.
Exactly. I heard so many things, and it's just been a real honor to be here. One of the things that I just have to say is, Susie, is she still in here? Yes. Mary, who is one of our victim witness people who works in Minnesota, who she referred to this morning, is an absolutely incredible advocate. As is Margaret, who's here and who's done a lot of work on this. And one of the things I was most struck by in the research that we saw, and that is how critical it can be for victims through their entire experience to feel like there's somebody there along the way, not necessarily to fix it or heal it for them, but to be there and to get them to that next step. And I think that's really reflected, and it's something I'm proud of, at least in our state. We just have incredible victim witness folks that make it much easier for our victims to get from place A to place B. There's some other things that I really heard that resonated with me, and that is that even the whole topic that we're talking about here yesterday and today, death penalty versus life without parole, even just talking about them in that context somehow gives the impression that one of these things or something at the end from the punishment standpoint is going to heal a victim. And I think many of our victims, at least that I work with, have this feeling or this belief that we as the system are going to, or somebody, whether it be the clergy, somebody's going to be able to take this pain. And there is nothing that we can do to take that pain away, but I think we have an awesome opportunity in the work that we do and in the support that we provide victims to help prepare that path for them to become, as you mentioned, thrivers. I was talking to Patty this morning. I know she's here somewhere. I just saw her too. And we talked a lot about that, where some people that I work with, the goal is to get them to be able to breathe to the next minute, and I really mean breathe. Some victims say, I don't want to just breathe anymore. I want to survive. I want to be able to get up and be a parent to my children, or I want to be a grandparent, or I want to be a wife or a husband again, or a partner. And then I have people that say, I don't want this to define me anymore. I don't want the worst thing that's ever happened to me to define who I am tomorrow. So how can you help me do that? And so one of the challenges, but honors that I have, is looking at every single person that I work with very differently. We work in a system that is cookie cutter. It's set up by sentencing guidelines. It's set up by process. Everything that we do, and I say we as those of us that work in the criminal justice system, is designed to get us to the next place so we can pass the victim on to the next person. And that is really, really, really frustrating and re-victimizing to those that we work with. So I think to take a step back and to be able to help victims find the language, first of all, to help communicate where it is that they are, is the first step. Mark Umbright, who is here also, who has taught me, and I'm not easy to teach, the art of listening and just being quiet in the moment, how important that is, because it helps us help victims begin to find a language, whether it be verbal or some other way, to be able to articulate where they are and where they need to go. That's why I get so excited about restorative justice, because it's not cookie cutter. It's not something that says, here's the exact moment in your process where you get to stand up and address the court in your victim impact statement. And I say that very, very strongly, because one of the things I just absolutely makes me crazy about those victim impact statements is that the victim gets to address the court with their impact statement. The court isn't the person who took the life of the ones that we loved or that sexually assaulted us or that, robbed us. The people that committed those offenses are the ones that we need to be able to tell, many of us, how this has affected us. And so I know for the victims that I've worked with, that's something that's been a real struggle for them. We give them this one little tiny moment at the end of the court process to get it all out there. And I don't know about those of you that have not been victimized, but I know for many that have been and that have worked with people that have been, you can't wrap everything up that you experienced just during that court process in your 6 minutes of time, because you don't know how the rest of your life is going to be impacted. So in the victims that I work with, one of the most exciting things that I get to do is A, help them find that language, but B, help them find that next step to be able to get some of those answers that they need, to be able to verbalize how things have changed for them, and to look at things like, is the offender sorry? We don't have any part in our process at all that even provides an opportunity for a victim or for an offender to say, I'm sorry, because the first thing that happens is they get a defense attorney, no offense to the defense attorneys, that tell them, okay, what's the best thing we can do for you here? Can we blame the victim? How can you take less responsibility? And it's not in every case, but that's just kind of how our system is set up. So when I get a victim that calls me 5 years after the offender's been incarcerated, that says, last thing I saw was them making a bad gesture at me in the courtroom. What are you doing as a system to hold them, to help them understand what they did? What are you doing as a system to help them be able to apologize if they want to, or to do something for the good? And that can be for somebody who's serving 2 years, or that can be for somebody who's serving a life sentence in my world without parole. So that's one of the most exciting things that I do in my work, is to try to not cookie cutter it and say, okay, this person that I'm talking to right now, what is your language? Where are you right now? Where do you want to be? And some victims say, I just want to be able to breathe in the next minute. I don't want to be anywhere else. And others say, I want to be a thriver. And whatever that is, it's my job to, all right, I find it an honor to help them get there. So thanks for taking everything I was going to say. So that actually made it a lot shorter. So that's really good for everybody.
Thanks, Lydia. Mark, do you want to?
Thank y'all for inviting me to be here. And thanks for the snow. It's been like 10 years since I've seen it. They asked me to come here to talk about the ultimate punishment. And as you know, Texas, we're fairly vibrant in that regard. In fact, Catherine pointed out to everyone there was an execution last night. They happen with such regularity in our world that, you don't see much about it. So I'm going to talk about it on a personal perspective. I've been in victim services for 15 years, but I've been with TDCJ, or the criminal justice system, or the parole board, for a total of 25 years. And so I came up through parole supervision. So I started working with offenders. And for 4 out of the first 5 years I worked with offenders, I had a caseload of sex offenders. So I had a specialized caseload, and I had an opportunity to work, closely with people who were in treatment, closely with offenders who had done some very serious crimes. Very little opportunity to work with victims at all. I read about victims, I heard about victims, I saw some on some panels, during some treatment programs, but that wasn't, anything that I paid much attention to. And then I worked for another 5 years with offenders with the parole board, doing examination hearings, making determinations whether they violated their parole and whether they'd be sent back to TDCJ or not. So, for 10 years I had a perspective that was working with offenders, and I enjoyed working with offenders. I enjoyed trying to rehabilitate them, get them to acclimate back into society. I wasn't a lock them up kind of a parole officer. A good friend of mine, David Durfler, was working in victim services, and he called me one day. He said, hey, we've got a job over here. He says, I'm not sure if you'll like it, but I want to get you in victim services because I think you'd be a good fit. And the job was working with a man named Dan Guerra, a good friend of ours, Karen and mine, who was the deputy director at the time, and he was over the execution process. So I thought, wow, that sounds intriguing, something different. So I hired on to victim services and started immediately working with victims who came to witness executions. I went to my first executions, and I said, whoa, this ain't for me. This is... My perspective was with offenders. So I came in with that perspective, and I was going, I made it through that, but I just think this is a very bizarre experience. And, this is not something you see every day, obviously. And so I went to my director at the time and said, that's not for me. And she said, well, I like you. I'm going to give you something else to do. So they made me a trainer. And so I had an opportunity to go around the state and do some training. But to get around back to the executions, here's the deal. Somewhere along that that track, I started actually working one-on-one with victims. I mean, I came in as an offender guy. I was working with offenders. I knew offenders. I started meeting people like this wonderful lady over at Paula Curlin. And they taught me so much about the criminal justice system and how you process and how you work with offenders. And so I started developing a sort of a victim's tone. Maybe I became an advocate. I'm probably an advocate today. But I started taking a different look at things. And so as I took over various positions and various jobs within TDCJ Victim Services, I wound up back in administration. When you go back into administration, you take on the burden, of course, then working the execution process. And so for the last 8 to 10 years, I've been over that program as well as I am all of our other programs, the restorative justice programs. You know, what you hear most about in Texas, of course, the executions, but we have a vibrant victim offender mediation dialogue program. We have impact panels. We have services for victims, for resources. We have a huge notification system, the largest victim services division in the country. Of course, we have more inmates than anyone else, and there's a reason for that. But I came back to the execution process and the witnessing of the execution process with a different tenor, and that was one who was an advocate. And so it's different, you know, from the very first time I viewed to when I started going back with victims. And, you know, what we do in our office, and I can tell you this for our staff and the staff that worked the execution last night and the ones that will work the 15 that are scheduled this spring, is that our focus is on their needs that day and what goes on. And it's a capsule world. It's an amazing process. It's not a good process. How could it be? It's a horrible event. Anyway, you look at it, it was a horrible crime that brought us there. But what you see that day, and what really brought it to me today, was listening to everybody's stories about spirituality, how they got where they were, who was supported, whether the DA was supported, whether they had a conversation with a defense attorney, whether there were things that happened along the way that helped them. But what you find out in that day is who they are and what that journey was like for them. So we have like a 5-hour window, less than 5 hours. They get there at 3, the execution's at 6. If you're lucky, sometimes it goes to 11. But you have a 3 to 6 to 7 hour window of opportunity to find out what their journey has been like. You hear the stories like you heard this morning, but you hear it encapsulated because it's also encapsulated with the intense sense and urgency that this process is going on. You find out about the appellate system. Everyone is on pins and needles during that entire time because you never know if it's going to go or not. And so the victims get themselves worked up. They're ready for this process. They show up, and we have to tell them it's all a go, except it can always be stopped. There's only one point where it won't go forward. And so you have that level of anxiety. You know, I think Maryland's study does a good job of showing you about the appellate process and the levels of anxiety it brings. Well, that's a heightened during that day. It's a heightened level of anxiety. And if the stays are granted, and they've already come to Huntsville, imagine the disappointment. And is it the disappointment about the death of the offender? Maybe, but it's more of a disappointment in the process. It's a disappointment in their journey, how they got there, how they process things. And you learn about spirituality. You know, if they read in the paper that the offender had found God or that you know, he was seeking forgiveness, and then you're working with victims that come in and say, isn't it ironic that he found God and I've lost him? Mm-hmm. Now here we are in this situation. So what do I do with that? So it's difficult. You know, they want to know everything there is to know about the offender. The warden did a good job of talking to victims about the process. They want to know where they live, how they live, what they eat. They want to know everything they can. They're trying to, you know, process in their minds what it's like for that offender that day. They want to know what his last meal was. They want to know what time he came over. They want to know who came and visited him, you know, whether his lawyers went to see him, whether he's reached out to him, whether he said, has he made any comments? Has he talked to the chaplain about us or anything like that? You find out about, of course, the deceased loved one, about everything about them, you know, what their thoughts may have been about them being there that day, and, you know, how intense that conversation can be. So there's a lot goes on, and it's, I don't want to say fascinating, but it's, for those of us who are victim advocates, it's a window into the world of someone who's been traumatized. And the gift for us, and the honor, I shouldn't say gift, it's the honor, is to be there with them to go through that process. Our staff don't have an opinion about it. We have victim advocacy in our mind, and that's the way we process the executions. I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Can I just add one thing on forgiveness? Is that okay?
I'm sorry,
Can I
go
just
ahead.
add one thing on
Yeah,
forgiveness?
go ahead.
I was going to mention it earlier, and I mentioned, Mark and I have had a lot of conversations, and I mentioned this to Mark Umbright as well. when we talk about the language, how I define forgiveness is very different. We heard that this morning, I think. But one of the most fascinating things that I heard from one of the victims I worked with is she said, remember last year when I came to the parole hearing and I told you that I had worked through a lot of things and I'd forgiven him? And I said, yeah, I remember how powerful that was for you and how you said it changed your life. And she said, I have horrible forgiveness remorse. And I said, to say more about that. And she said, I felt like when I had this epiphany of forgiveness and I had let it go, I was really good. And then a week or 2 weeks went by or a month went by and a trigger date happens or I smelled something and I was so hurt and angry all over again. And then I felt like I had failed in my effort to forgive. And I thought that was so profound because we have this idea that forgiveness is like this one moment in time, whatever forgiveness is, or letting go is in this one moment of time. And I realized at that point in my work to help people understand that this is a process and that whatever forgiveness means or letting go means for you doesn't mean it's still not going to hurt down the road or there weren't going to be triggers that set you back. And it's just one thing I wanted to mention earlier in this that we do.
As one of the survivors we work with here always says, those are all ING words. Mm-hmm. Forgiving, healing, traveling, and one day it's forward, one day it's backward. Hopefully overall, it's more forward than backward, but it's ING. You know what I'd like each of you, you have talked about the privilege of working with people that are in these positions. I'd like you each to share a transformational experience you had with a victim or somebody that confided with you that really deeply impacted you as a person, whether it's professionally or personally. But if you would share a story that you just remember that was just one of those incredible experiences that you felt graced your professional lives. You want to start, Jerry? Are you?
Yeah. It's sort of how I came to restorative justice, and it was a memory from 30 years before that came to me when I was sitting in the prison at Green Bay the first time I went with Janine. And I recalled my time as a prosecutor where I had been assigned a case of a young African-American man named Ramondo Seymour who had stabbed a guy at a McDonald's with a 30-inch bow hunting arrow. A very bizarre case. And it came to my desk to prosecute, and I remembered very clearly how I'd handled that case. And it was a 3-day trial. And I remember going into the courtroom, and on the left side was the victim's family, who were not witnesses to the crime. And on the other side were Ramondo Seymour's mother and grandmother and grandfather. And during the whole 3 days, I never spoke to either one of those families. The victim's family had nothing, to my mind, had nothing to do with the case. They were not witnesses. They were not somebody I needed to do my job. And my job was to convict Ramondo Seymour of murder. And I never talked to Ramondo Seymour's family because they weren't witnesses. And sitting in prison in Green Bay and listening to Janine talk about restorative justice and ripples and healing of crime, I realized just how much pain there was in that courtroom that I'd been oblivious to. And that I'd been oblivious to it because it was not my job. And at that moment, I decided that I needed a different job. So that was important.
Lydia.
My story isn't with a life without parole case, but it was probably one of the most pinnacle moments of my career, and I'll try to make it brief. And some of you that from Minnesota have heard this, so you can take a little nap if you want to. There was a young girl in our community in Minnesota, and she shared her story with the legislature, so I feel like she said it's okay to share it. She was 4 years old, and she was sexually assaulted by a neighbor for a few years. And the offender was incarcerated and went to prison. And while the offender was in prison, her mom was in very close contact with me, wanting to know what was happening with the offender, wanting to know if he was doing treatment, wanting to know if he was sorry at all. The offender actually did go through treatment and did write an apology letter to this little girl. The little girl was going to be 11 years old when the offender was released from prison, so I was in very close contact with Mom again then when the offender was going to be released, because they were very concerned about his release. And so we worked with Mom and the agents in the community just so that she could feel as safe as she possibly could feel as this offender is being released back into the community. When the little girl turned 16 years old, I got a call from her mom, and her mom said that the victim wanted to participate in a victim-offender dialogue with the offender. And as I mentioned earlier, we have to be very careful to not put ourselves in these boxes, and I'm kind of black and white, and I said nicely, okay, that sounds like a great idea, but she's a minor, and we don't really do VODs, victim-offender dialogues, with sexual assault victims that are children, and this is a minor. So when she's an adult, you can have her give us a call, and we can kind of start to walk through that process. And in my mind, honestly, I was just trying to push it down the road because I knew this is not something I wanted to embark on. And I was very nervous about it. And Mom started to cry and said, I can't do that because I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and I'm not going to be alive when she's 18 years old, and she really wants me to be her support person. So then I thought, oh, this is not good because this is not in my black and white box. So I said, well, let's just think about it a little bit. And so I thought, well, let's start the preparation process because that can take years. That will buy me some time. So as I met with Mom, I realized that the first thing we had to do is do a dialogue with Mom and this offender, because the guy was never going to leave the room alive if Mom was in there, if we did this dialogue with just the daughter and Mom hadn't resolved her own issues with him. So we did the first dialogue and it went very well, and then we began the preparation process for the daughter. The reason that the daughter and the mom wanted to do the dialogue is that the daughter had been engaging in some very unsafe behaviors, was failing out of school, chemically dependent, very promiscuous, just really having a rough time. So the time came, she was now 17 years old, and there was no more prep we could do. I stalled out as long as I could, and Mom was getting more and more sick. So against my better judgment, even though I knew everybody was as ready as they were going to be, we're still dealing with a 17-year-old adolescent with a lot of issues. I brought everybody together for the dialogue. For those of you that know Tim Hansen and I co-facilitated the dialogue. We came in and sat down, and the way it works is that everybody comes in and sits down, and then the victim tells us when they're ready for the offender to come in, where they want the offender to sit. So the offender came in and sat down across the table, and the victim began to shake and cry, and she got up and she ran out of the room. And I said, I knew this was a bad idea. I should have trusted my gut. So I followed her out, and I said everything that I could possibly pull out of my therapeutic hat. There's no shame in walking away at this point. You've done so much work. Took a lot of courage to get here, everything, which I'm sure she just, whatever. So about 10 minutes went by, and I said, I'm going to go in there. I'll get your shoes and your jacket and everything, and we'll go out the back door, and I'll get your mom, and we'll go. We can come at this again later. And she said she wanted a few minutes, so she took a few minutes, and she went in and called her dad, who was not supportive at all about her doing this. And she came back out, and I said, okay, I'll go get your stuff. And she said, Lydia, every time he abused me, he prevented me from leaving the room. And I just got up and left the room, and today I'm taking my life back, and I'm going back in there. So I said, yep, here we go. Back in we go. Same thing, it was supposed to be about a 10-minute dialogue. It turned into about a 4-hour dialogue. And at the very end of the dialogue, this is what changed my view on things, or was very powerful. It wasn't an Oprah ending, because so many of us in restorative justice love those Oprah endings when the offender and victim get up and they hug and everybody's forgiven and we move forward. But what she said was something that was so incredibly powerful, and it brought me back to a lot of the things I heard this morning about choices that victims make and given the right support, how they can become thrivers. She said to him at the end, I thank you for coming here and answering my questions. It took a lot of courage. I can't say that I forgive you because I don't even know what that means. I haven't even forgiven myself. I can't begin to forgive somebody else. But I really hope that you mean what you say and that you're never going to do this again, and that you've taken the treatment that you've done. And she said, I really hope you never hurt anybody again. But what I want you to hear loud and clear from me today is that today is the last day I make you my excuse for making bad choices. And I always cry when I tell the story because it was so powerful. But the really cool thing was she graduated from high school, and she called me last Christmas, and she said, Lydia, I want you to know that I graduated, and I'm in my first year of college, and thank you because my mom got to die knowing I'm going to be okay. That's my story.
Thank you. Thank you, Lydia. Mark.
You wanted the story about the execution process, or my, there's.
After that, that's.
I mean, my heart is in the victim offender mediation dialogue process, and that's where my drive and my professional, most of my professional future is in. That's what I love doing. But so much of that is confidential that I can't talk about how earth-shattering some of those moments have been. I couldn't, but I will tell you the first time I heard an impact panel, it was in San Antonio, and it was a lovely lady that she taught me a lot about resilience. And years later, her son went in and did a dialogue, and she never could, but her son could because of her strength and her. Without going into names, I'll tell you that was, to me, the most impactful thing to me, to see it handed down from generation to generation. The execution process, what I can tell you is I have worked with some families that have had to go back for multiple offenders. One particular family 3 times, and to see them, their courage, their resilience, their strength, their honor for their loved ones, to come back that many times to do that is amazing.
Thank you. Any questions? Time for a question or two from the audience for anyone on the panel. Well, if not, I think we have hopefully honored the many survivors today, including in this panel. So please give a round of applause to this panel. Thank you. So what we're going to, there are a couple things I want to say. We're going to have a short sort of overall presentation, and then we're going to have sort of hopefully a little different ending, and we will get you out on time. I do want to encourage you, and I will at the end want to thank everybody. We do have evaluation forms. We always forget to do evaluation forms at our conferences, and so if you have time to fill those out and jot those out, or any suggestions or thoughts, that would be really helpful for us. At this point, I've got the privilege of introducing a very good friend of mine, and a mentor to me, Professor Ivo Artson from the Catholic University of Leuven, where I was last year. Many of you know I spent the semester there. And Ivo was my supervisor and my mentor and my friend. And many of you have heard me talk about my experience in Belgium. I was so very impressed with the level of research and study that was done at Leuven and other universities, but particularly in the Criminology Institute, which Ivo now heads, and looking at sort of the outcomes of restorative justice and the different aspects. Ivo's an expert on victimology, on sentencing, and on restorative justice. He has a prior life of working in a prison setting, so he comes with a very interesting background. But his research is well respected all around the world. Ivo and Mark and I are doing work in Turkey and other places, so I was really pleased that Ivo was willing to come to Milwaukee for the first time and spend a couple days with us and get to see our snow. And I've asked Ivo to just spend a few minutes with us talking about the global restorative justice movement and sort of how the voice of family survivors of homicide can be honored, and how we can respect those victims to make sure that they are supported in their healing journey as they travel through the criminal justice system. Professor Artson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Janine, for your very kind words, and of course for your invitation to have me here. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to come over. It was a long trip indeed, but it is worth really, because I heard a lot today, I learned a lot today, and I hope I can contribute a little bit to this, also from maybe a European perspective, let's say. So I'm very thankful indeed to Janine and to other people. And when I'm here, that's maybe also because of other friendships I have, or I could develop in the course of the years with some of my American colleagues, scholars and practitioners, such as Mark Umbright, who came to Belgium, I remember very well, who came to Belgium in the beginning of the 90s to initiate and to train us in victim offender mediation, which was totally new for us at that moment. So these were all very nice experiences for us, I think. Who am I? Well, I have worked first, I'm at the University of Leuven indeed now, where I'm a professor of criminology. But before I was in academia, I did some work in practice. I started my professional career, so to say, as a psychologist in the prison. I worked for many years with long-term inmates in the central prison of Leuven, mainly with people who were there for murder and for other very serious crimes. Then I went, and that was also indeed another example of a bizarre move. I went to the victim's side, indeed. I worked for 7 years in a victim assistance program. And it was in the context of that work in victim assistance that we started working in 1989 with a group of parents of murdered children. And we called it a self-help group, support group, I think you say. Yeah, self-help or support group. And I had the privilege, so to say, I had the privilege to work during 12 years with this group as professional supporter, counselor for them. So I did this. I continued to do that even when I started to work at university in 1991. Maybe I can also add that we are doing indeed some research in the field of restorative justice, also at an international level or certainly at the European level. We are also active in the European Forum for Restorative Justice. I would like to mention that briefly. And we are lucky, I think, that we have these possibilities to have this European association, a European forum, where all people can meet on a regular basis. People working in the field of restorative justice as practitioners, legal practitioners, policymakers, researchers, and so on. And it is in the context also of this European Forum that we are undertaking research and training projects. And we are lucky because many of these things nowadays are funded by the European Union. Recently as well, I have been involved in another field of victimology and victim assistance, namely the field of victims of sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. We also, in our little country, Belgium, had our scandals in this field, and I was a member I was an expert for the Parliament, and now I'm a member of a commission that is dealing with all these cases. And we try to adopt a little bit a restorative approach, a restorative justice approach, in setting up also kinds of dialogue and communication between victims and the church authorities, because the offenders most of the offenders are already dead. What I would like to do now in the coming 15 minutes is to reflect, referring to my experiences with mainly this group of parents of murdered children, and on the basis of some victimological knowledge on some topics. I have 4 topics. The first one is, again, I would like to say something about the needs and the experiences of family survivors. Secondly, I would like to say something about the role of the community. Third, how to give voice to family members. And fourth, finally, restorative justice, its role and implications. And when dealing with these topics, I would also like to develop some type of self-reflection on professional counseling when working with such a group of family survivors. My first point, the needs of family survivors. First, let us be modest. Let us be modest in our attempts to fully understand the situation and the life world of victims of serious crime in general and family survivors in particular. I would like to quote the English criminologist Paul Rock from his study on murderers, victims and survivors in the late 90s. And after his research with homicide survivor groups in England and Wales and Canada and the United States, he concluded as follows, and I quote, The demographic data on murderers and victims are stark, and their concomitant criminology is simple and plausible. But it should also be noted that there is a striking absence or silence at the core of expert knowledge about homicide. Namely, the secondary victims have not been heeded. Theirs is an existentially validated set of beliefs quite different in kind from the expertise of the criminologist. Secondary victims talk about a devastating symbolic passage that forces an understanding that can never be quite intelligible to the outsider. Theirs is the authority of profound personal experience. Secondary victims may try to capture and reproduce that understanding through different discursive techniques, through personal narratives and testimonies, shrines and memorials, poems and newsletters, but it defies complete translation. End of the quote. There are nevertheless, talking as a victimologist, specific features experienced by people who become victims of serious crime. Characteristics that are important to keep in mind when we try to offer support to them, or when we aim at reconceptualizing our criminal justice responses or developing restorative justice answers. We are talking here today about extreme situations of man-made harm done to other citizens, intentionally or not, or to some degree intentionally. In these and other cases, to become a victim cannot be considered to be just a static event. No, we all know that victimization presupposes a personal process, a process of structuring and restructuring of what happened, in order to bring the incident in accordance to the previous images and assumptions the victim had about the world, the other people, and about the self. Becoming a victim of crime implies an extremely difficult task, a long-lasting fight, in order to understand what happened, not why and why it happened, and in the best case, to give it all a meaning. I've heard the word meaning many times today. Becoming a victim of crime is not just a personal experience. It is also a social process, where the reconstruction of one's life world takes place in an ongoing interaction with the environment, both the informal environment and the formal or the institutional environment. Partner, family members, friends, neighbors, colleagues, but also official authorities and other actors, such as the police, lawyers, representatives of the justice system, medical doctors, victim support workers, and others, they all play a role and exercise an influence in shaping the victim's images of what happened and in shaping his or her expectations of what should be done. What should be done after such atrocities have taken place, and in particular what the role should be of the justice system, and what in this context punishment should mean or bring, revenge or redress. Well, what should be happened in all these senses is also co-determined by existing current ideas and the way our institutions are operating in those days. We are all the time confronted in public opinion research in many countries with the ambivalent feelings and attitudes of people who have to express themselves about what is punishment and when and why we should apply punishment. Ambivalence is always present in all these research findings. And secondly, I would also refer here in between to the big differences between our countries in terms of penal policies. Criminologists and others have very well documented the phenomenon that even with the same development of crime or violent crime in our countries, our penal policies, our penal reactions, the way how we consider and apply punishment can be so different from country to country. So we have the same types of violence maybe, the same type of evolutions of violence, but we apply the prison sentence in one country much more than in another. So I simply would like to refer to the issue and the importance of penal policies as well, because I think it is also a matter of policies often in our countries. A recent comparative research in 4 European countries about the experience of victims when participating in restorative justice programs once more confirmed this finding, namely what victims expect to get from society, from the justice system, is what they are familiar with. You should nuance that. You cannot expect to receive things you have never heard about, or you do not know how they function. My second point, the role of the community. We referred already to the societal dimension of becoming a victim of crime. However, our traditional, ideal, typical image of victims reveals a strong individualizing approach, often neglecting the role of the environment and the institutions in shaping personal experiences. The societal dimension of the victim experience becomes clear at various levels. First, a central need for victims of crime, which is different from civil disputes, I suppose, is to get recognition of the harm and the injustice that happened. Recognition by society and from official representatives of society, such as justice authorities. This sounds self-evident, although in most of our countries, also in Europe, the justice system is not yet offering this fundamental recognition, this fundamental service. Another level is the following. More and more victims are granted with formal rights, legal rights, I mean, also within the criminal justice process. These rights not only give victims the possibility to receive appropriate information, to express their needs and to participate to various degrees in the criminal justice process. It also calls these rights, when victims have given the rights, this also calls on their responsibility and even on their duties, I would say. Indeed, participating in a justice process for citizens implies an idea of justice where justice is not just something that is delivered by justice authorities or by a court system or by a jury. This idea of justice refers to a conception of justice where also the victim, as the offender, play an active role in contributing to justice, in even maybe doing justice. What is justice indeed? And I was a little bit surprised this afternoon when I heard talking so often about justice as something that is self-evident. So I think we need much more insight, also much more research maybe in what is justice in our societies, in our democratic societies, at the individual level, for victims, for offenders, for family members from both sides, at the intermediate level for civil society, at the official governmental level. So what is justice? We do not know that much about what is justice. We know a lot about the legal approaches to justice, but the psychological, sociological approaches are much less known, although we have very nice theories, of course, from several disciplinary approaches. It goes without saying that such a task, when victims and other people, relatives of victims, want to participate in some way in this process of doing justice, contributing to justice, making justice more complete, more representative, more responsive to the needs of society, it goes without saying that such a task is not easy for victims and for other people, and it cannot be realized without help. My third point is how to give voice to victims. And I continue in the same line. What we know from victimological research is that victims, vis-à-vis the criminal justice system, want a less formal process where their views count and where they in some way can participate in their cases. From procedural justice research, we understand the importance of having voice, of being able to express needs and expectations. At the same time, however, we know how different these needs can be at the individual level. And this certainly also applies to victims of serious crime and homicide survivors. General remedies are scenarios on how giving victims a voice in the criminal justice process are not available. And differences between countries in terms of the legal position of victims and possibilities for them to participate are considerable. Contrary to most common law jurisdictions, continental European countries have allocated a strong legal position to the victim. Still, new developments, also at the European continent, new developments are going on, such as now, even when we have already the legal figures of partie civile and other ways of exercising influence, we also start in some of our countries in Europe with the victim impact statements or variations on that, such as in the Netherlands, for example. And an extremely sensitive issue in several European countries remains the position and the rights of the victim in the parole process, in the parole decision-making procedure. Finally, many of these further developments are guided by often mandatory legislation from the European Union. So the European Union, since 15 years, has become competent also in justice matters, not just in economic and political matters, but also in judicial matters. So we are in a totally new development now in Europe. In all member states, 27 member states of the European Union, also in crime policies, victim policies, restorative justice policies. And very recently, at the end of October, the European Parliament adopted a law, a directive, in European Union terms, a directive on the position of victims. Restorative justice is one of the articles, one of the sections in this new directive. So it says that member states are obliged, legally obliged, to apply and to develop restorative justice. But it gives also a definition of restorative justice, this directive of the 25th of October 12. And it gives a definition of restorative justice, which is acceptable, I think. But it also warns for secondary victimization when you apply mediation, conferencing, restorative justice in an inappropriate way. So it can also damage the victim. So that kind of approach is defended by the European Union. Finally, my fourth point about restorative justice. Restorative justice is about balancing the needs of victims, offenders, and society. What we have learned about the needs of victims in terms of punishment and judicial response is that various levels of reaction are intertwined. The micro level, meso, and macro level are, in other words, the individual level, the institutional level, and the wider societal, political level, including the role of public opinion and the media. A restorative justice approach was also guiding our work with the support group of parents of murdered children. I did that together with a colleague for many years. As professional counselors, we continuously witnessed the amazing power of such a mutual help group. But we were also confronted with tensions, various types of tensions in the group, and also tensions we discovered for ourselves in our professional counseling work. The power of self-help relates to factors such as, discussed in the literature, the potential of arousing hope among the members of the group, universality of the experience, providing mutual information amongst the parents in different fields, exercising altruism towards each other, and developing personal social skills. These healing factors presuppose keeping a good balance between the commonality of the experience in the group on the one hand and the existence of individual differences between members of the group on the other hand. A certain form of intervention, sometimes active intervention, by us as professionals was often needed on the basis of our perceived neutrality and expertise. Neutrality and expertise, there was some research done about the functioning of this group, and neutrality and expertise were two aspects expressed by the members, by the parents, when they expressed their opinion about our role as professional counselors. It was because of our accepted role, about our neutral position, with a little bit distance from the group as well, and our expertise, that we were allowed to intervene and to rebalance some of the processes in the group as well. The experience of universality in a support group provides an important opportunity for collectively recovering from the feeling of powerlessness. In supporting each other and treating each other as equals, group members regain power and control over their own lives. Indeed. Well, that are words that we have written at the end of the 90s or in 2000, but I heard a lot today in the same sense. This collective power constitutes the basis for the common fight for justice that sometimes dominates such a self-help group. In this new alliance, individual members discover that their personal struggle is part of a more general and permanent struggle, which helps them to distance themselves from the merely personal aspects and thus from isolation. In the functioning of parents of murdered children, we observed the existence of two ways of alliance, two modes of alliance. The struggle against injustice on the one hand and the struggle for justice on the other hand. At both levels, we were confronted as professional counselors with a new field of tension, namely the tension between emotion and cognition, talking about injustice and justice. We had to understand and to express empathy with the parents in so many daily things. But at the same time, we also had to contradict them sometimes on the basis of our professional position and social responsibility. An inherent part of the work with a group or with the group of parents of murdered children finally related to social action. We found the empowering role of the group in this respect crucial, and we tried to support them where possible and appropriate. To make a long story short, the group was quite successful in both influencing governmental policies towards victims and sensitizing public opinion in Belgium. Thanks to some professional help, 2 books were published by the group. Various legislative initiatives were taken by the federal parliament on the basis of these publications by these parents, and victim assistance services were created at each court of the country, at the level of each court of first instance. And these all were direct results, effects of recommendations formulated by this group of parents of murdered children. So there was a strong empowering role. This was really a very nice example of the empowering position, empowering role of victims, not only at the individual level, but also at the group level and also at the societal, even political level. Of course, this was important for us to understand how people, by being part of such a group, can give meaning to the experience. Because being able to exercise such political influence in the country as well, societal influence, besides the mutual support that you offer to each other in such a group, was of course very important. The examples given so far might clarify how victim support, even for the most severe crime, can be conceived from a balanced, integrated restorative justice approach and philosophy. I could give much more examples how this restorative justice approach or philosophy was guiding our work and our thinking in the group, and how we try to keep the balance between these different individuals in the group, between the victim and the offender, how we had discussions often about conditional release, the prison sentence, the justice system that was not recognizing victims and so on. So we try to do that from certain principles and values that we learned, I think, in restorative justice. It also clarifies, these examples are, I hope so, it also clarifies how self-reflection in our work with victims of crime can help us to further develop our understanding and our methods of restorative justice. We do not just apply restorative justice to victims. We learn from victims and our work with such victims in order to further develop our notions and our methods, models of restorative justice, of course. We do not have the time now, for example, to discuss the role of restorative justice in the prison system and in particular in the decision-making process on conditional release. Recent developments in various countries in Europe offer new insights in this respect as well. There's a lot going on in that respect, but I hope we can discuss this at a later occasion. And I would like to conclude with this now, for now. Thank you.
It's good to come back to Marquette. I've been coming here off and on for the last almost 8 or 9 years. As an old-timer in this stuff called restorative justice, I never thought I would witness, I never thought I'd be alive to witness what I'm witnessing, such as a conference like this, let alone other developments all over the world. Restorative justice truly is a movement in the global community. Honoring the voice of homicide survivors is central to that. Honoring the voice of victims in general is central. And frankly, one of my concerns is this movement is developing more and more. The voice of victims is fading in some jurisdictions where the focus still keeps being driven by kind of the trail 'em, nail 'em, jail 'em, next case, the offender focus. Victim-offender dialogue has been mentioned several times, quite a few times. I want to put that in context. For those of us that were involved in the restorative justice movement in various capacities, it was just a relatively small group of people in the 1970s, late 70s. None of us thought this would really go far beyond working with juvenile offenders, property offenses, maybe minor assaults. No thought whatsoever that this could ever apply in homicide cases. I want to make something very clear. It was not any of us that thought this would be a good thing to try or to offer. No, no, no. From the beginning, it has been family survivors of homicide that have come to us and challenged us and have heard us speaking in those early years saying this sounds really good for burglary victims and offenders. They have the opportunity to come together in a face-to-face victim-offender mediation session. But what about me? From the moment my daughter was killed, I want to meet this man. Everyone thinks I'm crazy for that. Other people are saying that. But she has this yearning, and this was absolutely taboo in those early years. And to this date, victim-offender dialogue in severe violence, homicide cases particularly, it's victim-initiated. In fact, that's part of the policy. You know, in the mid to late 80s, when I was part of an even smaller group within that group, where survivors of homicide would indicate they wanted to meet the perpetrator in prison. In those years, it was absolutely taboo. Getting permission to get into prison was extremely difficult. It was on a case-by-case basis. All of that changed radically around 1992 with the state of Texas, when they became the first state in this country, really the first government in the world, to set up public policy that allowed victims of any kind of crime to meet the person who violated, killed their loved one. Today, there's more than 27 states, and having the process driven by victims' requests and anchoring everything in victims' needs and their experience and stories are extremely important. I'm going to have to fast forward a lot of things because I want to go right to the core. Honoring the voice of family survivors of victims is a gift. It's an honor, as Mark had spoken out before, for those of us who have done this over the years. As both a facilitator in quite a few cases over the years, and as someone that does research on this, when I'm doing these things, it's not part of my job, so to speak. That's not what, well, it is, but that's not the way I experience it. It's entering sacred territory. It is such an honor. And the gifts received are not only gifts of better understanding up here about how the justice system really affects people and the needs of survivors, it's gifts here. Some of the deepest lessons I've learned about strength, resilience, courage, gifts that have been given to me and many others that have helped ourselves in our own struggles with stuff within our own lives, have come from homicide survivors. Paula was one of my earliest teachers. When I initially interviewed Paula and then Jonathan on death row about a week before the execution, I went down there with all kinds of stereotypes. You know, I thought I understood this. I had already been working with victims and offenders for, 15, 20 years by that point. And that was shattered. Paula indicated to me, and she's expressed it so beautifully, the conflicted feelings. On the one hand, yes, supporting capital punishment. That's part of her cultural reality there and lived reality. On the other hand, having met Jonathan through victim-offender dialogue and seeing the humanity in him. And she literally said she was going there to grieve not only her daughter Misty, but grieving Jonathan's death. If I had time, which I don't, I could tell you other examples where victim survivors and their family members have taught immense things. I'll give you one example. Stephanie, a woman who came to me from northern Minnesota 21 years after her father was killed. She thought all of this was behind them. The family had forgiven this offender. But as time went on, she realized it was eating out her soul. And Stephanie, after a 5-hour facilitated dialogue in one of our prisons in Minnesota, Stephanie left me with metaphors and others that are still part of my life and others, and I share them with you to honor Stephanie, of how any of us can learn to deal with what life faces us. She talked about before going on the journey of the many, many months of preparation for the dialogue, then entering the prison. It was like this big backpack for 21 years before that of rocks, like it's called the Duluth pack. You can put anything in it. After meeting the man who viciously killed her father, it's now a fanny pack. There's no, she would verbatim say, there's no such thing as closure. Traumatic events in our lives, whatever those traumatic events are part of the weave of our lives. But it is so much nicer having it as a fanny pack. It rarely flares up. It's part of her. She's befriended it. You know, in terms of implications, there are so many, and I just want to go back to kind of where we started. The enormous importance of separating the issue of public policy debate and analysis from the personal healing journey of people who have experienced horrific levels of trauma and pain as they're searching for gaining some sense of control and meaning within their lives. Different issues. When I conducted the first research on victim-offender dialogue 10, 12 years ago, looking at the first 2 states in this country that implemented this, Texas and then Ohio, both capital punishment states. When I conducted that study, we learned so many, 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 many different things. We had a hard time finding negative data. We had to really search for it because people felt such a transformative effect in meeting the person who viciously killed their loved one. I ended up writing an article in an academic journal about this on 2 case studies, one of which was Paula. I was pretty aggressively attacked, not physically attacked, but you know how academics do this, deeply criticized. How dare you have restorative justice in the title of an article where it mentions survivors whose loved ones, were killed, and there's capital punishment. They basically say they don't mix. They're oil and water. You cannot talk about restorative justice and a healing process following someone's execution. And I wrote back. I made it very clear. They're 2 entirely different issues. And I also made it clear, I'm not a supporter of capital punishment. But that has nothing to do whatsoever with supporting people in their healing journey, wherever that might be and whatever their choices are for the ultimate penal sanction. They're different paths. Well, there's so much more I'd like to say, but this has been a full conference, intense. I leave you with Stephanie's metaphor of when we can move those big traumas from a big backpack to a fanny pack, it's a gift.
There are just a couple more things before I have you go. We are at a Jesuit university, and we like to think that makes us a little different, not only because of the topic we've discussed today, and a little bit some of the things Mark talked about, the spiritual journey. Because as we were planning for today, we knew that we were taking people into an emotional, traumatic journey traveling with the survivors who spoke and the many people who support them. And we thought it would be helpful just to spend a few minutes in reflection, a little bit about that personal reflection on the experiences we've had today. So part of our plan, one of the members of our planning committee, Dr. Kathy Gunther, who is Director of Ignatian Programming for the Faber Center in the Office of Ministry and Mission, has agreed to take us through just a very brief examen. It's a way of St. Ignatius taking a look at reflections on movements that happened during the day, and it's a way to just do a self-reflection for a few moments before we close with, I'll ask for last questions and comments. So, Kathy, would you mind taking us through this, please?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I think Janine is right. It's been a very, very full day, and it seems really to honor the sacredness of our topic and all the people who spoke and shared from the truth of their own experiences. And as we received that truth, something happens in our own hearts and our own minds, and we leave transformed, which is the goal of a conference like this. So, what I'd suggest is let's just close our eyes, or else just pick a spot in front of you to focus on, and let's take a few deep breaths. Let's bring to mind Paula and Aji and Kent, Mary Kay and Susie and Patty, and their loved ones living and loved ones lost. As they were sharing with us this morning, what moments of their talk challenged you, brought you anxiety, made you feel restless? As you think of Paula and Aji and Kent, and Mary Kay and Susie and Patty, as they shared their hearts and their memories of their loved ones and their experiences, what moments of their experience gave you light and hope and inspiration? As you think about the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, the victim advocates, Judge White, Warden Woodford, the clergy members, Mark and Lydia, what most moved you about not only their professional work, but also the impact that they shared about their professional work, their professional vocation, and their personal life and transformation? What will stay with you most? As we think about Marilyn's study, We think about the lifetime work of Janine and Mark Umbright and Evo. What are new ways of thinking about victims' impact, about the ripple effects, about secondary trauma, about healing, not only locally but globally? What stays with you? What inspires you? What's impressed you about today? For just a moment in our hearts, let's try and touch, just for a second, the global nature of everything we discussed today. Let's just think about all the thousands and thousands of victims of violent crimes, their loved ones. Let's think about all the thousands and thousands employed in court systems here in the U.S. and around the world. All the staff members that were discussed today. Let's think about the many, many prisons in the world, the thousands and thousands of men and women, even children in these prisons, the hundreds of people who've been discussed today just in the U.S., waiting on death row. No matter how we feel about any particular part of this problem, we can just feel the depth, the complexity, the enormity, the sadness in all areas. So in your heart, just offer up one place for blessing as you leave today. One place that you can ask God, higher power, power of love, to heal and transform. And in your mind's eye, just bring all the people who love you and encourage you, all the people who helped each of us make it into this room today, whether they be teachers, parents, advocates, spouses, partners. And in gratitude for this experience, in gratitude for what is hopefully the beginning of transformation around these issues, we say thank you. Amen.
Thank you so very much, Kathy. Thank you. And I do want to thank Ivo for his very thoughtful remarks. Guys, I want to remind you, all this will be available on podcast if you want to go back and review, or you think there are other people that would benefit from watching it. Please encourage them. I just want to just quickly thank three people who are particularly so instrumental in putting all this incredible hard work together and getting it. With Yolanda, my administrative assistant, that probably everybody in the room has dealt with, who worked very, very hard. There were a lot of logistics to put together. Christine Walensky-Vogel. Is Christine here? Christine's hiding in the back. To Christine. And Carol Dufek. Is Carol here? Carol Dufek, who's in charge of the room and lunch and everything else. I also want to publicly thank the conference team. I won't go through their names. It's late on the sheet. They met tirelessly for the last year and put this together, and we just worked through. And I am so pleased to have that team to be able to work with the Marquette staff and the donors who help support this. And most of all, I want to thank all of you. I hope your hearts have been touched today in ways that you did not anticipate, and go forth and find ways to do good, as Howard Eisenberg would say. Thank you very much, and drive home safely.